forward to getting out. So there are no Republican guards up here, and our information is that there are very few in the way of Fedayeen Saddam.
And Ben, what can you tell us about the plans and the movements of the Peshmerga, those Kurdish forces, and also the U.S. Special Forces?
Well, actually, today I was in a position north of Mosul, a different front in this area, and what we did see is that the Peshmerga had moved up more than 13 miles, actually had been engaged in some fighting with the Iraqi army, and had basically succeeded at driving them back. And they were supported by U.S. troops as well, some U.S. Special Forces, who had provided guidance for U.S. aircraft bombing the area that was being vacated by the Iraqis. We saw, for instance, that 3 Iraqi army trucks had been blown to smithereens by U.S. missiles on that road to Mosul. So it does appear that they are beginning to formulate a real strategy in taking on the Iraqi army. In fact, I was eavesdropping on a conversation between U.S. Special Forces and the Kurds, and they said basically we're going to be moving ahead slowly but steadily in the direction of Mosul. Ralitza?
Ben Wiedemann, near Kalak, thank you very much for joining us, reporting that Iraqi army positions have been vacated where he is. He is on the road to Mosul, near Kalak. It is not known in what direction the Iraqi forces have moved or why they have vacated their positions. We continue to follow this story very closely. We'll bring you the latest. Ben will be joining us as soon as he has more developments. And now for some other latest developments in what appears to be the early stages of what some are calling the Battle of Baghdad. Coalition forces have started a coordinated advance on the Iraqi capital and so far are meeting very little resistance. A spokesman for U.S. Central Command says the coalition dagger, quote, is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime, end of quote. Meanwhile, troops from the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division are now reported a matter of kilometers south of Baghdad. CNN's Carl Penhall, who is embedded with the U.S. attack helicopter unit, says local commanders believe members of the 3rd Infantry could reach the southern outskirts of Baghdad by nightfall or early Thursday morning if the pace of the advance continues. Army sources say the 3rd Infantry Division took the town of Karbala with what they described as, quote, very little effort. U.S. military spokesmen say the Marines have seized a key bridge over the Tigris River near Kut and were battling Republican Guard units southwest of Baghdad. Iraq's information minister denies U.S. forces have crossed the Tigris River. Black smoke can be seen rising over the city of Najaf, where coalition forces have launched an offensive on Fedayeen paramilitaries. The U.S. military says the smoke is the result of an attack on armed Iraqis who attempted to stage an ambush. Initial reports indicate that several pickup trucks driven by Fedayeen paramilitary fighters opened fire on a U.S. convoy at an intersection. The convoy called an Apache attack helicopter which fired on the trucks. The trucks, which appear to be carrying rocket-propelled grenades, then exploded. Award-winning photojournalist Molly Bingham, 2 journalists from the Long Island, New York paper Newsday, and a Danish photographer have now arrived safely in Jordan. The 4, along with the peace activists, spent a week in the custody of Iraqi authorities. CNN's Reem Brahimi brings us now more details from Jordan's capital, Amman. Hi, Reem.
Hi, Ralitza. Well, indeed, these 4 journalists and a peace activist, or rather 3 journalists and a peace activist, have been in Amman, the Jordanian capital, for 12 hours.
Coalition Special Forces rescued Army Private Jessica Lynch from captivity by the Iraqi regime. PFC Lynch was taken from a hospital where she was being guarded near Nasiriyah in southern Iraq. She's in good spirits and being treated for injuries. I think we have a video clip.
Sound in your moves.
We're making progress. We salute the Air Force, Army, Marine, and Navy participants for a very successful joint operation, and all of America is thankful for what they did. As we free our soldier, we are also making life better for the Iraqi people. Yesterday, some of you may have seen an Iraqi regime spokesman went on television and was calling for the Muslims of the world to launch a jihad against coalition forces. Saddam Hussein in the past, who knows where he is now, has made similar pleas to Muslims on other occasions. But we must not forget that this regime has a history of killing hundreds of thousands of Muslims in Iraq. They killed thousands of Shia Muslims who rose up after the Gulf War, and that terrible memory still lives with the Shia population today. The coalition forces are the ones helping and feeding Muslims in Iraq. A single picture can disprove 1,000 words of Iraqi propaganda. We have several pictures of coalition forces helping the predominantly Muslim population in southern Iraq. And within just a few days, we expect 2 American ships to deliver more than 50,000 tons of wheat, enough to feed 4 to 5 million Iraqis for a month. Furthermore, we are showing so much more respect for the prominent mosque in Najaf, the Ali Mosque, which is one of the most important religious sites for Shia Muslims, than the Iraqi forces are. Iraqi troops are holed up in the mosque and firing at coalition forces. Against all international laws of war, the regime's forces are using and abusing the mosque as a military fortress. We have not fired back, and we continue to work hard to avoid civilian casualties and protect Iraq's holy sites. And it's not just mosques that are being mistreated by the Iraqi regime. Coalition forces in Najaf also found a school in which the Iraqi forces had stashed weapons and many rounds of ammunition. As they see the end of the Iraqi regime near, more and more people are coming forward with vital information about the enemy. They approach coalition forces and tell them where to look for the enemy and where to look for the enemy's weapons. The true nature of the Iraqi regime was recently discovered by a man who went to Iraq to be a human shield. This is a quote from Daniel Pepper in the London Sunday Telegraph paper on March 23rd. Mr. Pepper said, quote, "I was shocked when I first met a pro-war Iraqi in Baghdad, a taxi driver taking me back to my hotel late at night. I explained that I was an American and said, as we shields always did, Bush bad, war bad, Iraq good. He looked at me with an expression of incredulity. As he realized I was serious, he slowed down and started to speak in broken English about the evils of Saddam's regime. Until then, I had only heard the president, Saddam, spoken of with respect. But now this guy was telling me how all of Iraq's oil money went into Saddam's pocket and that if you opposed him politically, he would kill your whole family." End quote. The Iraqi people do know this regime the best. They know what it has done, and they are helping bring about its end. General.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I, too, would like to add my congratulations to the brave service members who rescued Private Lynch last night. It was a well-executed mission that returned one of our own. Well done to all involved. Operation Iraqi Freedom moves into its 13th day since major ground forces moved into Iraq. We're now engaging the Republican Guard divisions defending the outskirts of Baghdad and irregular forces throughout the South, supporting the Iraqi regime. We've moved to within 30 miles of Baghdad, but there remains tough fighting ahead. Yesterday, coalition aircraft flew more than 1,000 sorties over Iraq. The focus of air operations was on regime leadership targets, Republican Guard divisions, and countering missile threats. Coalition forces have fired more than 700 cruise missiles and have now expended over 10,000 precision-guided munitions since Operation Iraqi Freedom began. I have one video for you today. It's of an F-117 dropping a precision-guided weapon on a surface-to-air missile facility on the southwestern outskirts of Baghdad. As General Brooks covered most of yesterday's events earlier, I have nothing additional to add, so we'll be happy to take your questions.
Tori, and I'd like to ask the General this too. The United States, the Pentagon has generally described degradation and destruction of Republican Guard forces around Baghdad. Have you seen any sign of retreat or surrender, or are these people apparently fighting to the death, as far as you know?
Sir, it's a good question. We have definitions of destruction within a unit, But rather than focus on percentages right now, what it normally, to sum it up, what it means is when a unit can no longer act as a coherent element on the battlefield, i.e. a Republican Guard division cannot maneuver as a division, cannot defend effectively, is not effectively able to counterattack. And that's what we're seeing with a couple of these divisions. Clearly, there are pockets of resistance still capable within that organization. And the contact we've seen earlier today has been described as sporadic, but not able to stop coalition maneuver.
How about retreat or surrender?
So we are seeing some surrender, but not in tremendous numbers. We are essentially able to move through. It's unclear what is happening to some of those elements.
I want to specify, play on Charlie's question a second. We were told today that the Baghdad Republican Guard Division was destroyed. What are the prospects for cutting off any retreat back to Baghdad of the Medina and the Hammurabi divisions?
I don't want to speculate beyond what I can give you with assurance, but clearly as we are destroying many of those organizations in place, their equipment in place, as people melt away, it's very difficult to stop very small groups of people. But organized formations would have a very difficult time pulling out.
Can you quantify the destruction that was meted out to the Baghdad division? Were they totally eviscerated, or what? How many tanks were destroyed? Do you have any sense of
I don't think we've ever used that word again.
I wouldn't dare use that word. I was warned not to.
Be accurate, though.
I would say incapable of effective maneuver or defense anymore.
Brett, if we're on that track, can we go into the other divisions, the Medina division? What's the perception, the characterization of that right now?
If they are not at that point, they are very close to that point. But it's somewhat unclear on the battlefield because there has been reinforcement of the Medina and Baghdad sectors by some additional Republican Guard organizations. So they start to be mixed up. You start to have a certain number of forces within a geographical area. But I would say that the Medina and Baghdad divisions are no longer credible forces.
General, to follow up, on command and control, are you seeing any more signs of command and control from Baghdad? Obviously, somebody's pulling the strings here to move these divisions, right?
So there's clearly command and control evident. There are maneuvers being conducted. There is some level of integrated air defense in the Baghdad area. But having said that, there is command and control, but effective command and control, effective maneuvers is not as evident.
And I just follow up. We just shouldn't talk about the degradation of the Republican Guards or the progress that has been made, which is significant, without repeating again and again. We really believe some of the toughest fighting could lie ahead.
General,
It's tough to speculate what their intent is. Clearly, they are arrayed for a defense on the southern side of Baghdad at this point, and on the flanks as well. Whether they intend to defend in place or delay is just not clear.
but they haven't been able to defend in place. They haven't been able to maneuver. They haven't been able to attack, as you say. And if there's the command and control, sporadic as it may be, what do we know about their orders? What are they doing? They're sitting there, sitting ducks, essentially.
I'd push back on your characterization, and then the general can follow on. They're fighting. We have superior forces, superior capabilities. The end is inevitable. We know how this is going to end, but they are fighting. They're not just sitting there waiting for this to happen to them.
Can you comment on reports that possibly there are some regular Army troops or divisions that are also arrayed south of Baghdad? Some of these divisions that sort of went unengaged up until now, that they've retreated back towards the city?
We have indications that elements of the regular Army have been brought in to reinforce Republican Guard organizations. Interestingly enough, we think that's a sign of weakness on their part. They would not normally match those formations.
Can you give us any details of Jessica Lynch's treatment? She apparently had some medical treatment, so was she treated in any sense well in hospital? And does that give you any encouragement as to how other prisoners of war might be treated? Or, alternatively, could they face some retribution for the fact that you've come in and rescued one other?
Nothing to... way to Germany as we speak, on her way to Germany for medical treatment there. But that's all we could say about it for now. You want to add anything, sir?
Yes.
Pam?
Could you describe the situation on the ground a little bit more? You said that the Baghdad division, or they said over in Qatar that the Baghdad division has been destroyed, but it's been reinforced. Does that mean that that area, there still continues to be credible fighting, or have U.S. forces been able to move through there? And could you also talk about the Medina
I think
ground
he said
situation?
that we have information that some of the Republican Guard divisions had been reinforced with regular army. I don't know if he specified a particular one.
Could you describe that? I think when people hear that that division has been destroyed, people think, okay, that's all clear now, they can go through. What's the situation?
I don't think we describe it as clear. There's still sporadic fighting, but the elements, the coalition elements, are still able to maneuver.
And could you just explain what that means in English?
When you can maneuver, when you have freedom of maneuver, you still have the ability to advance or move to the flanks. So you still have the initiative, and the coalition still possesses that.
But there is fighting there.
There's sporadic fighting there, indeed.
James?
So can you give us a sort of a bigger picture of what we're seeing happening on the ground now with the movement of the Marines and the 3rd Infantry Division? Is this the beginning of the so-called Battle of Baghdad?
I think it's hard to say exactly. It's clearly threatening Baghdad and threatening the core of the regime.
Should we expect to see any pauses, such as we saw before, that created so much confusion about what was actually happening, or is this military action going to continue on until its logical conclusion?
I think there may have been confusion among some, and General Franks will decide what the right steps are and when to take them. But as the general said, we have the initiative. Bill?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on the earlier question about this hospital. Can you describe what kind of activities were at this hospital? And secondly, what can you tell us about additional casualties found at that site? Were there American casualties there?
I really can't add anything to what's been said already, Bill. I know what great interest this is for many, many people, but it's sensitive issues, and so we'll just let it come forward at the appropriate time. Esther?
Yeah, can you address, as we continue to engage these Republican Guard divisions, what concerns U.S. commanders have? Have we seen any evidence that any of their missiles are loaded with chemical or biological weapons? Are we concerned about the question of them retreating back into Baghdad? Can you go over some of the? We know that U.S. forces are still taking the initiative, but I wondered if you can go over some of the obstacles that we have to face.
Well, I think that's a great time to bring up the fact we are expecting, or at least planning for, a very difficult fight ahead. We are not expecting to drive into Baghdad suddenly and seize it in a coup de main or anything like that. So in regard to that, we are paying great attention to their ability to defend on the ground. They may just suddenly be effective on the ground. Additionally, their ability to use chemical and biological weapons, they've proven it historically. We believe they have the capability now. Clearly, as we threaten the core of the regime, which Baghdad and Tikrit represent, we believe that the likelihood of them using those weapons goes up. And so the posture of our force is prepared for that. But if they do use it, what I'd want to stress is, first, it's a war crime, and it'll be a grave mistake for either who orders it or the people who execute it. But it also won't change the outcome on the ground. We'll still be able to maneuver. We'll still be able to execute the operations as planned.
And as you get closer to Baghdad, can you say what you see the other Capitol defenders doing, the Special Republican Guard or the security services? How much of a fight do you expect from them?
We wouldn't go into any more details than what we said. Some of the toughest fighting can lie ahead for the obvious reasons.
CENTCOM earlier today put out a release saying that a couple of Al-Samud missiles have been found in central Iraq. There's also a CIA report that came out in October talking about a whole bunch of different missile production facilities around Baghdad, but also in southern Iraq. Have you hit those facilities at all? And separately from that, have you found any other sort of traces of Scud missiles, either the launchers or anything else up until now?
We have not found any Scud missiles at this point, nor have there been any Scud launches. We have hit...
Launches, like
there have been no launches. We have not found any launchers either. However, we have done targeting on every known or suspected missile location we could find, to include time-sensitive targeting. Every time we get intelligence on a potential missile location, we strike it for a couple reasons. One, because it's a weapon that threatens our neighbors, but also because of the chemical and biological capability that represents.
Barbara, General McChrystal, two questions. As the regime feels more threatened, do you have any increased sense of the potential threat to the northern oil wells? Do you feel that they are any more vulnerable now than they might have been, and is there anything the U.S. military can do to reduce that? And also, as this period, as you get closer to Baghdad, do you see any change in the Iraqi military command structure insofar as some reaction by the regime to their lack of success? Are they replacing commanders in Baghdad? Are they replacing air defense commanders because they've been so unsuccessful? Anything along either of those lines?
Yes, ma'am. The second half of your question, we do have a report that the air defense commander in Baghdad was in fact replaced, reportedly for having so many munitions fall back on the city, SAMs and AAA guns, which of course could account for some of the civilian casualties in the city.
Do you think he's alive?
I wouldn't speculate, ma'am. I wouldn't want to be him either.
On the question of the northern oil fields?
That's a self-destructive tactic that they could use. We are very interested in preserving that for the Iraqi people.
And in the category of the good news that people should be focusing on, the bad things that haven't happened that a lot of people predicted, the oil fields in the south obviously being safe for the benefit of the Iraqi people, keeping a close eye up there, the Haditha Dam. I know with the obvious excitement of the return of the POW, it got a little bit lost, but the fact that we have the Haditha Dam, because as we've said many times, the kinds of economic, environmental damage they've wreaked on the country before, possibility of them doing it again was pretty high. So that is a very good sign of the progress we're making. Alex?
In light of this closing on Baghdad now and the pounding that the city has taken, are you aware of, or are you receiving any feelers, or are you putting out any feelers designed to encourage an early surrender capitulation in an effort to avoid any further loss of life on either side?
I guess I could answer a couple pieces of that and then ask Ms. Clark. The first is the pounding that Baghdad has taken has been extraordinarily precise in its nature. So it has been nothing like what some people visualize, the destruction of a city. It has been regime-oriented targets and very carefully done. So certain things have been pounded, but we think those things that represented regime-oriented targets. We have been sending messages in a number of ways to the regime that we believe the regime is through, and we've been sending them both in information operations and kinetically, and we hope that they understand that.
A couple of things. One, who knows who's in charge? We just don't know who is in charge. We have made it very, very clear what our expectations are. As the Secretary said the other day, doesn't seem likely at this stage that someone's going to come forward.
You see no signs that anybody appears to understand that their predicament is...
Oh, I think they probably understand the predicament. We just haven't seen somebody come forward and say, let's stop this.
Is the news that the Baghdad division no longer exists and the Medina has been degraded, so is that being broadcast to the Iraqi people, and have you seen any reaction on their part, assuming they know that?
We have seen some evidence and information that increasing numbers of the Iraqi people are aware of what is going on. And I won't go into too many details of how we know that, but just evidenced by the people who are coming forward to help coalition forces. I think they are getting a better sense that this regime is coming closer to its end. So there does seem to be some awareness of this. Specifically about the Republican Guard, I don't know.
Is there any evidence of groups of people rising up against the regime, or are there more incidents of Iraqis welcoming U.S. troops?
The on-and-off. The televisions were filled with it this morning. I know one newspaper I looked at had a front-page story that talked about the welcoming of the coalition forces. We have seen what we think is a lessening of the influence of the regime death squads in the southern part of Iraq. And as that occurs, more people seem willing and eager to come out and support and help the coalition forces. So it seems to be happening. The bad guys are still out there. They are still putting civilians at risk. They are still putting civilians in front of fire. They are still using civilians as human shields. So I'm sure there's still a fair amount of fear there, but we're seeing it start to move.
As the days pass and you do not see visual evidence of Saddam Hussein, are you picking up any evidence of his existence anymore? Whether it is in communications that you can't specifically talk about or anything else referencing him that you feel is credible?
I haven't seen anything.
Nor have
Could I follow up on the Republican Guard? Can you talk at all about the formations that you're seeing in the north and how much you've attributed some of those divisions that we heard were in the north near Krieg, for example? And can you give us sort of a round-the-world view of the entire Republican Guard, all 6 divisions?
I think the Secretary yesterday was just generally describing, which is how we'd like to keep it, that Republican Guard that was based around Tikrit seems to have moved south, which is, again, a sign of something. Let's do Ivan and then one more.
Thank you, Tori. General, maybe we're reading a little too much into this, but some of the embedded correspondence seem to imply that elements of the 3rd Infantry have broken through elements of the Republican Guard and are surprised that there's not more resistance. Are you surprised there isn't more, and do you believe that the Republican Guard perhaps is falling back to lure us into urban warfare where our technological advantage would be severely diminished?
Sir, I'm not sure. I've been watching it very closely, as I'm sure you have as well. One of the things that I think we all need to remember is in the period and prior to the period when people were talking about a pause, in fact, we were working very hard on Republican Guard organizations with fires, with information operations, with a number of other things. So the fact that the synergism of all of the different arms of our services coming together are having effect shouldn't surprise us. Are they as weak as we think they are? The battlefield will prove that, but we hope that.
What about urban warfare? Do you think they're falling back to try and get us to fight in the cities?
So I just don't know.
And I just want to calibrate everybody again, because as much as we are making good progress, and we are, the toughest fighting could lie ahead. The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now. So I just want to calibrate everybody. We are not underestimating how tough it could be going forward. Make Kathy the last one.
Could you shed some light on what PFC Lynch has been going through since she was captured back, and what she might expect for the days ahead?
Rescued.
Even if in general terms, what are the normal procedures that a returned POW would go through once they're back in your control?
Now, it'll come forward at the right time, and having a little bit of experience with the POW community, there is great deference given, as there should be, to the individual and to the family, making sure all the medical treatment is appropriately given. So it will come forward. It is a wonderful story. It was a heroic act on the part of many, many people. So we're glad it happened, but we'll just let that information come forward.
We've been listening there to a Pentagon briefing. Of course, there was praise for U.S. troops in the rescue of a POW from a hospital in Nasiriyah. There was an ample amount of scorn for President Saddam Hussein and the tactics of some of his fighters. There was also, mixed in with the optimism about the progress that has already been made, repeatedly notes of caution that some of the toughest fighting may be to come. And obviously the reporters there zeroing in on whether or not the U.S. military was going to be drawn into a fight in the streets of Baghdad where their technological advantage would be greatly diminished. Now, a couple of points that they were making there, they said this destroyed Baghdad division of the Republican Guard, they say it no longer has the capability to advance, retreat, or to conduct any flanking operations, but they said there are still signs that the Iraqi military does have some command and control. They said there were coordinated efforts, obviously, that they were watching on the battlefield, probably by satellite photos and surveillance photos by drones. Noting there, too, they were also, they said, hitting all known or suspected missile production sites. Now, there have been a long list of those both in southern and central Iraq as well as around Baghdad. On that U.S. soldier, Jessica Lynch, who was rescued overnight from a hospital in Nasiriyah, they said that she was in stable condition, and they said that she would be en route to Ramstein Air Base in Germany, probably being treated then at the Landstuhl, the hospital at Landstuhl. Now, that coming from the briefing there, There were other elements developing on the whole regional scene. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, of course, was visiting in Ankara this day, some important developments there. He has traveled on to Belgrade in a show of support for officials in the government in Belgrade after the assassination of the Prime Minister, Zoran Djindjic. Let's listen to what he had to say back on the subject of Iraq, but he was talking in Belgrade about Iraq's future.
A great deal has been accomplished in 2 weeks. The campaign will be prosecuted to its end. I can't say how much longer it will take, but I can assure you that we all want it to end as soon as possible so we can get on with the task of allowing the Iraqi people to form a new government, a government that is democratic, a government that will represent all the people of Iraq, a government that will cause Iraq to live in peace with its neighbors, that will get rid of weapons of mass destruction, that will stop human rights abuses, that will stop the reign of terror that has existed in that country for the past 20 plus years under the leadership of Saddam Hussein. A government that will welcome the international community as it comes in to assist in the reconstruction of the country and to use the wealth of Iraq, the oil of Iraq, to build, as we were saying earlier, to build hospitals and schools and the things that people want, and not weapons of mass destruction, and the things that people do not want and only make you a pariah on the world stage. And so I think this campaign is successful, and that success will be seen in due course when the Iraqi army is defeated in the field and we are able to stand up an interim authority as the beginning of a full representative government. In Brussels,
The U.S. Secretary of State there talking about the future of Iraq. That was echoed this day as well by Prime Minister Tony Blair before the House of Commons. He said the goal was to see Iraqis back in charge of a government as soon as it was possible. Our coverage of war in Iraq here on CNN continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Uzbekistan will open the doors to participants from all over the world and host annual meeting of EBRD governors. On the crossroads of the Great Silk Road, you are awaited openness and friendliness, warm Oriental hospitality, amusing beauties of Samarkand, Bukhara, and Hiva. Welcome to Uzbekistan.
One quality business newspaper provides authoritative analysis on today's ever-changing business scene, breaks the big stories, and delivers truly global coverage, bringing business to life. On sale every Sunday across the UK and Europe, or subscribe now by emailing the address below. The Business, Europe's global business newspaper.
Fast, balanced, and accurate reports from the most experienced team anywhere. Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
The average computer has 110 keys. We say you only need 3.
Huge rocket barrages fired from British areas, it looks like, going towards Basra. These are called MLRS. They are launch systems that are comparable, I guess, if you've seen in the old movies, the old Stalin organs back in World War II. And these missiles airburst above their targets. They're effective against armor. They rain down a wall of lead and fire on armor and are used primarily against that. So the supposition would be that the British have spotted some sort of armored column in the Basra area and are attacking it at present, but that's only speculation in our best judgment right now. Now today, Jim, besides what's going on tonight, during the day there was a very significant event. U.S. Special Forces and British forces moved in across the canal along the second bridge, it's called the second bridge of Basra, and to the huge warehouse that was used for the Oil for Food program in the Basra province. They believe there is 3,000 tons of food in that warehouse. Now, in this unconventional conflict in this area, food is power. Up until today, that food was controlled by the Fedayeen, Saddam Hussein's paramilitary forces. Now it's controlled by the coalition. And that sort of thing, the food, is more important, really, at present than these missiles coming over right now, because the coalition has been trying to convince the Shiite population that stands between them and Saddam Hussein's forces in the center of the city to support the coalitions. These are primarily Shiite Muslims. So the capture of this huge warehouse and the food there is very key. The coalition, knowing that people in that city need food and need water, will use that food when they eventually, and they believe they will eventually, take Basra. So gradually, the British and American Special Operations Forces are moving closer and closer to Basra, Jim.
How do they access that warehouse if they have to go across lines that are still in the control of the Iraqi military, or have they pushed the Iraqi military back?
Well, number one, yes, they have pushed them back. And this is not an all-out assault, one-shot deal trying to take the city. My judgment is it appears the British are slowly working themselves in, trying to win the populations along with the Americans on their way as they kind of tighten the noose around Saddam Hussein's forces in the middle of the city. But as well, the British are building a road, a new road across marshland into the food distribution center, so they don't have to go through some less secure areas. So they are working on every eventuality here, and they believe they are making progress. Today was relatively quiet. Tonight, with these artillery barrages coming from the British side with these multiple launch systems, it's more active this evening. We saw the same flare show we saw last night when we had about 30 or 40 flares fired over Basra and around Basra. So, as usual, things pick up at night here, Jim.
Mike, not to be critical of the British forces or the special operations troops that you're there with, but let me just quote, and perhaps the view of an Iraqi civilian in Basra who said today that they don't understand why the British haven't gone in. He said they could take that city with, in his words, 9 tanks. And there's a lot of people that don't believe if the British or the Americans can't take Basra, they're not quite sure they're ever going to be able to topple President Saddam Hussein.
Well, I heard most of your question, Jim, and I think I got most of it. Again, as I speak, there are more flares being fired over Basra. The British are and have been very sensitive, as have the Americans, about civilian casualties. It's not as easy as it sounds, knowing what I know about the situation there. As you move in to the city, there are a lot of pockets of resistance, and not just paramilitaries. It is believed there are still some regular forces there. Now, to get to those forces, they're intermingled inside the civilian population. Yes, you could go in and take the city, but you take a lot of civilian casualties, according to the military officials in this region. So they are gradually trying to move in and do it with the least loss of civilian life that they can, and that is their strategy right now, Jim.
All right, Mike Betcher with U.S. Special Operations troops on the outskirts of Basra in the south. Meantime, in the central Iraqi city of An-Najaf, U.S. coalition forces still battling Fedayeen paramilitaries this day. CNN's Ryan Chilcote, who's embedded with the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division, has more details about a clash in the afternoon between Iraqi paramilitaries and a U.S. convoy in that holy city.
Well, first about the smoke, I'm going to step out of the shot. You see 2 large plumes of black smoke off there in the distance. We can actually tell you what that is. A convoy of 2 or 3 pickup trucks were moving through an intersection at the same time that a U.S. military convoy was coming from a different road. A chance encounter, the pickup trucks opened fire on the U.S. military convoy. The U.S. military convoy backed up, took a head count, returned fire, and called in some Apache attack helicopters. Those are the AH-64 helicopters we've been watching buzzing around over the city all day. Now, they're not out here right now. Looks like they've gone home, but they did fire on those pickup trucks. At least 2 of the 3 we can be sure of they fired on, and this is the result. Now, inside of the Apache, inside those pickup trucks, they had mortars and rocket-propelled grenades, and the reason we know that is because just after the Apaches hit them with probably with Hellfire missiles, there were a lot of secondary explosions. Those secondary explosions went on for 5-10 minutes, and what that is more munitions, more UXO exploding.
Repair. Where necessary, these repairs are conducted in the field by the crews themselves. And I might add that in general the vehicles have stood up extremely well to what have been quite exacting conditions experienced in Iraq. The commando force remains, in part, a quick reaction force. It's not unlike an insurance policy that you hope not to need, but for which you'll be very grateful if the time comes. However, commandos within the task group have also participated in successful tasking in Iraq, other than as a quick reaction force. The commandos are also capable of conducting aggressive patrolling, securing and clearing of facilities and installations, as well as limited direct action against the enemy. However, due to the ongoing nature of the operations, I will only note at this time that the task conducted in Iraq was completed successfully and without casualties. Operations by Australia's C-130 and P-3 aircraft, providing intra-theatre lift and surveillance and patrol capabilities respectively, continue in close coordination with the coalition forces. Since commencing intra-theatre airlift operations, Australia's C-130s have flown in excess of 65 missions across the Middle East area of operations. They have been able to lift over £1.5 million of coalition cargo and more than 600 troops. They have provided up to 15% of all C-130 cargo lift in the theatre. The cargo has been as diverse as ammunition, fuel, people and vehicles. Australian C-130s have also been involved in a number of aeromedical evacuations from various areas of the theatre. The flying and maintenance crews are doing an outstanding job providing day and night combat airlift in direct support of our forces and those of our coalition allies. Within the past few days, the C-130 aircraft have commenced operations in southern Iraq in support of coalition ground and air elements. These consist of critical resupply missions and the movement of essential coalition equipment and personnel into the forward operating bases established in Iraq. An ADF combat camera team was on last night's mission, and images and vision will be available when they return. As these operations are ongoing, I don't wish to discuss them in any further detail today. As many of you will be aware, the Navy Force element has participated in the recent operations in the Khor Abdullah. Naval operations in this area continue to include the clearance of approaches to Qasr, the port of Qasr, and the provision of surface protection and escorts. In light of the outstanding success of the naval operations, the level of Australian naval activity is beginning to reduce. Consequently, it is planned that the Australian frigates will draw down in late April, with one frigate replacing the 2 returning on routine rotation to Australia, their tasks completed. The operations I have outlined above emphasise the potency and the effectiveness of the Australian force. The operational results achieved by Australia's contribution to coalition operations are a credit to the skill, dedication and professionalism of the men and women of the Australian Defence Force, who remain the key to our capability. The efforts of these people have delivered significant operational results over the past weeks of the operations. I'd like to say a few words about some of the unsung heroes of our force, and I also want to show some images of these fine young Australians. High on the list of these men and women are those who maintain and manage our logistics system, our communication systems, and our weapons systems. Australia's high technology contribution relies on these people to win on the battlefield. Australian forces on the land, in the sea and in the air continue to apply combat power to the military forces of the Iraqi regime. Finally, a few words on humanitarian assistance to the Iraqi people. While I'm not here to cover the non-military aspects of Australia's support to Iraq, I note that the humanitarian assistance was covered by a brief to the media yesterday. The brief addressed the approximately $100 million package of humanitarian assistance announced by the Australian government, including the provision of 2 shipments of Australian wheat due to arrive here shortly. This assistance is part of the broader coalition effort to relieve the suffering of the Iraqi people and is being coordinated by AusAid, the Australian Overseas Aid Organisation. In conclusion, Australia's operations continue to go well. However, as I've said before, we take nothing for granted.
And we seem to have lost audio there from CENTCOM in Doha speaking. Brigadier Maury McNairn of the Australian Defence Force. Heard him outlining there basically Australia's contribution to coalition war in Iraq. The Australians have about 3,000 personnel in the theatre of operations. He was just saying there that the Australian Navy contribution will be scaled back in April. He said they're task complete. One of the most active units, probably the most active unit in the Australian Defence Force who are operating in Iraq is, of course, Special Forces, the SAS, and they have been very active, according to all accounts, inside Iraq, behind the lines. We have our audio back. Let's go back and listen to the Brigadier.
It's not simply the threat to them while they're in the air, but the threat to them when they're on the ground. In some ways, you're more vulnerable when you're on the ground loading and unloading than you are when you're in the air with the aircraft's self-protection systems. So we're pretty cautious about how we plan each mission, how we get them in and how we get them out, and how long they stay on the ground, but you can't avoid the risk.
Early on, your maritime interdiction found this vessel with sea mines that were about to be laid. There have been reports of submerged mines in the area of Qasr, and you talk about mine clearance activities continuing. Could you tell us a bit about what you're finding out there and what the capabilities still remain? There are reportedly some ships that are still operating under the cover of civilian vessels.
I'm not aware of any ships laying mines under the cover of civilian vessels. We do have concerns remaining for speedboat or small boats filled with explosives, the sort of threat that went to the coal and damaged it. There are a number of those boats that are still unaccounted for, and while they appear small, they can do a lot of damage. In terms of the mines you asked about, one, we have found the original mines which are being dealt with. We're still pulling some mines out of areas of Qasr, so we're clearing both the old and the new port bit by bit. Our people, for instance, have been taking 4 mines off a boat that was sunk in the port. They're working through that at the moment, as well as clearing some ordnance and explosives, weapons that have been found in buildings in the port. That'll continue for some time. In the channel, as we widen the channel, we have found additional mines. Some have been the floating mines, some have been moored, and we've had a number found along the banks that have been washed up, and that reflects the currents that operate in the Khor Abdullah. Types of mines, I said, we've had the floating and submerged. Probably the most dangerous are the manta mines or indigenous equivalents that have been found, and these are ones that can be buried in the silt. They're more difficult to detect, and they can be programmed to strike at random. We're fairly confident the main channel has been cleared, but what we're now doing is clearing out from the main channel.
But are these old mines or new mines?
I think there's a mixture of both.
So we haven't heard much about the 4RAR commandos, yet you mentioned them briefly there. Can you tell us a bit more what they're doing, what they're designed here to do? Are they just an extraction force for the SAS, or have they specifically been involved in operations inside Iraq, and what sort of operations?
Their primary role has been to be a quick reaction force for our SAS, although should we need to come to the aid of the other coalition members, there's provision for that as well. I think, as I explained in an earlier brief, while we tend to operate in a distinctly Australian area of operations, they are obviously with boundaries with the coalition, and we work very closely in terms of supporting each other. But their primary role at this stage remains a quick reaction force. They do have a range of other capabilities which you're aware of, and that's everything from searching facilities, raids, and patrolling and interdiction. How we use them on those operations will vary as operations develop. The current operations they've been involved in, other than the quick reaction force, I'm not prepared to discuss at this stage because some of those operations are ongoing.
Are there any that are over that you can tell us about? Or?
No.
Darren Lynch, 7 Network Australia. Brigadier. Are Australian forces continuing to be involved in this current push towards Baghdad?
Yes, they are, in terms of the air assets. Obviously, the Special Forces, as I've called them before, are a niche capability. They have some particular skills that are valuable to the coalition, and we use them where those skills will get the maximum advantage. Our air assets have been heavily involved in the advance. In the last couple of days, they have been striking the 10th Armoured Division, both, as I said, the headquarters of the 10th Armoured Division and their forces are deployed in the field. They've also taken part in strikes against the Medina Division and other units on the way north. They have not been involved in strikes in Baghdad.
What is your assessment of the state of the Republican Guard?
I think I said about a week or so ago, when people were saying, isn't it all not going fast enough, that I was very glad I was in the Australian Army and not in the Republican Guard. I'd have to say my thoughts have been proven true. They have taken a fairly heavy pounding both from air and ground forces over the last 2 weeks, and particularly in the last week, and they've had some fairly heavy casualties. There are about 6 Republican Guard divisions we're concerned about. I believe at least 2 of them are now completely combat ineffective, and I suspect we will find as we advance that the others have taken a fairly heavy hammering as well.
And there we'll leave that briefing by Brigadier Maury McNairn, Commander Australian Defence Force there at CENTCOM in Doha, basically outlining Australia's contribution to the war in Iraq. And as you heard there, he was pointing out that Australian fighter jets, there are a few here, not many, have been involved in the push to Baghdad. As I was mentioning earlier, probably Australia's most significant contribution militarily has been one, it's small in number, but apparently from all accounts large in effect, which is the operations of the Special Air Services Regiment, which is commonly known as the SAS. Special Forces been operating behind enemy lines and have been involved in several clashes with Iraqi forces. Also, the Australian Navy, according to the Brigadier, they're winding down. They'll be heading home. 2 frigates heading home in April to be replaced by 1 frigate. Also pointing out that Australian C-130 transport planes have been heavily involved in shipping troops going to and from the theatre as well. Now, it's interesting that this briefing was held and got some detail there on the Australian operations, because there have been complaints in the Australian media that they're not getting much information at all out of CENTCOM, so getting at least something there. Okay, we're going to take a short break now, and we'll continue our coverage on the war in Iraq when we return. We'll leave you with some live pictures now coming to us here.
Allied partners and friendly nations. That is why what we have given in terms of commitments beyond our not being involved in the war, we will keep our commitments. That includes granting overflight rights and using of air bases in Germany, as well as these measures which we have taken within the Alliance for the Protection of Turkey. The German Federal Constitutional Court on 25th of March reinforced the government's position that there is the Parliament does not have to give a mandate for the involvement of German personnel in the AWACS flights, but for other NATO partners and the European Union, on behalf of them, Turkey was warned of the consequences of military intervention in northern Iraq. We pointed out and we reinforced that if Turkey were to become a warring partner, then this would lead to withdrawal of German soldiers from the AWACS flight operations. Turkey has given repeated assurances that they are not planning any troop deployments and changing of the status quo in Iraq, which would go beyond humanitarian operations, and we have no reason to doubt what we were told by the Turkish government. In this context, I would like to say something about a discussion which quite naturally has taken part in the context of this Federal Constitutional Court ruling, the debate about the question whether we need a law to deploy troops or not. I made my position clear in public that I think this debate should be debated seriously, and the time for that will be after the end of this war. And I want to say very clearly that my government does not intend, as the Constitutional Court ruled, to make the army into an army of the government when it should be sent by Parliament. But the question is whether in acknowledging that the final decision lies with Parliament, whether we should not have more flexibility for the government to act. My request is, let us see whether we together find a solution which takes this into account. I would be prepared to do that. This would also be reinstituting politics in an area where we now usually have the courts taking the initiative, and this does not always have to be like that. I said that the government, together with the community of states, agrees on the objective that everything has to be done to keep the number of casualties of this war as low as possible. I think this is obvious to everyone here. So the priority is to prevent the threat of a humanitarian catastrophe in Iraq. The German government, therefore, supports the United Nations in their preparations for humanitarian aid wherever that is possible at the present stage. Last week, the Security Council of the United Nations unanimously voted for restarting the Oil for Food program, and Germany had a major part in this. I must say that German diplomats, especially Mr. Pleuger, who contributed to this, they deserve our respect because they did a very good job there. This agreement allows the General Secretary of the United Nations for 45 days to conduct the aid program in close cooperation with the responsible people on location, and the German government expects that the food transports already approved will reach those people they're intended for. That is the prime objective. And this, however, we must be clear, will by far not be enough to deal with the humanitarian needs, this situation of need which was brought about by the war. General Secretary Kofi Annan has called upon the member states of the United Nations to give speedy and generous help Germany, and I am glad that there is consensus in this House that Germany is prepared under the umbrella of the United Nations to contribute additional means to humanitarian aid in Iraq. We have increased the budget from 40 to 80 million euro. Another 10 million euro will come from the Ministry for Cooperation and Development for refugee relief. And the United Nations must take on the central role here when it comes to shaping the future of Iraq beyond this war. As interesting as it may be to speculate now about to argue about the details of post-war Iraq, I would warn to get bogged down in detail at this point. I would warn against speculating about details of possible reconstruction, because reconstruction is more than repairing buildings, oil wells and destroyed infrastructure. It is a lot more than that. We will make sure, internally and externally, that rebuilding a society is not just done through a few company contracts, and that is why it will be important beyond the financial responsibility to mobilize support of the whole community of states, and that can only be done with and through the United Nations, and this has to sink in the heads of everyone involved. Rebuilding, the process of rebuilding, can and must only be organized under the umbrella of the United Nations. I cannot see how the required legitimation can be achieved in any other way. To create a just and democratic order in Iraq post-war and the whole region, in order to achieve that, I think a few conclusions are necessary. First, territorial integrity of Iraq must be maintained. Its political sovereignty and independence must be restored fully. Secondly, the people of Iraq must decide themselves on their political future, and the rights of the minorities in that country have to be safeguarded. And thirdly, and importantly, the enormous resources, the oil reserves and other natural resources of that country must stay the property and under the control of the Iraqi people, used to the benefit of the Iraqi people and for the rebuilding, reconstruction of the country, and for nothing else. Fourthly, in the Near and Middle East, a process of stabilization has to be brought about, which gives a perspective for all peoples there to live in peace and wealth. This includes, above all, to solve the Middle East conflict within the framework of a stable peace solution which respects the right to exist of the State of Israel and its citizens, as much as it gives the Palestinians the right to have an independent, viable and democratic state. The central requirement for that is the speedy publication of the peace plan and it to be adopted by all parties in this conflict, and I emphasize all parties in this conflict. This means that violence has to be controlled and stopped, and self-determination has to be fostered, and Israeli building of settlements has to be stopped. I spoke of our responsibility, which goes beyond this conflict, which must go beyond this conflict. In its extraordinary meeting after the terror attacks on New York and Washington, the European Council on 21st of September 2001 agreed, among other points, to enlarge the common foreign and security policy and to make the European policy in this area into a usable, deployable instrument. No one over the last few weeks and months could ignore the difficulties which are linked with this. But given these difficulties, can this mean that the objective which was defined in that decision should be given up? Certainly not. It is the objective of the European heads of government to have the integration of all countries within a just worldwide system for security, shared wealth and further development. And I think we must maintain this objective, and for Germany I can say that over the last few weeks and months, we have seen this objective as an especially important point, and that we have not deviated from that. But we must see that it is not enough to declare objectives, proclaim objectives. Worldwide cross-border risks are increasing rather than decreasing. The development and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction have reached a greater extent than even during the times of the Cold War. And these risks are not something we can do something against as and when and point by point, but we can only act in a multilateral manner. If one were to act differently long term, it would take away it would impair severely the legitimation of many democratic countries, if not destroy them. And I think this has to be seen if one discusses the international situation. So we can only meet these risks through multilateral initiative by approaching the global question of security, politically, socially, militarily, but also culturally and ecologically. We also have to move away from the reaction where we only react point by point through weapons of mass destruction threats. Iraq and its possible potential of mass destruction weapons has to be an impetus for new multilateral work, for non-proliferation, and to develop mechanisms to control them.
Übrigens, meine Damen und Herren, mit Bezug auf ein
with a view to a very sensitive subject, I would also like to say very clearly that no one, when it comes to proliferating material which can be used to produce weapons of mass destruction, no one can excuse themselves by saying, well, if we don't deliver it, someone else is going to. This is not a logic that helps here. So we need immediate work in the European Union to control these exports. We know that Germany, Europe, is especially restrictive in terms of these exports, and this has been criticized sometimes, but I think this is the correct way, the right way, if one wants to achieve an encompassing regime of an encompassing plan of disarmament and to avoid these conflicts that we have now. If we were to achieve this in Europe, and we have to work towards it, then this would be a clear sign for other actors worldwide as well, especially a clear sign for potential buyers. But the problem of proliferation is not something we can deal with through moral arguments alone. We know this. As important as they are, we need a comprehensive multilateral policy for more security and justice in the world, also in the areas of free trade, climate protection or fighting terrorism. And I would like to underline that this is our German position, that we say that multilateralism has not come to a dead end. It is quite the opposite. We must, in patient debates with our partners within the alliances and without, to make clear that the problems of the 21st century are so complex that they can also only be solved in a multilateral way. Germany's place in securing peace and security within the community of states is within our alliances and especially in Europe. The United Nations is not, as is sometimes, as one can read and hear sometimes, not become irrelevant. No, it is the opposite. After the war, after the conflict, we will see that when it comes to humanitarian aid and rebuilding Iraq, the United Nations will have an important role and a dominant role, and that must be so. And that is why it is our policy to strengthen the United Nations by further encompassing reforms and to enable it to have an even more important role in international conflicts. We stand by our commitment to the transatlantic alliance, and we have made that clear. NATO as an alliance for defense and support of its members has not come to the end of its useful life. This is about adapting it, perhaps more than we have done in the past, to the new situation. NATO has to become a place of more intensive consultation, joint analysis and joint prevention. If I say jointly, I mean it, and this does not...
Now, the German Chancellor there, Gerhard Schröder, addressing the German Parliament, in which he says the UN will have an important and dominant role, and that must be said after the conflict, referring there, of course, to the reconstruction of Iraq, which he said would be about more than just rebuilding oil wells and buildings, but rebuilding a society. And that, of course, would have a role for the United Nations. Let's turn to Jonathan Eyal of the Royal United Services Institute here in London, a regular contributor to several leading British newspapers. What Gerhard Schröder is saying, still obviously Germany's committed to playing no role in the military action, but looking now afterwards and looking for the role that the alliances will play.
Indeed, the German Chancellor is trying to sort of seize the political initiative. What effectively he's saying is that, yes, Germany has been clouded by its non-participation in the coalition of forces, but that actually German economic might and the German thinking could be now harnessed for the reconstruction of Iraq. There are some red lines that were very finely laid in this speech as well. The very barbed comments about the fact that this is not a unilateralist approach, but a multilateralist one. The idea that this is not simply about paying debts and reconstructing the oil industry of Iraq, but it is a much more complex issue of reconstructing the social fabric. And then a self-defensive assertion, the question of who sold weapons to Iraq in the past, where the Germans feel a bit guilty because a lot of German companies were involved in the trade.
And that's why he's saying that the EU needs to do more to actually bring in new rules and regulations, is what he talked about. But Jonathan, I'm wondering, we've now got a variety of countries all looking for a role in the post-war Iraq and all denying the US, to some extent, the dominant role.
Indeed, and that was the problem that the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, tried to sort out with the American administration last week. There's no simple answer to that one. The key issue is to try to avoid recriminations that surrounded the military operation from spilling over into the political reconstruction. Now, this is what...
And that perhaps, sorry to interrupt you, is one of the things that Secretary of State Colin Powell will be talking about when he's in Brussels later today, because not only a question of bridge building, if you like, but also what comes next.
Indeed, and there is at least three so-called, what the diplomats would call hats that could be put on this operation. One is the purely bilateral one, which is clearly still the preferred option in Washington, not for ideological reasons, but for practical reasons. Washington wants to remain in control of the agenda on this war. And then there is the European one, and then, of course, there is the UN one.
Jonathan, we will talk more about that and also get an overview from you in the next hour, if we may. But we have to take a break coming up, but we'll speak to you in the next hour. This is CNN, our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq, the military, the diplomatic, and the ramifications. It's all ahead.
Print me! Hey, look, my first fish! Hey, over here! Print me!
Hey, pick me. I'm smiling.
Pick me, please.
You picked the dog over your brother?
No, not the dog.
The HP all-in-one printer with proof sheet makes it easy to pick and print just the right shots.
Oh, that hurts.
CNN's experienced team of journalists from the ground, in the air, on the seas, reporting from the front lines. That's fast, balanced, and accurate. Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
In turbulent times, business continues. CNN brings you updates throughout the day on how the financial world is reacting to current events in the Middle East and beyond. Business continues on CNN.
Get down. CNN covers the Middle East like no other network.
There's another aircraft flying overhead. The Israeli cabinet in emergency session.
The country was ready to confront the aggression.
CNN special correspondents are on the ground and on the web, bringing you the news as it happens.
Brent?
CNN, Baghdad.
When the world wants news from the Middle East in Arabic, CNNArabic.com. Be the first to know in Arabic. Ben Wiedemann, one of CNN's team of experienced journalists, bringing you the news from northern Iraq.
Despite the appearance of the war moving to the north, the coalition is far from having all its pieces in place here. According to Kurdish intelligence sources, there are more than 120,000 Iraqi soldiers arrayed in the north.
Ben Wiedemann.
Simply, they're pulling back to more defensible positions.
Experience you can trust, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
Checking now key developments in the war in Iraq. U.S. Army and Marine units continuing to advance on Baghdad. Some are now so close that a Pentagon official says they can see the capital's skyline. British forces are still battling Iraqi resistors in and around Iraq's second city, Basra. They're said to be bombarding Iraqi forces with long-range artillery, including multiple launch rocket systems. The United States has lost a warplane in the conflict. U.S. military officials say a Navy FA-18 Hornet went down over Iraq. A search and rescue operation is underway. No word as yet on the fate of the pilot. There is conflicting information about another incident. The Pentagon says a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter was shot down in south-central Iraq, killing 7 of the 11 on board. But Central Command, based in Doha, says 6 people were on the chopper and has not given any casualty figures. Well, within the past hour, German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder has told Parliament that Germany will stay out of the fight in Iraq.
Kurzzeitig und aus einer Vielzahl von Gründen erklärt vor diesem Hintergrund, Deutschland beteiligt sich nicht an diesem Krieg und dabei bleibt es, meine Damen und Herren.
And a chilling prediction from former CIA Chief James Woolsey, who's been mentioned as possibly playing a prominent role in the post-war reconstruction of Iraq. Woolsey says the US is now engaged in World War IV. He counts the late Cold War as World War III. Woolsey says combatants in this Fourth World War include Iraq, Iran, Syria and Al-Qaeda, and that it could go on longer than either World Wars I and II. Well, US forces are now less than 30 kilometres, as we said, from Baghdad and firing at Iraqi defensive positions around the capital. For the latest, we go to Martin Savage, who is travelling with a US Marine unit in that vanguard. Martin, last time we spoke, it was very noisy where you were. What happened and what has been the fallout?
Well, it's died down somewhat, Michael. We are located about 70 kilometers away southeast, perhaps, of Baghdad, or we were. We've actually pushed on somewhat since that point. That's about 40 miles away from the city as the crow flies, which, of course, we're not. Al-Munia is a military base. It was actually an Air Force base that was controlled at one time by the Iraqi Air Force. Yesterday, that was seized by members of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. It was basically secured at this point. Now it's been turned over to coalition hands, so it is quickly going to become a viable air operation base for helicopters. Whether it's going to be fixed wing, we don't know at this point, but we've already seen the equipment rolling in. As for the battle that appears to be shaping up in this area, and as you looked on the map, you can see probably why. We're very near the Tigris River. Submarine units already have crossed across the Tigris, as we have been told. But in the way is a Republican Guard unit known as the Baghdad Division. We are told that they have been degraded severely. Their fighting abilities have been reduced as a result of heavy aerial bombardment for the past couple of days. This morning, they took up that bombardment, this time from the ground, with howitzers, marine guns, firing what they call RAP, which is rocket-assisted projectiles. It's essentially an artillery round that's given a kick with a rocket engine. You could hear it going from behind us in this direction and flying directly over our heads, sounding like jet aircraft going over, and then impacting in generally about that direction, about 25, maybe 30 kilometers away. And then it got quiet, and then about 2 hours later, once it looked like ground forces were moving in, you heard the artillery open up again. Now it's gone quiet once more. We don't have a full picture as to exactly what's taking place, only that we know that this is, if there is opposition up there, as the gunfire suggests, the first opposition, the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines have met in a number of days. Otherwise, the Marines have been pushing directly forward with little or no interference from Iraqi forces. Michael?
You were, I don't know whether you can answer this, Martin, you were reporting a couple of days ago about a virtual traffic jam of vehicles where you were at that time. Is there still a lot of movement?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the highways, byways here are very much crowded. We were on one stretch of highway as we moved about 120 kilometers up in this direction, in which it was 3 lanes of traffic, literally side by side, looking like a major rush hour. Vehicles all heading in a northerly direction. The traffic right now, well, you can't see it just in this direction. It's backed up as far as the eye can see. As far as military equipment, you're looking at everything from Humvees, the typical Jeeps that the American military uses, to apparently missile launchers. You see supply equipment. You see armored personnel carriers. And it has all been transiting daytime and nighttime. The roadways are constantly jammed. And one of the strategies they have is that even if, say, a particular unit of the Marines runs into opposition, that doesn't bog down the rest of the supply stream. Everyone leapfrogs around it. They believe that the Marines can handle the fight they've got in their hands right there. The other units keep on pushing. They'll engage other enemy units if they find them down the line. Michael?
All right, Martin Savage, if we can interrupt you there, going to go to Martin Richard Geisler, who I believe is a reporter elsewhere in Iraq. He's joining us now, British reporter. Where are you and what can you tell us?
Well, I think it's fair to say that for the first time we are broadcasting live from the city of Basra. The Desert Rats have made a move into the city this morning, and certainly you can see what's happened behind me. As the Iraqi troops retreated, they set a light to an oil trench, and a pipe is feeding that. Let's have a quick word with Major Tom Scott of the British Royal Engineers. Tom, what exactly is going on now behind us?
Right, we came across the trench, which was on fire, obviously, in front of our position and causing a bit of obscuration. So what my guys have actually done from 3-1 Armoured Engineer Squadron is to actually cut the flow of oil into the oil trench itself, and then we're in the process of basically extinguishing the flames and therefore allowing us to basically see forward into Basra.
Now, we are on the front line here. This is dangerous work.
Well, everything's dangerous, isn't it? But the guys are well trained. They're up for it, and there should be no problem. We've got a ring of steel from Scots Dragoon Guards battle group out front, so it's not too bad.
Now, the Desert Rats have moved in to Basra today. This isn't an advance to take the city, I know, but it's a good foothold, isn't it?
Yeah, we're across the Chateau Basra, and we're very, very close now.
And if you wanted to launch operations, you couldn't really get a better place.
I suppose so.
Not wanting to say too much, Tom Scott, thank you very much indeed.
I'll just start off with a brief statement which really encapsulates where I think the British are at the moment, and then clearly take questions. I'm talking particularly about the Basra province and the British area of operations. I can go slightly wider, but clearly my definition and resolution diminishes as I go outside the British area of operations. In the Basra province, British forces are operating against two types of opposition concurrently: Iraq's armed forces and irregular forces. We are conducting conventional war-fighting operations against the former and internal security counterinsurgency operations against the latter. Against the former, the conventional forces, we continue to destroy Iraqi combat power with purpose, agility, determination, discipline, and endurance. To achieve the requisite effect against the irregulars, we need to focus on who they are, where they are and operate, and who are committed hardliners and who are coerced. We need to deny them communications with the regime and with the local people. We need to exploit the fact in our area of operations that they are not amongst their own. We must separate the public from their total control, which is consequent upon absolute fear. We must, in short, remove them from the community. A critical line of operation in this respect is to exploit the seam that exists between the irregulars and the civilian population. Working an effective hearts and minds campaign to win over the local population is absolutely critical in this respect. The distribution of food and water is a key facet of this, but equally, and perhaps more important, is their perception of us, the British forces. We must appear authoritative, but not threatening. We have to convince them that we are here to stay for the full term and that there is no chance at all that the Baghdad regime will remain in power. We are not there yet, but we are gaining ground day on day. Our control of Az-Zubayr is manifestation of initial success and augurs well for Basra. In sum, we have already demonstrated our ability to operate effectively in our prosecution of two levels of warfare, and we will continue to do so, but on our terms and on our terms alone. Questions, please. Yeah.
You emphasize, all military officials emphasize, Hamdi Faragalla, BBC Arabic Service, you emphasize always that you take great care not to hit and target civilian population. You go as far as saying you seek legal approval for that. We hear that you used a type of cluster bomb in Basra. is that a sign of desperation? And if you see legal approval for that, we understand that it's internationally banned.
I can categorically state the British forces are not using any type of cluster munitions, either from the air or with artillery. Categorically state that. Yeah.
You said that you're trying to win hearts and minds of
Yeah.
people. How much is
Well, as I think I said, we're getting there, but it's slow. There's a hugely deep-rooted fear in the people. The legacy of the 91 put-down is really, really deep. And they are not going to be convinced of us until they are convinced that the Saddam Hussein regime is gone. And that's the critical thing we are finding. And we've clearly got to work at that. Now, clearly, the American reinforcement, I've just driven down the main road from Iraq, you've got American forces piling on in there. That is clearly, to all of you, a clear political statement of intent. But if you're living in Basra, where you don't see all this, and you're cut off in communication terms, and what little you have is state-controlled media anyway, they're not seeing that. So we've just got to chip away at this. But the deep-rooted fear and the suspicion runs very, very deep indeed. Yeah.
Chris, could you tell us, earlier, what you or one of your colleagues suggested you were broadcasting into Basra, both on radio and television, and you just said if you're in Basra, you don't see this. Could you amplify a little bit on what you actually are broadcasting?
Yeah, well, I alluded in my initial statement to we have got to remove the communication between the people and the regime. We have done that by taking out the TV towers and the radio capability within Basra. So that's delinked the regime. Whether locally they're able to get something going, we're not quite sure. But we are running radio stations which are transmitting into Basra. It's a mixture, it's all in Arabic, of course. There's a mixture of Arabic and indeed Western music. With the broad message that our argument is not with you, the people of Basra, it is with the regime and particularly the Ba'ath Party officials in Basra who support that and the militia whom they are controlling, the irregulars.
How many hours a day is that?
I'm not sure. I think it's almost 24-hour. Yeah, sorry.
Kevin Murphy, Independent Radio News. You were talking about rooting out the irregulars from among the civilian population. How can you do that without putting your own soldiers at enormous risk?
With considerable effect at the moment. Day on day, and I'm not going to say how, our intelligence capability within Basra is improving exponentially. We're getting extremely good human intelligence, Iraqi people telling us where the Ba'ath Party are meeting, and within a space of 2 to 3 hours, that meeting place does no longer exist. And slowly but surely, and we know now, we've got an increasingly good picture of what's going on in there, they are becoming very much the minority amongst the population of Basra.
Can you describe the mood of commanders? Do they feel like they've turned the corner, that this is a new phase? And if so, when did that happen?
I think, as we've always stressed, and I know that you had expectations of timelines, we in the military don't work to timelines. We saw considerable early success. The 5 critical elements I briefed you on last time: Al-4 oil infrastructure taken, Ramallah oil infrastructure taken intact. There's the future of Iraq. The taking on of the Iraqi irregular forces in the desert, a clear win for us. Qasr, achieved fairly easily. Critical port for humanitarian aid and indeed the Food for All program, should it ever recommence. And then we're on to Basra. Az-Zabaya is a very good indication as a precedent to you can achieve the control and win the people over, but you know it takes time, and I go back to the deep-seated fear that the people have. Yeah.
Which parts of the south are safe for humanitarian to go in? And second, are you not concerned that the use of food and water in a hearts and minds campaign will prejudice the eventual civilian relief services by the UN and other NGOs when they do that?
In terms of where we can get humanitarian aid in at the moment, on Qasr, clearly, Safwan just over the border, Az-Zabaya, and we've got distribution points on the outskirts to the west of Basra, where the British are dominating the ground there. So Basra, I would have to say, we're not getting much into the middle. They were allowing them to come out and they take stuff back in. It's not there yet. It's not as ordered as we would wish, and this is the British military doing this, and, you know, we are not hugely expert in the distribution of aid. And you will have seen, you know, the people run at the place, and of course the difficult thing is those who are the strongest tend to get it, whereas the weakest don't, because they can't get near the trucks. And we're looking at ways around that. But we're only filling a vacuum here. What is needed, absolutely critically, is for the NGOs and the international aid organizations to come in behind us and take up this, which is their expertise. Now, clearly, that is a balance there between the area being sufficiently secure enough for us to operate as soldiers and the international aid organizations and NGOs to feel it is sufficiently safe enough. And initially, I think we're suggesting that they might have to do it under a military security framework, and we're in constant negotiation with them to that effect. Yeah.
Steve Knight from CBS Radio Network. What do you think the difficulties you're encountering in Basra in terms of winning people's trust indicate for what may happen in Baghdad?
It's a very good question. I mean, clearly, the Basra population is Shiite. It is the non-favored element of Iraqi society, has been brutally put down. I mean, paradoxically, if we weren't living with the legacy of 91 put down, I think it would have been a lot easier, because that's what's really deep-rooted the fear. But clearly, Baghdad is a more difficult issue, perhaps, because the linkage to the regime, the Sunni patronage there, is that much greater. And I think we can all work that out for ourselves. So Baghdad is a big deal, certainly.
And if I can follow up, can you characterize how what you've encountered in Basra differs from what you thought you would encounter in terms of winning people's trust?
As I said last time, we planned it either way. We'd planned for a scenario where the people would immediately rise up and come on our side, and we also looked at them not doing. The latter has translated to be the reality. It is true to say the level of fear we couldn't estimate. It just runs so deep. And I think that's all I can say. Does that answer it for you?
Yes.
Thank you.
So can you tell us how intense have been the attacks recently in the area of Basra? Have you been engaged in some intense activity to get more control of the area?
Yeah. Consequent, consistent and ongoing 24-hour-day targeting of the Ba'ath Party and the irregulars, with, as I said to the gentleman in the front row, an extremely good ability to do that at the moment. That's our main effort. More conventionally, we've got British patrols in armour, hard-hitting, armoured and infantry debussing in where we see a target. We took out the Saddam Hussein statues. Reason, that has a huge psychological effect, both on the Ba'ath Party, who see this picture, this effigy that is everywhere, whether it's Safwan, al-Zubayr, and that knocked down. And also, if you think about it, what do the people think when they suddenly see a British tank come in and knock down the absolute token of the regime that oppresses them? It has a pretty powerful psychological effect, and everything we are doing is psychological. Warfare is a psychological effort.
Have you located any weapons of mass destruction?
We have not yet encountered anything that I'm aware, and I would be pretty aware in the British area of operations, that of weapons of mass effect, as we prefer to term them militarily. Sorry.
What's the strength of regular and irregular actions?
Difficult to assess, but becomes clearer day on day in line with our picture becoming clearer. It's quite clear that elements of 51 Division, who were the Iraqi division to the west of Basra, who did not fight, to whom we gave the opportunity to capitulate in the first 24 hours, you have to just remember that, have pulled back inside Basra. A lot of their equipment, though, is just lying around Al-Zubayr, Safwan. I mean, they pulled back without a lot of the heavy equipment. But they're in there, but from what we are hearing, they do not want to fight. If they are fighting at all, they did, and it has to be said, a fairly brave counterattack out of the southern part of Basra last week, where 14 British tanks destroyed 14 T-55s in about 30 minutes. They know that. There is no competition when they're in the open against that sort of British capability. And we also believe that if they're even firing a piece of artillery out of Basra, they're almost having to be coerced to do it. That is the latest we have. Numbers, very difficult to get. Irregulars, again, difficult. It's very difficult to determine in an organization where everyone is wearing civilian clothes, some of them more distinctly dressed. There's sort of the odd black armband and black shoulder piece, and we can't quite work that out. We reckoned somewhere around 1,000, but it may be more. That is not precise, and we haven't got that degree of resolution to be hugely accurate on that at the moment. Yeah. Sorry, just here.
People who are up with you embedded at the divisional headquarters, I think it is, are reporting very clearly that the artillery are using some kind of cluster munition. That's called something like an LC-20 or an L-20. I'm not sure of the precise details. But they were very clear that this is what was being used, and presumably they've been briefed on this by your officers, and that this was being used not in the city but only in areas where there were no civilians. But we were very clearly told by, I think this was the BBC, that this was clearly from the briefing from your officers. Are you absolutely sure that these cluster munitions in the artillery pieces are not being used despite what we've been hearing from your...
We would use them conventionally. We would use them conventionally against Iraqi regular forces, but we are not using any type of cluster munition around Basra. We fully reserve the right, it is legitimate munition to utilize against Iraqi regular forces where appropriate.
This is the thing, this is what they were briefed, that it was being used around Basra, but not in Basra.
Well, it's a pretty, Basra sprawls. I'm telling you as the British divisional spokesman, and I checked on this before I came here, we are not using cluster munitions for obvious collateral damage regions in and around Basra. It's not worth our while doing that. We are being severely constrained in the prosecution of this by our absolute aim to minimize civilian collateral damage. Time and time again, we have pulled back from any engagements where the balance risk goes the other way. That we have cluster munitions, yeah, we do. We will just use them where we think it appropriate, and we're not using them in and around Basra. Yeah.
And there you go, Colonel Chris Vernon of the British military, the divisional spokesman there, talking to reporters here in Kuwait. Part of what he was saying was the need to separate the militias, the irregulars, if you like, from the general populace in places like Basra, as he said, to separate the public from their control, remove them from the community. He made the point that part of what's been happening is propaganda radio stations, if you like, springing up outside Basra and broadcasting Western and Arab music into the people of Basra because, as he said, we can go and have a look at coalition forces pouring across the border into Iraq, but he said the people of Basra don't see that, so we need to chip away at deep-rooted fear and suspicion. He also spoke of the need for aid agencies, NGOs, to pour into Iraq after the coalition forces and get much-needed aid distributed in the way that only they know how. Colonel Chris Vernon giving a briefing to reporters there. Let's take it back to Richard in London.
Michael, we're now going to get some analysis on not only what Colonel Vernon was saying, but the overall military picture. And for that, Jonathan Isle of the Royal United Services Institute joins us. He's also a regular contributor to several leading British newspapers. What Colonel Vernon was saying then, authoritative but not threatening. A very firm assessment of to win over, to use that dreadful phrase that everyone's saying, the hearts and minds.
Indeed, and he also added in a very rather spectacular way the fact that everything we are doing, he said, referring to the coalition forces, is ultimately a psychological exercise. Now, to a certain extent it's true, and it reveals quite a difference between the Americans and the British in this, as in previous conflicts. The British, for historic reasons, have always understood that any takeover of an urban or civilian area, or indeed of a countryside, ultimately entails winning over the people, not simply smashing military assets. The Americans understand it as well, but their experience, their historic experience, is very different. Let us not forget the British learned the hard way how to try to win the population from the colonial wars of the last 50 years.
In which case, as Colonel Vernon was saying, that role will become much more difficult in Baghdad. Baghdad, where the ruling Sunni party is there, very different from in the south with the Shiite population in Basra. The Americans, as they now advance on Baghdad, or at least up the tempo to Baghdad, are going to have to learn that pretty quickly.
Indeed, they have. And it's interesting. It's a question of emphasis. The Americans still put very much the emphasis on the military advance, on the achievements on the ground, on degrading the capabilities of the Iraqi armed forces. But everyone knows that this has to be done. To a certain extent, it has been done on transmissions of television and radio stations, but not direct contact with the population.
Let's turn to the military aspect and consider the various maps and way in which things are moving forward. And the coalition forces currently moving up. We've had reports from a variety of our correspondents saying that they are within 30 to 40 kilometers. Some say they can even almost see the skyline of Baghdad. Let's look at this map. This will show us where we're going, or in terms of this map, Najaf up through Kut towards Baghdad, this red zone. What's the significance now?
Well, I think that the last 24 hours have been very significant as far as the alliance forces are concerned. They've achieved their two main objectives, which are short-term objectives. The first one is to split the major formations of the Republican Guards, Saddam Hussein's main military assets. That has happened. The second one is actually to entice out of Baghdad city itself proper a lot of the military assets of the Iraqi regime. And that seems to have happened overnight. Now, clearly, the Allied forces have a great advantage when it comes to a straight fight. That advantage disappears when they enter Baghdad. For the moment, the whole idea is to drain forces out of Baghdad and to tighten the noose on the Iraqi capital.
And that is what we're seeing on that map there. Jonathan Isle, you'll be with us to help us understand what's happening as the coalition forces move up towards the Baghdad. The wife of a cameraman who went missing in Iraq has appealed to authorities for more information as to the whereabouts of her husband. It's been almost 2 weeks since the two-vehicle convoy he was travelling in came under fire. Fred Nerak is a French journalist working for Britain's ITN network. His wife, Fabienne Nerak, joins me now from Brussels. Fabienne, what have you been told? What do you understand is the current position?
Nothing, actually. Nothing has been told to me yet.
Well, what are you therefore hoping that the authorities can do as the war continues? What are you asking them to do?
What I am asking the authorities is to tell me what happened during that incident, and to give me at least some clues for me to be able to look for my husband.
And have you any information that might...
There was a news that those forces have come close to Saddam's airport. Why don't we receive them? Exactly like Shini said, this loser. Receive them with shoes, and their lives is limited.
Minister, the military spokesmen for the British and American forces are saying for the last 24 hours that their forces, particularly the American 3rd Infantry Division, is only, 15 kilometers or something like this outside of Baghdad. And there's some mystery also about their claims that one of the divisions of the Republican Guard has been destroyed. They've met very little resistance. Now, when we drive around Baghdad and go even to the edges, it doesn't seem like a militarized city. There aren't checkpoints or tanks or anything like that on the street. I know there are security issues in this question, but as far as you can go, can you explain to us where the Republican Guard divisions are, and whether you're confident that most of their troops and materials are intact for the defense of Baghdad?
Well, it's not only the Republican Guard or any Iraqi units. I'm not going to talk about where they are. Yeah, I do understand that. But for sure, and you are free even to check, that they are not even 100 miles or whatever. They are not in any place. They are on the move everywhere. They are a snake moving in the desert. They hold no place in Iraq. This is an illusion. They are trying to give the others, to sell to the others an illusion. They are not in control even of Qasr. Have you seen today the report on the CNN? The CNN correspondent. Huh? Well, why no access? You can have your networks here, and really, and we will help in this. No, just yeah, yeah. They mentioned that Qasr to them is not secured. They confessed now that it is not secured. That means they are in the port, and even in the port they are not secured. As for the small city of Qasr, the Iraqi troops, it still in its place, in its trenches.
Can I ask you just a secondary question?
Therefore, let me complete the answer. Therefore, their allegations, I think it's some kind of a cover to their failure. This is a fact, you can check it. One. Second, they are not in hold of any Iraqi town, or they are on the move. And we are in a war of attrition on this snake, and we will make it very tired.
Let me ask you just a secondary question. So I understand what you're saying about not revealing where the Republican Guard divisions are. Let me ask you another way.
Yeah.
This 3rd Infantry Division that is very close to Baghdad, and their supply lines are obviously quite long, maybe not secure. Are they in danger of being trapped?
They are not near Baghdad. Don't believe them.
Could they be trapped? Could they be trapped?
They are trapped everywhere in the country. They are trapped in Qasr. They are trapped near Basra. They are trapped near Nasiriyah. They are trapped near Najaf. They are everywhere, because we will keep them on the move. We will keep them on the move. They are nowhere. They are nowhere, really.
Are they trapped near the airport, sir?
Pardon?
Are they trapped near the airport? They are saying they are near Baghdad International Airport.
That's completely unbased. That's not true. That's not true. Why not to take them to Saddam Airport? No, this is silly. Please.
Sir, there were also reports about the situation of anarchy in Nasiriyah and mentions of looting. What can you tell us about the real situation in Nasiriyah?
Well, I don't know what's the situation in Kuwait, despite the stooges there in Kuwait. We are hearing that there is looting, they are attacking the barrack of the Americans with the trucks and so on, and they couldn't hide it. And therefore, what they are talking about, Nasiriyah or other things, it's part of their cheap kind of psychological warfare. They are showing on their reports, imposing on some television media, showing that as if they are trying to show the world that they are start settling, and that's completely not true.
Please.
Yeah.
Minister, if I hear well, all night Americans bombed all country and Baghdad. And also in the morning, do you have figures what they destroyed, or if they will have injured or killed persons?
Mainly the targets are civilian places. Really. So they consider the rest, when they bombard, for example, a telephone exchange building, they say we have attacked a government building, as if the government building is not a civilian. Those stooges, those mercenaries, they are accustomed to casting lies. But in fact, they are targeting civilians. Yes, please.
The war is 2 weeks old. Do you have any figures on casualties on the civilian side, the amount of dead in 2 weeks, the amount of wounded?
Well, every day we are trying to give approximate. It's not to the... Yeah. We can add them together and we, for example, on weekly basis or something like that.
What's the order of the figures? What's the approximate for 2 weeks of war?
It's not with me now, but every day we are saying the figures. You can add them and you can come to them. نعم.
أجهزة الإعلام الأمريكية صباح هذا اليوم بثت تقارير تدعي أنهم دخلوا النجف الأشرف وأن المواطنين استقبلوهم بالترحاب. تعليق على
Iraq's information minister with a very different version of events. In fact, about the only thing that we heard from that Iraqi press conference that agrees with the statements that are coming from the U.S. military and some of our embedded correspondents is the fact that U.S. forces are on the move. He said that they were on the move in the desert and they hold nothing. When asked about the reports that the U.S. forces had driven within a few miles of Saddam International Airport, he said, "They are not near the airport, this is silly." And then he laughed. But it was, in fact, a bit of a nervous laugh. As he is looking over the situation, a very different version of events, impossible to tell there. He did confirm another convergence, the shooting down of a helicopter, as well as a Black Hawk helicopter, as well as the shooting down of a U.S. warplane. We're going to go now to the House of Commons in Britain. Jeff Hoon, the defense minister, is making some comments there. Let's listen in.
Accused by commentators of underestimating the resistance of the Iraqi regime. We always knew that the regime would fight, but what has shocked us as democratic states observing the rule of law is the extent of the Iraqi regime's capacity for brutality and the killing of their own people. Every aspect of what we do is rightly, understandably, held up for public scrutiny. In contrast, Saddam Hussein's murderous thugs go about their brutal work out of sight of the media. There are those who have been surprised by the caution with which the Iraqi people have greeted coalition forces. But this should not be surprising. This is a regime that has deployed every horror in maintaining its stranglehold on power. Torture, rape, execution. Recent days, our forces on the ground around Basra have been appalled by the actions of the regime's thugs as they struggle to maintain their grip on the city. On the 25th of March, there were disturbances in Basra, which irregular regime forces suppressed with mortar fire against their own people. On the 28th of March, when between 1,000 and 2,000 people were preparing to leave Basra, regime militia opened fire with heavy machine gun and mortar fire. Since then, irregulars have been routinely firing on civilians in the southeast of Basra. This is the kind of brutal suppression which has been going on inside Iraq for very many years. Despite its protestations to the contrary, the Iraqi regime shows no greater respect for the country's cultural wealth than it does for its people. The coalition is taking every precaution to avoid damage to the holy sites in An-Najaf and Karbala. By contrast, we know that Saddam Hussein has plans to damage these sites and to blame the coalition. Indeed, his forces have used the site at Najaf as a defensive position, firing on US forces who commendably did not return the fire. The steady advance of the coalition continues. Our strategic grip on Iraq is tightening. In the south, British forces continue to operate in the Al-Faw Peninsula, the southern oil fields and the Basra area. 7th Armoured Brigade is preventing Iraqi forces in Basra from hindering the main advance, whilst establishing corridors for the safe movement of civilians and humanitarian aid. We have been striking key regime targets in the area. These operations have included successful attacks from the air on the Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra and by 7th Armoured Brigade on the intelligence and militia headquarters in Basra and the local state security organisation headquarters in Az-Zubayr in the south of Basra. 3 Commando Brigade engaged substantial Iraqi forces in the area Abu al-Kazib in the southeast outskirts of Basra, capturing significant numbers of enemy forces, including senior Iraqi officers. This daring raid resulted in the death of 1 Royal Marine. There were, in addition, a number of casualties. On the night of the 31st of March, 16 Air Assault Brigade, with artillery and air support, engaged Iraqi forces destroying an estimated 17 tanks and 5 artillery pieces, as well as other Iraqi vehicles and infantry positions. We are now focused on building the confidence of the local people. We will continue to patrol aggressively, striking hard at the regime and its militias. Key suburbs of Basra have now been taken. We will go further into the city at a time of our own choosing. Further north, elements of the United States Army's 5th Corps have now passed through Kabbalah and are moving towards Baghdad. US forces have been engaging with the Medina and Baghdad Republican Guard divisions and have secured crossings over the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The lead elements of the US 3rd Infantry Division are now on the outskirts of Baghdad. Over 9,000 Iraqi prisoners of war have been taken by coalition forces. Royal Air Force aircraft have contributed to the close air support of these forces. They've also attacked Iraqi forces in the field and have continued to degrade the regime's command and control facilities and the combat capability of the security forces which support it. Coalition forces have taken the utmost care of the targeting of the air campaign. Every effort has been made to minimize the risk of any civilian casualties or damage to the civilian infrastructure. The House will be aware of the explosions in market districts of Baghdad on the 26th and 28th of March and reports of significant numbers of fatalities and injuries. Neither of the marketplaces were targeted by the coalition, and we continue to investigate how these tragic events might have occurred. We have long been familiar with the false claims of civilian casualties made by Saddam's regime, and it would be foolish to accept these claims at face value without proper investigation. What we do know is that the air defense commander in Baghdad has been replaced, partly because of concerns that Iraqi surface-to-air missiles had been malfunctioning, failing to hit their targets and falling back on Baghdad. Offensive operations are, however, only part of the picture. The expertise and flexibility of our forces are essential to the battle to win the confidence of the Iraqi people. The Iraqi people have been terrified. Over half the population of Iraq have only known life under Saddam Hussein and his apparatus of fear. The older generation have an appreciation of his cruelty that is borne out often by bitter personal experience. That is why it is so important that in a number of areas where UK forces are operating, there is a growing sense of return to normal life. Some people are going back to work. The United Nations has now declared Qasr a permissive environment, allowing UN agencies to begin their work there. Essential services such as water and electricity are being restored and even improved, in part due to the skill of the Royal Engineers with the help of the International Committee of the Red Cross. The Qasr water treatment plant, which can treat up to 3 million litres a day, is now operational. In addition, the water pipeline constructed by UK forces from Kuwait to Qasr is complete, delivering up to 2 million litres of drinking water daily, enough for 160,000 people a day and providing vital temporary relief. Schools and markets are being reopened. The 7th Armoured Brigade has removed Ba'ath Party thugs from the Al-Zabai Medical Centre, where treatment was previously only available to those close to the regime, to enable access for ordinary Iraqis. Humanitarian aid is being distributed. The security situation in a growing number of areas is such that troops are patrolling on foot rather than in armoured cars, and have in some cases been able to exchange their combat helmets for berets. United Kingdom's armed forces are putting the full range of their expertise and experience to use with striking effect. The Royal Marines have disabled the last remnants of the Iraqi Navy, and the port of Qasr is under coalition control and open to shipping. Royal Navy mine countermeasures vessels continue operations to expand the navigable width of the Ka'ab Abd Allah Channel. They have discovered 105 mines so far, 11 laid in the water, and a total of 94 intercepted on Iraqi tugs and patrol boats. These operations are crucial to the humanitarian operation, bringing vital supplies to the Iraqi people. On the 28th of March, the Royal Fleet Auxiliary vessel Sir Galahad unloaded its humanitarian cargo of around 300 tons of water, medical supplies, food and equipment for providing shelter. Water and perishable goods have already been distributed in the Qasr area. Other supplies are being stored until such time as they are required. 2 Australian ships, each loaded with some 50,000 tons of grain, are expected in Qasr shortly. The United Nations Oil for Food Programme was re-established by Security Council Resolution 1472 on the 28th of March, an important milestone for the people of Iraq, but it will take time to take effect. One UK division, therefore, has authority to spend up to £30 million for special humanitarian purposes within the first month, and a further £10 million available for quick impact projects such as restoring electricity and water supplies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after 2 weeks of military operations against the Iraqi regime, the coalition continues to make progress. Every day we are further weakening Saddam Hussein's control over Iraq and moving another day closer to the end of his appalling regime and the liberation of the Iraqi people. We're engaged in an important and determined effort to convince the Iraqi people of our commitment to them, to their political security and to their economic welfare. Above all, our commitment to see through what we have begun, to remove the regime that has terrified the Iraqi people and impoverished the nation for 2 decades. It will take time, but we have made an excellent start. But there is still more to achieve, and our servicemen and servicewomen will continue to brave difficulties and dangers in the process. I know the House will join me in wishing them well.
Mr. Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I certainly join with the Secretary of State, as I'm sure does the whole House, in wishing our armed forces well. And may I also join with the Secretary of State in paying tribute to those who have given their lives in the course of their duties in Iraq. Though it has to be said, we have suffered remarkably few casualties, though every loss is keenly felt, and we extend our deepest sympathies to their families and their loved ones. Can I also join the Secretary of State in his tribute to the work of the British Armed Forces, who have demonstrated and are showing that they can not only fight, but they care, they can feed and bring water and tend the wounds of the Iraqi people. And would he endorse the view that there is now clear evidence that we can win the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people? We can continue to take great pride in our armed forces' courage and achievements. And would the Secretary of State also join with me in taking an opportunity today to pay tribute to the unsung heroes, our special forces? Could the Secretary of State say a little bit more about his expectations for Basra? May I endorse his view that we must let our commanders take Basra in their own time, which may yet take many days if we are to keep civilian and our own casualties to the absolute minimum and to build the confidence of the Iraqi people in our good intentions. And because this is likely to take longer, may I again press the Secretary of State on the issue of reinforcements, that is, additional troops to allow existing troops periods of rest before continuing with their duties. The troops in Iraq at the moment have endured 15 days of continuous operations, day and night. The Prime Minister told the House yesterday that, and I quote, "contingency plans are indeed in place." Please can the Secretary of State set out what those contingency plans are for reinforcement, not replacement troops, but reinforcements? What units are warned to deploy, even if, in the event, it emerges that they are not needed? It is welcome that the Fire Brigades Union called off their recent threatened strikes, but the threat of strikes later this month still remains. Surely, if it is a choice between allowing strikes to go ahead or having reinforcements available, then the law should be brought to bear on the Fire Brigades Union's threats.
And we're listening there to British Defence Secretary Geoffrey Hoon. He's in the House of Commons talking about the war in Iraq. He said that coalition forces were continuing to make progress. Now, he also said that some 9,000 Iraqis had been taken as prisoners of war by US and British forces. He talked about targets in Basra, or near Basra, and he said they were striking key regime targets. They have, in fact, captured senior Iraqi officers. He also said that UK troops will go further into Basra at a time of their choosing, and that humanitarian aid was the importance there, and getting the confidence of the people. And, of course, as part of that, he documented humanitarian aid being distributed in Qasr. He said that more supplies had been stored and would be used at a later time, and also that Australian grain was on the way to Qasr, and that the port of Qasr had been in coalition control. Of course, that's contrary to what we heard just moments ago from the Iraqi Information Minister. We're going to toss it back now to Jim Clancy in Kuwait City.
Thank you for that. And we are going to talk a little bit more about some of the information that is coming out of Baghdad this day, a day as we learn that U.S. Special Operations Forces were operating inside Baghdad overnight. Apparently, they entered one of the presidential palaces. We didn't hear about that, but we heard much more coming from the information minister. Let's bring in Reem Brahimi, who's been monitoring activities in the capital from neighboring Jordan. Reem.
Well, Jim, just goes to show you how much of this war is also being played out through the media, with the information minister literally denying a lot of the reports that we've been hearing from other sources. First of all, let me just tell you the number of casualties, Iraqi official casualties from Baghdad overnight and this morning, 193 injured, said the information minister, and 27 people killed. The Red Cross has said that there are about 100 injured a day in the hospitals in Baghdad. Now, the information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf denied that the U.S. were near the airport, near Saddam International Airport. He said that was a lie, it was an illusion, he called it. He also said that they were not even in control of Qasr, which we just heard the opposite from Jeffrey Hoon there at Parliament in Britain. Now, he said that the U.S.-led forces, he said they were trapped everywhere. There was no way they were going to be able to advance or do anything. He said that they would be taught a lesson, in his words. He also mentioned a battle that took place in the governorate of Babylon. That's about an hour and a half or a couple of hours drive from Baghdad. He said that the Iraqi forces have destroyed 3 tanks, 1 Apache helicopter, also brought down an F-18 fighter plane and a Chinook helicopter. And then finally, he also spoke about Basra. He said Basra is in good shape and she is strong. And he said the U.S. and British troops are not anywhere close to getting Basra. He also said that they had stolen from a food storage place some baby milk, the U.S. coalition forces, but said that the Iraqis were inflicting a lot of damage to U.S. and British troops. And of course accused them again of mainly targeting civilian facilities. Jim?
There was one thing when I heard Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf talking. He said, we will not give them their casualty figures until they leave our land. And I wondered if that was a veiled threat against prisoners of war, not saying how many were captured, not saying how many were killed. Did you read anything into that? It was hard to tell.
Well, clearly, Jim, all of those briefings have also this other purpose is to clearly lay the pressure on the U.S.-led forces and also lay the pressure, generally speaking, on the Iraqi population. But clearly giving an indication there that they're not going to be forthcoming with any information. As you know, the Red Cross has been trying to get access to the American POWs. It's only been able to get through to Iraqi prisoners, but hasn't been able to talk to any of the American or British prisoners of war. So clearly an indication there, as you say, saying that there is no intention on the part of Iraq until the forces retreat or leave his country. He said we will clean them out of Iraq. Until that happens, he said he didn't want to give any more information. I'd just like to tell you another interesting development, Jim, here in Amman. The U.S. Ambassador Edward Gnehm has been summoned to the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister condemning the mounting civilian casualties in the war in Iraq, also calling on the United States to adhere to the Geneva Conventions. So that's a very significant development because it's very unusual that the U.S. ambassador would be summoned to any Jordanian official here. As you know, the countries are both allies. This is a new development. It comes just after a lot of movement, political movement on the scene here in Jordan. Jim?
Is it perhaps a response to growing...
We can't show you our exact location, so we have sort of a bland background behind us, not to give up their location. But the Marines, they stopped what they were doing. They returned fire. This episode, a repeat of what's been going on since they arrived here. In the past, it's supposed to have been convoys that have come under attack. Here's some of that video. Let's just take a quick listen. Intense for a few minutes, Jim. And we were also able to see from across the river what appeared to be a civilian being carried by another civilian. It appeared to our eyes to be someone who was injured in this exchange of fire. Jim?
All right, this was a convoy, you say, that came under fire. A group of Marines, were they in a static position or on the move when all of this happened?
Actually, they were in their compound. It was this compound that they came under fire, and I was just told by a Marine that there's some pockmarks in the building, in the top floors of this building where they're now stationed. That's where this attack occurred. Most of the attacks that since the time that we've been here have been on convoys. This was on a static location, a place that is being, where the Marines are now set up. Jim?
All right, we see a marker round going down there, which is how mortars or artillery are focused on a target. U.S. forces may be checking their range.
I can tell you, Jim, when these incidents occur, there's a response that comes from a variety of directions. The Marines that were with here on this building that was targeted, they responded, but also Marines who are traveling around the city, who are in Humvees, who are in tanks that are now circulating throughout the city, they respond as well. So that may also be what you're hearing and seeing, Jim.
All right, Jason Bellini reporting there from Nasiriyah. Gun battles still go on along the lines. Nasiriyah, U.S. forces are in the city, but not in complete control of the city. Still concerned about Fedayeen Saddam and other forces that may be there harassing fire, attacking U.S. positions in the city of Nasiriyah. We're going to take a break. More coverage of the war in Iraq after this. Hello and welcome to our coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait City. A battlefield around Baghdad or an illusion as U.S., British, and Iraqi troops wage war. The fighting, the fire continues to be exchanged in the world media. Let's go now to the latest developments as we await a press briefing from U.S. Central Command. We'll take you to that live in a moment. It is day 15 of this war. These are live pictures of a city that may soon find itself in transition. U.S. coalition commanders say Iraqi forces appear on the verge of collapse. There's been surprisingly minimal resistance from Republican Guard elements as lead units of a U.S. assault force close in on Baghdad. Those coalition troops are now reported within 10 kilometers of the outskirts of the Iraqi capital. Central Command in Doha reports U.S. Special Forces briefly entered a presidential palace in the vicinity of the capital overnight. Things apparently are moving faster on the ground now than was previously anticipated, according to U.S. and British sources. A Pentagon official telling CNN the city's defenses are, in his words, melting away. Meanwhile, Iraq's information minister denies reports that a number of Republican Guard units appear to have been badly beaten, while in southern Iraq, British forces say they have entered Basra. They are bombarding Iraqi fighters in that city with long-range artillery, including multiple launch rocket systems. In northern Iraq, hundreds of Kurdish troops are securing a 13-kilometer stretch of road that leads from Kalak to the strategic city of Mosul. Those troops, accompanied by about 10 U.S. soldiers, appear to be filling a vacuum that was left by retreating Iraqi soldiers who apparently have withdrawn to beyond the Khazar River. British troops have had a decidedly tougher time with their drive to gain control of Iraq's second largest city of Basra. Richard Gaisford is embedded with the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards. He filed this report from the front lines.
Well, I think it's fair to say that for the first time we are broadcasting live from the city of Basra. The Desert Rats have made a move into the city this morning, and certainly you can see what's happened behind me. As the Iraqi troops retreated, they set a light to an oil trench, and a pipe is feeding that. Let's have a quick word with Major Tom Scott of the British Royal Engineers. Tom, what exactly is going on now behind us?
Right, we came across the trench, which was on fire, obviously, in front of our position and causing a bit of obscuration. So what my guys have actually done from 3 3-1 Armoured Engineer Squadron, is to actually cut the flow of oil into the oil trench itself, and then we're in the process of basically extinguishing the flames and therefore allowing us to basically see forward into Basra.
Now, we are on the front line here. This is dangerous work.
Well, everything's dangerous, isn't it? But the guys are well trained. They're up for it, and there should be no problem. We've got a ring of steel from Scots Dragoon Guards Battle Group out front, so it's not too bad.
Now, the Desert Rats have moved in to Basra today. This isn't an advance to take the city, I know, but it's a good foothold, isn't it?
Yeah, we're across the Chateau Basra, and we're very, very close now.
And if you wanted to launch operations, you couldn't really get a better place.
I suppose so.
Not wanting to say too much, Tom Scott, thank you very much indeed. That is significant, though, that this morning they have moved into Basra. This is the first time you can actually see houses now right on the city, and you can see how close we are. The Royal Engineers not only wanting to put the smoke out to help British military operations here, but also the people of Basra, because this toxic fumes now going right over the city itself, and I think everyone will be pleased when they've done their job.
That was Richard Gaisford reporting from his position with British troops at Basra. A lot of conflicting reports this day. U.S. Central Command saying not only did they put special operations forces inside Baghdad overnight looking into a presidential palace, but they report that Republican Guard forces are, in their words, melting away. Let's go to U.S. Central Command in Doha, Qatar.
The first one is a regime command and control facility in downtown Baghdad. The target was struck on the 27th of March. This is an important facility that was used for military control and also civilian communications. The tower beside it is very obvious. That tower has a restaurant on top and a child care center at the base. We were well aware of that before we considered the attack of the target nearby. And it also illustrates the kinds of designs the regime will go to protect infrastructure that they know to be at risk. You can see the different impact points off to the side, and in the post-strike image, what was hit. This area is completely unaffected, and only the desired target areas have damage. And there's a different degree of damage on each one of them. That's by design, by the weapons that were chosen. The second image is a command and control facility also in Baghdad. And this one was struck with 12 different impact points hit simultaneously. It occurred on the 29th of March. The post image, please. It was an effective attack against that complex. Our coalition special operations forces in northern Iraq coordinated very effective air attacks against the 15th Mechanized Division, a regular Army unit. We've had communications with divisions along the Green Line and also provided information to them about the potential damage that will occur in the future. Additionally, our special operations forces have enjoyed very good freedom of action and have moved into a number of positions to deny regime movement along the road that joins Tikrit and Baghdad. There have been several skirmishes that have occurred in these areas, and the mission remains successful. Special Operations Forces remain in control of the Haditha Dam. I mentioned that we had seized that at yesterday's briefing to prevent its destruction and the release of a certain water flow that would affect the downriver areas, particularly near Kabbalah. This shows the dam itself. The town of Haditha is just to the south of it. There have been repeated attacks against the force holding the dam by artillery and mortars, and we believe these are being shot by counter special operations units operating from the town of Haditha. The coalition forces in place have been well supported by close air support, and that has enabled them to hold the dam. I have a short video that shows the initial seizure of the dam by our special operations forces and some of the action that has occurred since that time. The initial assault did occur at night. Initial fires against known targets that were in the area. The entry inside of the initial parts of the dam. This is a very robust structure that had 16 floors inside it and underground. The top of the dam in daylight. This is what they can observe from the dam, and that is a counter-artillery strike. More special operations raids against key regime locations continued in the last 24 hours as well. Last night, a special operations element raided the Tharthar Palace on the outskirts of Baghdad. This is approximately 90 kilometers outside of Baghdad, roughly 56 miles. It is a known residence that is used by Saddam Hussein and his sons. The next clip I'll show you is part of the raid itself. There's footage from an aerial observation platform as well as a combat camera on the ground. In some cases, we've been able to join those two things together, so you'll see an action from the air, and then it's picked up on the ground, and vice versa. They did take fire on entry from anti-aircraft artillery. Near the entry point of the compound itself, the helicopter was put down on the ground. An aerial gunship provided some support as required. You can see the movement in the upper corner, entering into the building that was just blown open. The raid did not yield any regime leaders in this case, but documents were taken that will be valuable for intelligence, and they'll be examined further. The raiding force did accomplish its mission with no combat losses, and this illustrates the ability of this coalition to operate anywhere against any regime target. The land component attack to destroy Republican Guard forces defending the outskirts of Baghdad continued throughout the day and is ongoing. We begin with actions by the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force isolating the town of Al-Qut and continue their attacks west of An-Numaniya. This is a zoom-in that shows just the relationship between the two. Al-Qut on the east side, the river as it goes along, this is the Tigris River, and Numaniya. There's a road that runs along the northern side of the river, and by seizing that location and the space between it, the 1st MEF commander now has a number of maneuver options. 5th Corps penetrated the Karbala Gap, as we refer to it, and that's the narrow area between the town of Karbala and Lake Razaza, which is off the left side. You can see these marked on the map. Karbala on the side, Lake Razaza beyond it, and this is a narrow gap through which the 5th Corps forces had to push. It was defended by the Baghdad Division and elements of the Nebuchadnezzar Division. Most of those were arrayed in here and further up to the northwest. In crossing through this area, the 5th Corps forces were able to seize a bridge intact over the Euphrates River. It was, in fact, rigged for demolition. They were able to remove the demolition, cross the bridge, and continue the attack. At this point, 5th Corps is conducting a deliberate attack toward Baghdad, carefully done, and developing the fight as opportunities emerge. They're also continuing raids against identified regime pockets in places where the regime no longer has control. I want to highlight at this point the treatment that is extended by our forces on the battlefield. As our coalition forces advance, they do not overlook wounded Iraqi combatants. Medical attention is provided whenever it's possible. This next image shows you some medical treatment, emergency medical treatment, being provided to a wounded Iraqi who was stabilized before further evacuation. During this treatment, there was a report of an incoming missile. The medical treatment crews put on their protective masks to increase their protective posture and continue to treat the patient. The same thing applies to civilians that are encountered on the battlefield that require medical attention. And one great example is the story of a child born in the battalion aid station of a Marine infantry battalion near Nasiriyah just yesterday. Our maritime component continues its efforts to keep the waterways open, and as they did some patrolling yesterday along the Khor Abdullah, which remains a primary focus to ensure that humanitarian supplies can come in, they discovered a small boat that was beached along one of the banks. As the small boat was searched and inspected, they discovered first that there were booby traps on it, but also that there were weapons caches nearby in the surrounding area. Several weapons were found inside of this, and also a tunnel complex that joined these different caches one to another. Small arms, grenades, rocket-propelled grenades and launchers, gas masks, and uniforms were found at these sites. An expanded search is ongoing. We continue to deliver leaflet products throughout the country. Some are related to not interfering with coalition forces, and others are directed to specific units, informing them of the consequences already inflicted on some of their colleagues in different parts of the battlefield. The coalition efforts to preserve Iraq's future resources also continue on a daily basis, and I would highlight a few things. First, our oil engineers and ordnance disposal teams are continuing to make assessments in the Rumaila oil fields and the southern oil field region. As these assessments occur throughout more and more of the oil field, we discover new examples of intentional sabotage and destruction attempts by the regime. These attempts have not occurred recently, but what we're finding is the evidence of attempts that occurred before we came in. The good news is there are only 2 wellheads on fire still, but there are more that will require repair, as we've discovered. And these next images show some examples of what we found. In this case, the regime placed an explosive charge on the wellhead and detonated it, and it separated one of the pipes from the wellhead. You can see in this one there are some flange bolts that are bent over, and other ones are just severed off. The connecting pipes are also broken. There's usually a joining piece here, and as with many other places, there's electrical firing wire that's associated with the demolition. Another image shows a different wellhead, and you can see how saboteurs tried to explosively rupture the wellhead at its base. That's one of the methods of trying to create the fire. You blow an explosive at the base of it, which causes then a secondary ignition of oil spray that comes up, and it remains on fire. And that's what we've seen in the two wellheads that are still burning. In this case, it did not succeed in breaking through the pipe, but did cause some damage. Explosive scarring is visible, and also the denting of the casing. This one will be fairly easily repaired, and there are some that have a little bit more damage than that. What I would also tell you is that about 12 feet of time fuse and 60 feet of wiring were recovered at this particular wellhead. We've also seen some electronic firing devices that were recovered from some of the damaged wells. The next image shows that. Each one of these is an electronic device so that they can be triggered to fire at a later time. Fairly deliberate work, but it was not done very well, and we're thankful for that. The good news is the damage is done will require relatively minor repair compared to the potential damage that could have occurred if the attempts had been more thorough. And I would add that at the current time, we have Iraqi oil field workers that are being interviewed to begin work again, and they should be able to begin work potentially as early as next week with pay. Our civil affairs teams continue their efforts to make great progress wherever they do their work. For example, I reported that a children's school opened in Qasr recently. The next photo here shows another school, this one near An-Najaf, where civil affairs teams are orchestrating and assisting repairs, getting it cleaned up to get it put back into use. This is a school. Also in Najaf, coalition is providing fresh water and interfacing with the populace whenever they can. In the background of this image, you can see a military, what we call a water buffalo. It's a water container, and it has spigots on the outside of it. That is being used to provide water to the Iraqi population, and that's being carried, in this case, in a very large container. The response beyond that looks about like this. The last thing I'll point out is, first, in the wake of yesterday's operations near Najaf and really our operations to date, a prominent cleric, Grand Ayatollah Sistani, who had been placed under house arrest by the regime for a considerable period of time, issued a fatwa, and it was done this morning instructing the population to remain calm and to not interfere with coalition actions. We believe this is a very significant turning point and yet another indicator that the Iraqi regime is approaching its end. I'll take your questions now, please.
I wanted to ask you about the F-18 jet that came down today. We've seen reports that it might have been hit by a Patriot missile. Can you tell us anything about that?
We do have one F-18 fighter and strike aircraft that is missing. We have a number of things that we're examining at this point in time. There were several actions that were ongoing during the night when it was reported missing, to include the reports of some surface-to-surface missile fires and also some surface-to-air missile fires in and around where that aircraft occurred. We have more examination to do at this point. It's too early for me to be able to determine what the cause was, but as that investigation is complete, we'll provide additional information. Yes, ma'am.
General Cannon, CBS News. Can you tell us what, specifically as you can, will be behind the decision on when to enter Baghdad, and once that decision is made, what can the Iraqi forces defending the city and the world expect to see?
Well, Cami, I certainly don't want to talk about the specifics of what the conditions will be and what the timing will be. What I can tell you is that, first, General Franks is in command, and when General Franks believes it's time to take additional steps, he and his subordinate commanders will take those steps. We believe that we're operating in a way that we have control of the situation currently, but we are also cautiously optimistic. While we are having successes now, we still believe there's fighting ahead. We can't predict entirely what will occur next and how that fighting will unfold. So the best thing we can do is be prepared, be alert to changing circumstances on the battlefield, see the opportunities as they develop, force the vulnerabilities to be exposed to us, and then take the appropriate action at the appropriate time. Yes, please.
I'm here with CNN. I'd like to go back to the special operations flight into the palace. You said that you had indications that this was a palace that Saddam and his son were known to frequent. What kind of information did you have going into that raid that he might be there?
It would be inappropriate for me to talk about the specifics of some of our intelligence information and the specific timings of when we do operations. We believe that we could have success going into this particular objective area. We also have some indications of where regime leaders move at a given time, and we have a variety of methods that we use to try to attack those regime leaders wherever possible, or to attack their mechanisms that they would use for control in a variety of places. Think up on the left side, please, Mike.
In light of the special operations, your spokespeople say that the special operations people have infiltrated a number of command and control structures. They also said one on the palace on the outskirts of Baghdad. Could you provide us any more clarity as to the number of command and control structures that have been seized? How many of them are Ba'ath Party headquarters? How many of them are palaces? The extent to which you can tell us what is controlled now by the special forces since they have infiltrated these structures?
The locations where we actually have our special forces, we have to be very careful about, and some of them I've exposed to you, like the Haditha Dam, where we have special operations forces still in place. And so I wouldn't want to comment specifically where we have special forces. We've said throughout that we have the ability to conduct special operations throughout the country, and we will continue to develop new opportunities for our special operations forces and, in due time, conventional forces as well. What we do know is that this regime expended a tremendous amount of the Iraqi resources on building opulent palaces for recreation and also for protection. Many of those have been attacked by some of our precision-guided munitions and our work over the last several weeks to destroy them, to take them out of the command and control architecture, because in many cases they're backup locations for command and control. And so those have been attacked. We have not occupied all of those. In many cases we've tried to render them unusable for command and control. And in many cases as well, if we have indications that there are regime leaders, we'll try to attack them while they're in there to ensure that the people as well as the physical structures are rendered incapable of command and control. So that's an ongoing effort. I wouldn't want to get any more specific about where our special operations are. Second row, please.
Alan Cypress with the Washington Post. General, we understand elements of 4 Republican Guard divisions have been repositioning, moving forward to reinforce frontline Iraqi positions. Can you tell us a little bit more about that movement? Which units are being repositioned? Who are they reinforcing? And what does that tell you about the Iraqi strategy at this point?
As we've seen over a number of days, there are some repositionings that are occurring. Some of them occurred before we arrived at the close areas of Baghdad where we have current operations. And some of them were weeks ago. We saw some repositioning. It's difficult to determine exactly what decisions are being made, whether these are low-level commanders that are moving to the sound of the guns, whether they're moving on the regime themselves, or whether they're responding to the damages that have been inflicted on frontline forces by coalition actions. Impossible to speculate on exactly what that means. What we do, though, is we read these circumstances and we make a determination of whether there's a new vulnerability that exists. Particularly moving forces are very vulnerable to our air operations and our precision attacks. Things that we can see and meet on the ground, we have a variety of systems in the land forces that can address those targets as well. I think we have a fair awareness of movements that are ongoing, and we want to see what decisions are being made before we continue our operations against them.
And where are they reinforcing the front lines? Which Republican Guard?
In a variety of areas. We see it around different parts of town, and I wouldn't want to get too specific about that at this point. Please. Let me go right here.
Omar Al-Isawi, Al Jazeera Satellite Channel. We've heard various reports throughout the day about coalition forces being about 10 to 20 kilometers on the outskirts of Baghdad, close to Saddam International Airport. Can you clarify that matter for us? And I'm sure you're aware, sir, that the Iraqis contest your attestation that you've inflicted heavy damage on the Republican Guards in the past few days. I was wondering if and when you can show us videos, combat footage of that, proof of that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Omar, first, the exact locations of where forces are currently engaged, I will not disclose here. We have some embedded media that are giving some indications of where operations are occurring. But remember, those are only with certain units. And so our forces continue operations throughout the majority of the country, whether they're special operations or conventional forces. And those operations will continue. We certainly are in close proximity of Baghdad. I wouldn't want to characterize exactly how close or how soon it will be that we will arrive at different points in Baghdad. As to the damage inflicted on Republican Guard Forces Command and other organizations throughout the country, I think time will have to tell exactly what level of damage has been inflicted. It's not a precise science. It's more an art than a science in this case. But we believe we have conditions set well for our current operations. And as I mentioned, we remain cautiously optimistic. We don't think that the fighting is over yet. And so there are still options available to the regime, including the use of weapons of mass destruction. We take that very seriously. We take it in a sober fashion, and at the same time we remain prepared to continue our operations. Jeff, please.
General Jeff Lee from Sky News. If, as the embeds are telling us, the forces are very close now to Baghdad, militarily, how do you read that? How do you interpret the apparent ease with which they covered that ground? And also, again, can you tell us what you think has happened to these Republican Guard divisions? You haven't met the opposition you expected. Have they been killed? Have they deserted? Have they melted away? Or are they preparing defensive positions inside Baghdad? Thank you.
Well, I think a lot of us would like to know the answer to that question. And as I said before, it's not a precise science. I think, frankly, that all the things you described are possibilities, and we think that there are realities in each one of them. We know that we've inflicted some damage There's no question about that. We know that there are some that have pulled out of position and tried to move in different places, whether it is melting away, as you stated, by choosing not to fight anymore, or whether it's repositioning. There is some movement that's ongoing. Some of those movements have been attacked. We know that we had a bus, for example, near Al-Qut this morning, actually just off to the west of it, a bus that approached, and I believe the number was 53. Members of the Republican Guard said, "We've had enough. We surrender." And so there are surrenders that are ongoing as well. We've captured enemy prisoners of war as a result of combat action. All these dynamics are in play, and so we would not want to be overconfident at what we're seeing. There still, we believe, will be fighting ahead. We should be sober about our approach, and we will be. Let me come back to the left, please.
Nicole Winfield from Associated Press. Following up on this melting away bit, I mean, the fact that you have plowed through so much of the Republican Guard, have you begun encountering what we had expected would be the paramilitaries closer into the ring of Baghdad? If not, are you concerned that this is some kind of a trap, that they're giving you an easy entry only to suck you into the capital, which is what they've said they're going to do? And secondly, can you give us just a few more details on the palace raid? You said you didn't find any regime leaders, but was the palace completely empty? Did you find anyone there? What was the reception once you were actually physically in the building?
Let me start with the palace raid. As I mentioned, the force did take fire as it was coming in, so most of the defending work was done from outside and on the outside edges of the palace complex. We did not find any regime leaders inside of it, but we did find a considerable amount of information. The regime moves from place to place. The regime leaders move from place to place, and we track them where we can, and we act on those pieces of information when we can. In this case, we didn't find them, but that's all right. There's other operations that are ongoing. There are strikes that occur, and we were able to react in a very, very timely way. As to what is inside of Baghdad, we'll see soon enough. There are a number of things that could be considered at this point. Has this regime expended all of its capability in other areas? Did they use too much of what they had against us? Well, one would have to speculate on that. We take that into consideration. Have they pulled back into Baghdad to await our arrival? Well, we'd certainly take that into consideration and see if that is the case and look for information that tells us one way or another. Any one of these potential options goes into prudent military planning, and then decisions are made based on what we begin to discover. We seek information for ourselves through our own processes to tell us what is in front of us, what's next, and that's an ongoing process. I'm not going to characterize what we see right now or what we think is going to happen. We'll make decisions based on what we think is going to occur in the future and what we see right now. Please.
Vyacheslav Dukin, Russian State Television. General, could you describe a little more the situation with the Black Hawk helicopter which was allegedly lost? There was some confusion about the casualties, and also there were reports that it may have been downed with a small arms fire. Is that possible at all, that such a modern helicopter is downed with a small arms fire? Thanks.
We did have a Black Hawk helicopter that went down during operations yesterday evening, and as with everything, we have to always dig for the facts first. What we know is that there were some initial reports, as all reports, and your embedded media have seen them, all initial reports we treat as suspect, because there's usually immediate information that requires further development. The investigation of that is ongoing. We believe that we do have some casualties as a result of that. We don't think it was a result of hostile fire, but more will be developed as time goes on, and we'll let you know when we have more to talk about. In the second row, please.
The British Defence Secretary said this morning there were 9,000 prisoners of war. Is he right? And if so, how did that number go up so quickly in just a couple of days?
Well, I didn't hear the report, and I know there are different numbers out there. I think that within the coalition we'll examine all of our numbers and provide a report out. I'm certainly not going to position myself to argue with the Minister of Defense. Let's please, back here.
Yeah, Jonathan Marcus, BBC. Yesterday you showed us this film of an unexplained explosion in a civilian area in Baghdad. Today, briefers here have been talking about the possibility of some sort of alleged plot by the Iraqis to place bombs in Shiite areas of Baghdad. Could you say a little bit more about what you're getting at here? I mean, you seem to be nudges and hints and winks, as it were. You're suggesting that the Iraqis are setting about putting explosives in their own capital. Could you say a little bit more about what evidence you have to base this on?
What we have is we've used this term a number of times, a mosaic of information. We have bridges rigged for demolition. The first one's rigged separates Saddam City, a Shia neighborhood, from the regime. We have fights that are happening outside of mosques, the most important ones in Shia Islam. We have a variety of pieces of evidence out there, like the explosion that's unaccounted for beside a mosque, like indications of command posts that move into or underneath of mosques in some cases, using schools, using hospitals. We have examples of the regime pushing people out in front so that they can be caught in a crossfire, and then there's an opportunity to say the coalition is doing something that is immoral or unjust. We have this pattern that emerges, and that includes information of what might happen from a variety of sources, particularly explosions that will happen in certain areas that have no apparent connection, in our view, to coalition action, but often are accompanied by an accusation of some sort by the regime. So I'll let you draw your own conclusion as to what might be ongoing here and what the real picture of the mosaic is. We have our view, and we believe that the population should be concerned about the regime, as it really is justified in having been for many decades. Please.
We're hearing reports that U.S. forces have begun to arm some Shiite tribal leaders to the south to help stabilize their villages and also potentially defend themselves against the regime. Is this true? What can you tell us about this? And also, a couple of days ago, you mentioned that you captured an Iraqi general with no mention of who, where, when, how. Can you tell us anything more about that?
First, our unconventional warfare, as we describe it, occurs throughout the country. We make contact with a variety of leaders who are against this regime. And there are far more than I would even hope to begin to number at this point, and more emerge every day. The actions we take with them, we have to be very careful about discussing, and so I'm not going to characterize specifically what we do to try to organize, assist, guide, or even work with different organizations and different groups that emerge. The second part of your question, I'm happy to answer if you prompt me one more time on it.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of days ago you captured a general.
Okay. We have a number of senior leaders that have been taken into our custody through combat action, through surrenders, through voluntarily coming into our lines. Information is gained from each of them, and we then act on that information. The one I referred to the other day was a senior military officer, and he had information that was of value to us. We've begun to act on that, and with each one of these actions, more information emerges. It's too early for us to talk about who that is or what information he's given us, and similarly, it's too early to talk about information we've gathered from other leaders. But there's a clear pattern out there that not all the leaders of the military forces were loyal to the regime. That's what I would leave with you. Off to the far right, please.
Radio. Can you confirm that military vehicles were shipped into northern Iraq via Turkey? And while we're still in the area, can you give us an update on what was described as a major terrorist training facility up there? Is there anything to be said about that? Thank you.
First, we have special operations that are doing work in northern Iraq. And we've been doing that for some period of time. Those outfits, like all of the military outfits, require support. And so there are support packages that have been moved in through a variety of means. It's inappropriate at this point to describe exactly how they got there, because the methods that we use to deliver forces are then exposed to risk and a variety of other things. So I'm not going to characterize specifically how they got in place. The terrorist camp in northern Iraq also, as General Franks mentioned, it is a massive complex. And while we directed some initial combat action against it to destroy much of the facilities, we also moved forces into place, coalition forces and also Peshmerga, as I mentioned yesterday, to try to get a closer look at what's on the ground, to do a detailed examination of different areas, to look through the remains of what has been damaged and see what evidence there might be to tell us who was there, what actions they may have been involved in. There are caves associated with these complexes. There are outlying villages that are associated with this, and work continues in that area to find more information. Again, it's premature to talk about what it is we found. When that time comes for us to reveal what we found, that will come out. Right beside him, please.
Paul Martin from World News. Could we ask you what indications you're having now of who's in charge in Baghdad? Is it President Hussein? Is it one of his sons? Or is it some other general? And what intelligence do you have that you can reveal to us about the kind of communications going on between them? What does it indicate to you, sir?
We can't tell who's in charge. I don't think the Iraqi people can tell who's in charge either. And we have indications that the Iraqi forces don't know who's in charge. We are able to observe communications having been degraded. We're able to see things that would indicate that there is not a coherent, unified structure giving orders. And we have not seen the faces of some of the people you described in a considerably long time. And we don't believe the Iraqi people have seen them either. So I wouldn't want to speculate as to what their condition is. And we certainly cannot speculate as to who really is in charge. Okay, let me go to the second row.
Tyler Marshall, Los Angeles Times. So last night, a Red Cross worker described a fairly horrific scene in Hilla. And you put out a release shortly after that saying that you were investigating that. What has that investigation shown so far?
I don't have any kind of update on that at this point. We've certainly heard the reports. If they're true, then we'll examine that to see what may have contributed to the cause. We don't even know if the report is true at this point, so I don't have any update to provide you. Third row.
From the Chicago Tribune, just to follow up on that, was there any U.S. aircraft or artillery using cluster bombs in that area at the time that the casualties were reported, and why is the U.S. military using cluster bombs there or elsewhere?
I don't think we know enough at this point to say exactly what may have contributed to this report. We don't have a factual basis to even begin from at the current time. The munitions we choose to use at a given time are related to a tactical purpose. We have a number of munitions that are available to us on the ground, in the air, and things that are delivered even from ground to ground. So all these things are tactical choices that are made to achieve a specific effect at a given time. And that's probably as far as I need to go about that. Second row, please.
Thank you. George Pascal Watson from The Sun in London. If I could ask you to give us some indication of the numbers of enemy forces still in action, if you like. So far as we've been told, only 3 Republican Guard divisions have been taken out of action, effectively. But presumably they have had hundreds of thousands of soldiers who, to all intents and purposes, we don't know where they are. Are you saying that there are still several 100,000 Republican Guard and Special Republican Guard in Baghdad?
It's really not possible to account for every soldier in the Iraqi formation. And that includes forces we've encountered. Some may have gone back to their homes. Some have moved to fight another day. Some were destroyed by combat action. Some are in our possession. Some are just flat unaccounted for. And so I can't give you a number as to what is still out there. We examine military capability where we see it appearing on the battlefield. If we see something that looks like a coherent formation, we make an assessment of what that is and what strength it might have, and also what vulnerabilities it might have, and then we seek to address that or bypass it in some cases. We know that there are still a number of forces on the battlefield that have not been joined significantly in battle. And what choices they'll make, we don't know. Some of them may still be looking for an opportunity to surrender if they can get the regime away from their formations in the north, as an example. We know that there are leaders that would be willing to change their association and not be focused on the regime. But they also have members of the regime, Ba'ath Party leaders and others, that are there to ensure that they don't break and they don't leave the line. How long that will last, we'll have to see. But we know that that's still out there. So there are a variety of dynamics on the battlefield right now that make it very difficult to account for everybody. Okay. Second row, please.
Donna Linewand with USA Today. Can you tell me what becomes of the Republican Guards who surrender, like the 53 who surrendered yesterday? Are they taken prisoner of war, or are they allowed to put down their arms and return home?
Generally speaking, forces we've already engaged in combat with, when any of the combatants come into our possession, they're treated as enemy prisoners of war. That's the general convention. There have been some cases where we deemed it was appropriate that someone no longer had a choice or desire to fight, and we sent them back to their homes, particularly in the early days. The forces we're engaging with now and the circumstances that we're encountering, they're treated as enemy prisoners of war, and then we have later opportunities to determine different status if it's appropriate to see them as something different than that.
What are those different statuses?
Well, there are a number of things that are out there. There is really an Article 5 tribunal on it that asks you to go back and look into the details of what that means. Okay, in the back, please.
Telemundo Network, and I need to find out the number of POWs taken so far by the regime, any news on the transportation unit that was shown on TV, and also if the Red Cross, International Red Cross, have made any attempts to contact them. Thank you.
Well, there's controversy surrounding our POW numbers today, so I'm going to be very careful about that, but we certainly are over 4,000. I can leave it at that point, and we have a good grip on what that is, and we'll sort out what the differences are in reporting. The transportation unit that was on the battlefield, I assume you're referring to the one that PFC Lynch was from. We're still gathering more and more information to find out what the circumstances were surrounding that particular outfit and the combat it was involved in. That story is not complete yet. It'll be a long time before it is complete. And your third question was what?
Red Cross has made any attempts to get in contact with them?
I can't speak for the Red Cross. There have been no reports provided to us from the Red Cross that say that they've made contact with coalition prisoners of war in possession of the regime. We continue to reiterate that the regime is responsible for the treatment of any held prisoners of war. And we expect them to treat our prisoners of war the same way we're treating prisoners that we've taken into our custody. In the back, please.
I'm an appreciated yourself. Looking at the military operations reminds me with the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. Are you taking in your consideration the Israeli experience throwing any Israeli advisor or any generals working in the field? And are you going to surround the capital and keep bombing the city, Baghdad city, and waiting for a collapse in the regime?
Well, this operation is unique in military history, and so we focus on the design of this operation. We take into account the realities of this operation. We take into account the circumstances that led to this operation, and we designed the operation to be what it is, and that's ongoing. All lessons from military history are considered, our own experience, the experience of others, as we consider what we're going to do. I would like to work against the characterization you described on bombing the city of Baghdad. I have shown you day after day that our attacks against anything in Baghdad are precision attacks. Every attack that has occurred has been a precision attack against a specific regime structure or against a military complex, something that has military relevance. Unlike previous wars in history, there is no bombing of a city. There is no bombing of a population. It hasn't happened in this case. Now, the regime has some different evidence in terms of what they've been doing to their own population, and we have concern about that. But as for our actions in a coalition, this is unlike any war in history. Yes, ma'am.
Let's say if Kathy Shen with Phoenix Satellite TV from Hong Kong, if the plan to take down Baghdad didn't succeed and coalition would have to retreat, and without giving the detailed description of the location, where would the coalition troop retreat to, since most of cities around Baghdad are only partially secure, not completely taken by U.S.-led force? Thank you.
Well, that's a highly speculative question, and you will not get a speculative answer. Right now, we're on plan, and we're doing fine. So I'm not even going to consider what it is you asked. Yes, ma'am.
CTV News Canada. Just to go back to the leadership question, and given the special operation targeting a palace used by Saddam Hussein and his sons, does that mean that you think that Saddam Hussein is alive?
What we know is that these regime palaces have protection and command and control opportunities for a number of members of the regime. We've stated from the start, from the outset, that this is not about any single individual. It remains that way. This is about a regime that has oppressed its people for decades. This is about a regime that marches people out in front of military formations. This is about a regime that takes people they consider to be military forces, put them in civilian clothes, and have them attacked from buses. That's what this is about. So while that complex may or may not have had regime leaders in it, we certainly focus on the structures of the regime and those that might be in power, whoever that happens to be at this point in time. Let me go on the third row, fourth row, excuse me.
Michael Madsen. I'm here representing an organization called the Committee to Protect Journalists, and we are concerned about two missing members of the ITN news crew that where Terry Lloyd got killed in the Basra area, and it's believed that was.
All right, we've been listening to a press briefing there from Brigadier General Vincent Brooks as he went down a long list of accomplishments and answering questions. Let's first take a look at the pictures just beside me here on the screen. That is the 7th Cavalry. As it is advancing, we are told, toward Baghdad. These are live pictures. It is the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry. They're assigned with the 3rd Infantry Division. And there you can hear a little bit of our Walter Rogers wondering if we're going to be coming to him. And we will be, I hope, very shortly. Let's talk a little bit more as you look at those pictures. That, we are told, is the 7th Cavalry, one of the lead units in this whole operation that we saw almost from day one charging through the desert. Now they are said to be approaching Baghdad cautiously, in the words of Brigadier General Vincent Brooks. Clearly, the U.S. military planners are trying to assess what some of them have described as the ease with which they have approached the capital, but noting that they still have not engaged some of the Republican Guard units, refusing to be drawn on questions of whether or not those units have withdrawn into the streets of Baghdad. In fact, General Brooks refused to detail movements of Iraqi troops that might have been on the move toward U.S. armor. There had been some reports that some of the Republican Guard units were coming out to meet U.S. forces. That, though, would make them quite vulnerable. It's unclear what that operation, what is going on there. General Brooks also not specifying where exactly U.S. forces were in terms of how many kilometers outside Baghdad proper, outside the outskirts of Baghdad, only saying that they were in that area. He also said there had been a raid by Special Operations forces on the Farfar Palace. Earlier, we had told you this was inside Baghdad. We had wrong information on that. It was not inside Baghdad. He made it clear it's 100 kilometers outside Baghdad. In any event, he said, although they met some resistance, there was a firefight getting in. No regime leaders were found at the palace. He talked about Special Operation forces still in control of Haditha Dam. But clearly, the most important, the headline in all of this, is where are U.S. forces right now? How close to Baghdad? CNN's Walter Rogers bringing us this live picture. Walter, what can you tell us?
Jim, we're traveling with the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, again in the general direction of Baghdad. We have been taking fire for the past few minutes. The tank you immediately saw in front of us has had to fire its cannon, and the Bradleys around us have been firing. We're going to go off the air for 30 seconds because we're coming to a topographical landmark we can't show. We'll get back to you in just about a minute or so.
All right, you heard it there from Walter Rogers. One of the requisites for them as they travel embedded with these military units, they don't want to give away their position. If anything should come up that might betray exactly where they are, they cannot show it to us. Walter, can we continue
we're
talking?
Coming up on a topographic... Yes, Jim. I'm sorry we had to drop the picture, but we were coming upon a easily recognizable topographical landmark. That being the case, we've had to drop our picture of the tank in front of us. For the past several hours, 7th Cavalry, along with its parent unit, the 3rd Infantry Division, has crossed the Euphrates River, moving in the general direction of Baghdad. That totally contradicts the information minister's claim that U.S. Army movements are not anywhere near Baghdad. We cannot give you precise times or locations, but we are moving in the direction of Baghdad. We're taking small arms fire to the right. For the past 15 or 20 minutes, our tank in front of us has been firing its 120 millimeter gun off to the right of us, shooting targets no more than 200 to 300 meters away. The Bradley fighting vehicles have also been firing on at least one side of the passageway we are using at this point. Earlier, as we crossed the Euphrates, we could see burned out vehicles, Iraqi cars, pickup trucks. Some of them appeared to have been old Soviet vintage BMPs, that is, armored personnel carriers. Those vehicles badly charred. We have come across more than a few dead Iraqi soldiers lying beside the road. We believe those were casualties taken by the 1st Infantry Division, the 3rd Infantry Division, which preceded us on at least part of our journey. The soldiers were, some of them looking like they were asleep. The other Iraqis had all the contortions of death. We have seen very few prisoners taken today. We have seen more than a few Iraqis along the road that we've taken up from the Euphrates River. They seemed very cautious at first about waving to us, but then they began waving. I think now you can see the tank in front of us again. We're clear of a... Jim, do you see that picture?
We see the picture, Walter. Carry on. Let me ask you, do they believe that they have engaged Republican Guard units, or are they sure of that?
No, that does not appear to be the case, Jim. What we have seen has been small units of Iraqi soldiers. We don't know if they're Republican Guard, but they did not put up much resistance. They were overwhelmed by the United States Army's firepower. Usually the Iraqis would dig an entrenchment, a foxhole, a bunker at a crossroads in some of the backcountry roads, and they would set up there. They put up really almost negligible resistance because they simply could not match the firepower of a 120 millimeter tank barrel, let alone artillery, which may have been called in to clear the path for the 7th Cavalry. But again, there was not what you would call substantial resistance. Mostly what's happening is freelance cowboy-type soldiers are shooting at us from the sides of the road. They try to get off a few shots and then flee. About a quarter mile ahead of us, I can hear a Bradley fighting vehicle, again, banging out in the fields with its 25 millimeter gun. Again, what we're seeing is not organized resistance, not force on force, not the U.S. Army against the Republican Guard, at least not yet. One troubling thing that we did discover on the corpses of the dead Iraqi soldiers that we witnessed, virtually every single one of the Iraqi soldiers was carrying a gas mask. Having said that, there's been no evidence of anything of that sort at this point. Again, the pictures we're showing you are of an M1A1 Abrams main battle tank. We have to show it fairly tight so we do not reveal any of the geographical surroundings through which we are passing. Those are the Pentagon's rules. Jim?
Walter Rogers in the lead as usual with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry. Walter, we have to let you go right now. We'll be back and talk with you as soon as possible. Walter Rogers with some amazing pictures that he says refute what we heard from Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, Iraq's information minister, who said that U.S. troops were only moving about in the desert and were not anywhere near the capital city of Baghdad. But Walter, again, not saying exactly where U.S. forces are at this time, something reflected in the briefing in Doha. CNN's coverage of war in Iraq continues right after this. Stay with us. was that on the dead Iraqi soldiers that they did pass, every one of them had chemical gear. That is a respirator, a mask, for use in the event chemical weapons were deployed. He said there is no evidence, though, thus far of any chemical weapons on the battlefield that he has seen. Now, earlier, Iraq's information minister said that U.S. forces were in the desert and they were moving around. Moving around, he said, not near Baghdad. This despite reports that have come from other embedded correspondents with the U.S. military that troops had drawn within about 10 kilometers of Baghdad and were on the approaches to the Saddam International Airport on the west side of the city. Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, Iraq's information minister, laughing at that, saying that it wasn't true and it would be proved in the coming days that the U.S. military was just driving around. We had a briefing a short while ago from Doha, from U.S. Central Command, telling us a little bit. They didn't give us the exact locations either, but let's go to Tom Mintier. Maybe he has a better sense of what was coming out of that briefing, and exactly what the reaction is of U.S. commanders. Tom.
I think General Brooks made a very strong indication that they were in close proximity of Baghdad, would not say how close or when they'll arrive at different points in Baghdad, or whether they will continue on into the city. What we did see was some extraordinary pictures for the second time in 2 days. This one of what they might call, or have called in the past, a target of opportunity, a palace outside of Baghdad that they say was frequented by President Saddam Hussein and his son. They showed the pictures from the Nightscope video of going into this building, knocking down the door, going from floor to floor, looking for leadership of the regime. They said they had indications that and information that some leadership members might be in this palace and several other palaces they raided. Apparently special forces able to go in very close into the city of Baghdad and raid these palaces. They said they found a lot of documents and information, but possibly the most interesting thing out of the press conference was a very brief mention of some liquid, some chemicals, bottles that they found that they say are going for further examination. Not really willing to talk about them any more than that. We did also see some special forces operations where they secured a dam that had been rigged with explosives. They say they now control that, and it would prevent that from being detonated and causing flooding in the area. So obviously several places where the regime was in control, now controlled at least for now by special forces. But these raids on the palace is very interesting that we had the visual images provided here. We're starting to see more up-to-date operational information coming out of these briefings, talking about how they had several palaces that they raided and special forces went into. Jim?
Tom, as we look at these pictures, and they are compelling pictures of the military movements, one troubling thing in that briefing was that General Brooks said, well, we have no information. We don't even know if the event took place. When he was speaking of civilian casualties in Hilla, an independent team of the International Committee of the Red Cross went in there more than 24 hours ago, almost 48 hours ago. They report more than 300 civilian casualties. And I'm just wondering, it does not seem that the U.S. Central Command is really zeroing in on, it's saying it's investigating these things, but we don't see any progress in those investigations.
Most definitely not. There was an attack well over a week ago now where a piece of ordnance came down in Baghdad at a residential market. That is still under investigation. They did come up with a possible scenario that an Iraqi surface-to-air missile that went unguided came crashing back down. But there have been other reports that this possibly was a U.S. munition that went stray. So expecting them to come out and confirm these casualties in the hospital, really difficult here. It's an easy way to say we don't have any information for you on that right now, or an investigation is underway. The same with the 11 sets of remains that were brought out yesterday from that hospital where the private first class was being held as a POW. Indications indications today in the press conference that some of these remains will be sent to Dover for forensic examination. We haven't gotten confirmation that these were indeed Americans, and they're already talking about, sending these to Dover for forensic examination. There is an investigation going on into these remains that were brought back on the POW raid, but as far as information about them, very tight-lipped.
It seems that the information about casualties on both sides is not coming out of Doha. Keep the heat up there, Tom. We're going to switch over now. Walter Rogers is narrating over these pictures on our sister network, CNN USA. We've got to join that. We've got to find out what is going on here at the forefront of what may be the battle for Baghdad.
Obviously injured with bullet holes. And as you looked at them, it was interesting. They say dead people have the look as if they're asleep. There was none of that. This was the look of death by contortion and violence. And the Iraqi soldiers we saw were in pretty grisly positions. What were they? What was their equipment? Virtually everyone that our crew has been able to check was carrying a gas mask, suggesting that the Iraqi soldiers in the field are anticipating the use of chemical or biological weapons at some point. I need to stress that has not happened, at least in the theater in which we're operating. It has not happened at this point. These soldiers were very lightly armed. They have their AK-47 rifles, originally a Soviet manufactured rifle, but they're made all over the world now. The Egyptians make them. The Romanians used to make them. And at one point, as we were rolling slowly through an Army checkpoint, I saw a 3rd Infantry Division MP standing there with a stockpile of these small arms, the AK-47s and Soviet vintage light machine guns stacked at his feet. Those are, of course, souvenirs of war for the soldiers. Most of these soldiers appear to be in an Iraqi green uniform. That is to say, the ones we've seen today are in green uniforms. They are not, they give no evidence of being members of any elite units or even major organized units like the Republican Guard. For those of you, our viewers who are familiar with war in the Middle East, often you get freelance gangs, what the Army is calling thugs of Iraqi soldiers, and those Iraqi soldiers will travel in groups of 10 to 20, often with a pickup truck with a machine gun on the back or some sort of armament too heavy to carry, and they ride around the countryside. As I say, we have seen them digging in to some farmhouses, and again, the 7th Cavalry has taken fire from farmhouses in the past 45 minutes. Additionally, they have taken up sniper positions along the road. Again, the camera is focusing very tightly on an M1A1 Abrams tank immediately in front of us. That tank has been engaged in action, combat hostile action, for at least the last half hour, as have most of these vehicles. The reason we can't give you a bigger picture than that is because we are forbidden by the Pentagon of revealing the topography, the terrain, through which the 7th Cavalry is moving. Any disclosure of that topography would enable the Iraqis to come up with a fairly good estimate of where the 7th Cavalry is, and of course that would perhaps draw out a much larger unit, a force-on-force unit. Fortunately, that has not happened so far. Again, you're looking at a tank which is the troop leader's tank of the Apache troop of the 7th Cavalry. The two soldiers aboard that tank, if you can see them, on the left is the tank loader Marcusio Posey. I know he's from Alabama. And on the right is Captain Clay Lyle. He's the commander of the Apache troop. They have been firing pretty regularly, as I say, for 30 to 45 minutes on both sides of the road. And there are a goodly number, I cannot be precise again for security reasons, a goodly number of armored vehicles ahead and behind our position in this armored column. Paula?
Well, we do need to warn folks who are watching there will be a 5-second delay between the questions we ask and when you answer them. But our Pentagon reporters now confirming that some U.S. troops are inside the so-called red zone, which is an area ringing the capital in which U.S. forces could face the possibility of chemical or biological weapons. Walt, what is the level of concern, without giving away where you are, about that prospect?
Yesterday, when the 7th Cavalry moved up through the Karbala Gap, we were in what was called MOP 2, which meant that we were in our chemical suits with the chemical boots on, but we had not been called to put on our gas masks or our gloves. So that was about halfway to a high alert. The reason we donned the relatively high chemical biological warfare alert the previous day was because when the 7th Cavalry and the 1st Infantry Division moved up through the Karbala Gap, it was a fairly narrow geographical area between a lake and a city, and it would have been an ideal place to use chemical or biological weapons. The units are spread out much wider today. The unit, which I'm sure your Pentagon referring to, was at one of the brigades of the 3rd Infantry Division. I cannot see them, although we saw them earlier in the day. That being the case, I cannot tell you what their MOP condition that it is. We are right now in a generally fairly low MOP condition. That is to say, we see a fairly low chemical or biological threat at this immediate moment. The reason for that, Paula, is because what it takes to fire chemical and biological weapons effectively is a large artillery barrage. And so far, the 7th Cavalry has not encountered or engaged large artillery units. Again, it's the freelance Iraqi cowboy soldiers off in the fields, groups of 10 to 20. If you're going to use a chemical barrage against a unit like the 7th Cavalry spread out over a number of miles, you have to have a very focused artillery barrage or multiple launch rocket systems. The Iraqis, of course, have both of those, but that being the case, they have not fired artillery barrages on the 7th Cavalry. Again, what we're taking mostly is small arms fire and I suspect rocket-propelled grenades. Paula?
Walter, we're going to stay with your picture and love to have you listen to General Don Shepard as he joins our conversation. One of the things that I wanted to point out was something Major McChrystal had to say yesterday when he was briefing reporters, and he basically said, as you increasingly threaten the core of the regime, the likelihood of the Iraqis using weapons of mass destruction goes up. He also pointed out that not only have British troops, but U.S. troops have also found caches of chemical protection suits in abandoned buildings. General Don Shepard, give us your insights as to what you think we're watching on the screen right now without compromising the safety of anyone in the 3/7th Cav.
Yeah, well, I'm watching Walt Rogers' great coverage in the 3rd of the 7th Cav, and it appears that we're seeing a repeat of what we have seen the last several days before the pause and reconstitution. Moving up roads, and as you move up these roads, people popping up from sniper holes as you pass intersections, and vegetation, people popping up out of that with small arms type fire, but no large vehicles such as enemy tanks, no organized resistance. Now, what you normally do when you come up on these type of things is you keep moving. You fire at it as you go. You fire at it with the armored personnel carriers ahead of the tanks, but you don't let it stop you, and then you go back and mop up afterwards. Also, as Walt said, basically, they're in an area right now where if the Iraqis want to fire chemical weapons, they have to have a large area to fire from, artillery or rockets. And so it appears that the movement of coalition forces is so rapid that it may be that we will be able to bypass any areas where they had planned to employ these weapons of mass destruction, Paula. If so, that would be a very good thing.
General, the New York Times is reporting this morning that the Baghdad units of the Republican Guard, I shouldn't say Baghdad units because they're saying that particular division was wiped out, but the Republican Guard being called back into the city And I'm just curious what your level of concern is about any possible trap being set here.
Yeah, well, a couple things on that. We reportedly have the Medina and the Baghdad divisions combat ineffective, essentially destroyed, if you will, or so damaged they're not effective. There are 4 other Republican Guard divisions we have to worry about: the Hammurabi, the Al-Nida, the Nebuchadnezzar, and the, this is one other I can't remember off the top of my head, the Adnan division. We don't know where those divisions are, but there's no indication that they have a good command and control. So it could be that these forces will simply melt away, take off their uniforms back into the population, and we won't see the organized resistance that we were told we would have to worry about. So the next few hours will be very key in deciding what will happen, whether it be organized resistance or the forces melting away and collapsing, Paula.
General Shepard, thanks so much. We're going to go back to Walt to bring us up to date on what we are looking at now. He has to maintain a very tight shot to not give away the location of where he is with the 3/7 Cav. Walt?
Paula, thank you for that explanation. It helps a lot. Exactly where we are, and about all we can tell you is that we're following very closely behind an M1A1 Abrams tank of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. It is moving in the general direction of Baghdad, as it has been since about late morning Baghdad time. Again, we cannot show you broader pictures of the tank or the countryside at this point, because that would betray the topography, the landscape. That would in turn enable the Iraqis to know exactly where this convoy is moving and perhaps target it for incoming fire. So we're staying very tight on the rear of that main battle tank, which is just ahead of us at this point. For the past 45 minutes or so, this column and ahead of that tank are a number of Bradley fighting vehicles. Ahead of that tank, we have taken sniper fire from both sides of the road, small arms fire, but this is not the Republican Guard. Mostly what we're seeing is resistance fighters in the Iraqi army, if indeed, as the general suggested, the Iraqis' Republican Guard has retreated into Baghdad itself. The 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry remains on the distant outskirts of Baghdad. And again, what we're seeing is small groups of Iraqi resistance fighters, 10 to 20, forming up in foxholes or taking shelter behind buildings and sticking their heads up occasionally, firing in the direction of the convoy almost as soon as they do, certainly as soon as the soldiers aboard the tanks, and you can see the tank's elevated position up there. As soon as they see where the fire's coming from, they provide covering fire and overwhelmingly wipe out anything that's in the field. We have seen, as I said, upwards of 20 dead Iraqi soldiers in the field. We believe most of those have been taken out by the 3rd Infantry Division as it passed through, albeit in a different direction earlier in the day. Troubling news, of course, that each of those Iraqi soldiers had a gas mask on at the time, and that, of course, portends perhaps greater difficulty as these U.S. Army units get closer to Baghdad. Again, as we pass through some agricultural villages in the Mesopotamian Delta, we did find some of the Iraqis were more than a little enthusiastic to see the 7th Cavalry and the other U.S. Army soldiers coming through. The men would very guardedly flash us a thumbs up or give us a V for victory sign. But that being the case, it was very guarded until we got further and further away. The further away we got from the Euphrates River and closer to Baghdad, ironically, the more enthusiasm we've encountered among some of the Iraqi farm families, particularly the children and some of the women. I remember one woman who was waving very enthusiastically at the 7th Cavalry moving through, and she was 400 yards back from the road. I think we're going to have to change our picture at this point, Paula, because we're coming on recognizable topographical features here, so what we're going to do is just put the camera back on me. This is a lip mic, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. But at this point, I think the camera needs to stay on the correspondent. Again, the Pentagon's rules are such that if we come upon a recognizable landmark or anything, a mosque, for example, that the Iraqis would recognize and could call artillery fire in on, we have to shut down the camera, or in this case, at least turn the camera around on the correspondent who's riding in the back seat of the Humvee. Paula?
All right, we are seeing a tight close-up of you now. Unlike previous advances that you have witnessed, you have not seen any Kiowa or Apache helicopters. Can you explain to us why you think that is?
Yes, Paula. Normally these Army units travel with the Kiowa Scout helicopters. It's a light helicopter, basically reconnaissance, although it does have, I believe, 2.75 millimeter rockets on the left pod, and on the right pod it carries 1 or 2 Hellfire missiles. The problem, of course, is that as the 7th Cavalry and other units like the 3rd Infantry Division approach the suburbs of southern Baghdad, there is much cover for the Iraqi soldiers to hide in. They're believed to have an ample supply of shoulder-fired SAM, surface-to-air missiles, which can easily shoot down a helicopter, particularly if it's much over about 50 or 100 feet above the ground. So the helicopters are not traveling with 7th Cavalry today. We're deprived of our forward eyes and ears. We understand that some Apaches may be flying with the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division. If so, that's a tremendous asset for the soldiers in the tanks and in the mechanized units with the 3rd Infantry. Very good asset, because what it means is they can see much farther ahead in a potential battle zone than you can see without. But having said that, the risk of Iraqis shooting them down with shoulder-fired missiles is so great at this point, particularly as the Army approaches the southern suburbs of Baghdad. The risk is so great that they just simply will not put up the helicopters, or at least not the Kiowas, which normally fly, weather permitting, with the 7th Cavalry. Paula?
Well, we're going to stay with this picture and hope we can continue to sustain this reporting as you continue to be on the move here. For folks who are just joining us, we are showing the progress of the 3/7th Cav. Walt Rogers has to be very careful, as we will be, to describe exactly where he is. He can't even do anything but a tight shot at this point, because he doesn't want to betray any of the landmarks he might be passing on the road to Baghdad. It's also interesting to note that he has described incoming fire coming from both sides of the road, but not from any kind of organized force. He's describing it as resistance fighters. And Bill, as you join us in this discussion, the other thing I think we need to say to keep this all in perspective is that the Pentagon is reminding us this morning that, in its words, it believes the Republican Guard divisions are simply, quote, melting away.
And Paula, we have the benefit, obviously, with computers and satellites and images that come to us in real time out here in Kuwait City, but Walt does not have that. I'm curious to know, Walt, and just so our viewers know, there's a substantial delay on this audio signal here, so give us a bit of patience here. Walt, how much does your unit know about what the Pentagon says is the destruction of the Baghdad and the Medina divisions of Republican Guard? How much they know about the potential for movements for the Republican Guard, possibly from the north of Baghdad into the capital city? And as you answer that, how much of that is talked about, as much as you can tell us right now? All righty, listen, Walt Rogers traveling with the 7th Cavalry by way of video phone. We've had that signal up for about 40 minutes running right now, but clearly we lost it.
All right, we're breaking away now from CNN USA's coverage, and remarkable it was. They're talking with Walter Rogers as he narrated the scene as U.S. forces, he said, were moving in the direction of Baghdad. He's, of course, with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry, but he indicated that there were other forces in front of him. He also described how helicopters are particularly vulnerable here. There's a lot of speculation in the United States and everywhere among military analysts about just how vulnerable the high technology approach of the U.S. military is to a battle inside a city. In fact, some reporters, even from Baghdad, have been noting that perhaps the plan is to try to draw the U.S. into the city of Baghdad itself and begin the real battle there. That is something that U.S. military commanders want to avoid, not only because of the threats it poses to their forces, but also because of the threat that it poses to the civilian population. That is a city of more than 4 million people, is a city with historic landmarks, museums, mosques, you name it. It is all there. Baghdad, a cradle of civilization, and U.S. military planners, commanders saying that's not a thing that they want to do, get involved in street fighting in Baghdad. But will they have to? That's the question. Let's broaden our focus now. We have now seen at least some of the troops on the move. Where they are exactly, obviously we don't know. But in the broader scheme of things, U.S. military commanders in the north of Iraq.
I've heard so much about. This morning when we came to you, we were reporting U.S. Marine artillery fire that was aimed in the general direction of this particular town. That was part of an offensive by the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and other Marine units to take this key juncture here. And as we have passed through the city, you can see, at least we have seen, great evidence of command and control on the part of the U.S. Marines now. They appear to be very much in strength here. You're passing by and seeing military vehicles of all sorts. These are all part of the U.S. Marines, helicopters already on the ground. And we have passed by a number of destroyed military pieces of hardware that appear to be Iraqi, including tanks and other weaponry such as armored personnel carriers. It is not believed that there was a huge fight for this town. There was artillery, as we say, in the morning. After the ground units on the part of the Marines began pushing in, there was a second round of artillery, but that ended relatively quickly, and that would seem to imply that whatever opposition the ground forces ran across, that they were capable of dealing it with the weaponry that they had, meaning with the armored personnel carriers, the tanks, and the TOW missiles mounted on the back of Humvees that are capable of taking out tanks and bunker positions. We're coming across what appears to be other signs of battle damage debris. This looks to be a burned out part of what may have been a truck. At this point, it is so demolished you can't tell. There is a lot of destruction. We can see some weaponry on the side of the road, artillery shells, things like that. So indications that there may have been some sort of fight, or that whoever was here fled rather quickly. But the key indication is the Marines have now left across the Tigris. They are continuing to drive in the relative direction of Baghdad. And what has happened to the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard remains to be seen as we continue to catch up with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. Jim?
Martin, obviously you're part of a convoy, and you are, I would take it, headed north.
Right, that is correct. I mean, obviously we can't give you specifics on where we are headed, but if you had taken a look at how the Marines have been advancing all along, they have been sort of on the eastern side of the advance, climbing north up through Iraq. You have the Army that is on the western side, and that was by no accident. That is the way this whole pincer movement was meant to be. And you are hoping eventually, I know military commanders are, that you will have your military units strategically placed not just in front of Baghdad, but obviously you want to get around as much of Baghdad as possible. So that's part of the continuing plan. We continue to drive in that direction. We can see there are also civilians here, Iraqi civilians, as there would be, of course, going through any sort of village or town. For the most part, they have been out. They have been looking around, some of them waving white flags, not wanting to be misconstrued or misunderstood as their intent. Gerard's got the camera. He's going to just move out since we're stopped here to see if he can get a better look at the imagery. But for the most part, there has been no signs of heavy fighting by any part, and sort of mirroring what Walt has said, the road north has been perhaps not problem-free, but perhaps also easier than many Marine commanders feared it might be. Again, that could be because units are fading away, or it could be because they suffered a great deal under air attacks. It could be also that they suffered from artillery on the ground as well, Jim.
Now, who are these people that are moving towards us? Can you tell?
No, not at this point. They appear to be men, obviously. That is pretty much what we have seen. The attitude of the people, though, has been generally pretty calm. Occasionally you will hear people as they go by, at least at the other position we were at, shouting slogans that were not in favor of Saddam Hussein and his regime. Now, whether that's because they know that there are U.S. military units in the area, or whether they're expressing their general feelings, I can't get into their minds and tell you, but these are obviously people coming towards a military position here. The general regard of the military is to be cautiously watching them, but not to stop them necessarily, and not to interfere with their lives. After all, as the military always stresses over and over, this is not a war against the Iraqi people. This is a war against an Iraqi regime. Jim?
Have you seen much evidence of surrendering Iraqi troops, or any contact with civilians that would give you an idea of resistance?
No, not at this point. I know that in the briefings that were held this morning before this operation against Al-Qud began, there was a lot of consideration that was being given to two options here. One of them being, of course, that there could be a heavy fight. Second could be that there could be a lot of prisoners of war that might come out and surrender. We have not been able to catch up with the lead element yet to find out exactly which of those two phases played out. We have not seen the transport of a lot of prisoners. Usually you can see them in the back of large trucks. Often they have their heads covered. We haven't seen that as yet. But as I say, we're still catching up with the lead elements, still waiting to find out what they encountered. But the attitude of the Marines here is clear that they don't believe they're under imminent threat of any sort of attack, and that if there was a fight, it's long gone. Jim?
Martin Savage, traveling with a U.S. Marine convoy somewhere in Iraq, south of Baghdad, headed in a generally north direction, and that's about all that he can tell us, and we can tell you, but an image there, obviously, of calm civilians and of massive military forces that are moving northward, a huge convoy there, a lot of armor, and we also saw some of the command and control, communications, and other things.
Did come here, what it is what he wants.
Mr. Powell came to consult as one of the key allies involved in what has been a controversial move to take military action against Iraq. The American Secretary of State wanted to come and to tell what was happening in Iraq. He wanted to tell about American ideas for post-conflict Iraq, and he also came to listen to the views of the allies, and he did that. He was there for the whole of the two sessions, both at lunch and in the afternoon, and in the lunch session responded to a number of the points that had been made on a wide range of issues. That is what NATO is good for. We are still the principal and the only key venue for transatlantic consultation. And despite the differences that exist at the moment, we've managed again to provide that venue for a discussion without acrimony on some of the biggest issues that face the world today.
Robin Oakley, CNN. Secretary General, when you talk about an emerging consensus on the question of the UN role in post-conflict Iraq, are you confident that that consensus extends beyond the representative of the State Department to the Pentagon as well? And on the question of any NATO role in post-conflict Iraq, given that the difficulties that there were in agreeing a pre-war assistance for Turkey, how easy would it be to get agreement within NATO on any such security role?
Well, on the second issue, I think that the experience that we went through in February has perhaps reminded all of the allies of just how important the organization is, how valued it is in the international community as a whole, and how necessary it is that we avoid the kind of prolonged debate and discussion that we had in February.
We've been listening there to Lord George Robertson, NATO Secretary General in Brussels, talking about his discussions, the Allies' discussions with U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell. But we're going to switch back to CNN USA now as an ongoing report from Walter Rogers with the 3rd of the 7th Cavalry from somewhere near Baghdad.
Again, we can't be very sure of what's happening around us, except that we are with the 7th Cavalry, and they are shooting rather sporadically in all directions, and you saw that 120-millimeter shell go off. Bill?
Walt, stick with us a second here. Prior to your last report, which came about 90 minutes ago, had you taken any fire at all as you moved along that road?
Sure, the whole time. We've been under fire for 2 hours, Bill. Mostly small arms and rocket-propelled grenades, and I believe we saw a mortar as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Walt, but just to be specific here, you were moving, I'm not quite sure how long you've been moving prior to that 2-hour period, but this shooting 120 minutes ago, 90 minutes ago, did it begin at that point, or had you taken on fire prior to?
I think the 90 minutes ago you referred to was the beginning of it. As soon as we came up on the video phone, we were under fire and have been under fire off and on ever since. And that fire is light machine gun, AK-47 small arms, automatic rifles, a rocket-propelled grenade, and the occasional mortar. Bill?
Yeah, Walt, also with regard to the Republican Guard divisions right now, we're told 2 have been destroyed. That still leaves the open issue as to what's happening with the other 4. As you travel with those soldiers, how much do they talk about the possibility that the Republican Guard or even the Special Republican Guard may be laying in wait in Baghdad, Walt?
Talking with the officers of the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry over the last week and a half, it was always generally known the position of the Adnan division, the Hammurabi division, Nebuchadnezzar, and there's one other division. And throughout that period of time, we have generally known and seen on the maps where these divisions were. So yes, the Army has been aware of those divisions. Where they too may have folded into the city. Are you still there?
Yeah, I sure am, Walt. Keep going, please.
Bill, are you still there?
Sure am, Walt. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, we'll take the delay here and allow you to continue recording.
Okay, we're moving. Right, okay, well, because of some of the topography around us, some of the landmarks, Charles Miller has put the camera back on me in the back seat of our vehicle. Again, you can see how cramped we are in here. And as I say, for an hour and a half at least, we've been under small arms fire intermittently. But what the Iraqis do is they build bunkers in the middle of a road or on the edge of a road, and then they commence firing at the convoy as it comes up the road. We're now rolling over one of those bunkers. You've just heard a shot go off close to us. That may have been from a burned out 20 millimeter at the convoy as it came up the road, and then the 7th Cavalry hit the position, and there's been burning ammunition going off like a huge fireworks display, again, for the better part of an hour or so. We're not sure where we're going now or the direction, but there has been fairly stiff resistance, not on any force level, that is to say, nothing larger than a few squads, but the Iraqis are trying to put up resistance and block the northward passage of the 7th Cavalry. Again, rocket-propelled grenades coming at the vehicle and at the tank in front of us. Also, we've seen mortars and small arms fire. There's another rifle that
All right, I'm not sure if Walt's still with us. If he is, let me know and we'll get back to him. I'm going to try a question here, Walt, if you can still hear me. When you went to, oh, he's gone. Okay, our apologies. We'll try and get Walt back. Oftentimes we have seen, Paula, when the Army or the Marines move, oftentimes they'll pick a place to essentially dig in for the night right around sunset.
All right, we've been listening there as CNN USA was talking with Walter Rogers, who's with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry, moving in the direction of Baghdad, moving about on the battlefield area, and he was giving a vivid account there of some of the things we've been hearing. Let's go back to Brussels now. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell is speaking.
Possible for me to meet here today with both the NAC and with all of the representatives of the European Union in 2 different sessions. I also had a series of very productive bilateral discussions. I came to Brussels today because I wanted to take this opportunity to discuss with our European colleagues the progress of our campaign in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom. But beyond just talking about a military campaign, I wanted to talk about the future. The military campaign is going well. 2 weeks into Operation Iraqi Freedom, coalition forces are slowly but surely reducing the capability of the Iraqi armed forces, are on the outskirts of Baghdad, approaching Saddam Hussein International Airport, slowly reducing the remaining pockets of resistance in the south. Humanitarian aid is starting to flow. We've been able to declare the southernmost part of the country a secure area so that UN organizations can begin their work. And with each passing day, the Iraqi forces become weaker. Coalition forces become stronger. A very skilled campaign is being waged, and we all hope that it will come to an end soon, and it is an end that will certainly be successful. I briefed my colleagues on that campaign, but as I said, we really came here to talk about a future for the people of Iraq, a future that will be based on a new Iraq, an Iraq that is living in peace and freedom, with a government that is representative of all the people, that is responsive to the needs of the people, a government that will no longer be developing weapons of mass destruction or dealing in terrorism activities or brutalizing its own people, a government that will use its oil wealth for the benefit of its people and not for preparing to invade its neighbors or to develop weapons of mass destruction. I indicated to my colleagues that the work of reconstruction and rebuilding will require the entire international community to join together. We will be going through a phased process, obviously, in the post-hostilities period. Initially, military commanders, the coalition commanders, will be responsible for stabilizing the situation, for securing the country and the people, for making sure that we find all the weapons of mass destruction and identify them, destroy them, pull out the infrastructure and capability, making sure that we have disarmed any remaining remnants of the Iraqi army that might be a threat to their own people or to coalition forces. But at the same time that the military commander is performing that job, which is his responsibility as the commander of the liberating force, we will quickly want to bring in individuals who can establish an interim Iraqi authority so that the people of Iraq can very quickly see that their own representatives are moving into positions of authority. And as the interim authority develops capability, responsibility will be passed to them to make decisions about the future of Iraq and how Iraq will be governed and how it will be led and how it will be administered. We also expect that during this post-hostility period, international organizations will have an important role to play. As President Bush and Prime Minister Blair and Prime Minister Aznar said at the Azores summit a few weeks ago, the UN has a role to play as a partner in this effort. The specific role to be played by the United Nations was discussed quite extensively here among my colleagues. And these are discussions that will continue in New York, and I'll be having conversations with the Secretary General about what I heard here as we work on what resolutions might be appropriate as we move forward. I think this has been a very successful day from my perspective. It shows that notwithstanding the disagreements we have had within the transatlantic communities, serious disagreements, heated disagreements, where we came to opposite conclusions on a very important issue of the day, we now must move forward and align ourselves again with the need to serve the Iraqi people. The people of Iraq deserve a government that is responsive to its needs, that reflects all of the dreams and hopes and aspirations of the Iraqi people. And it is our obligation, the obligation of the coalition, the obligation of the international community, the obligation of all of us to make sure that that hope is not deferred or not defeated. Thank you very much, and I'd be delighted to take your questions.
Start down here with Mr. Schweid.
Mr. Secretary, that military job that you envision once Saddam Hussein is gone, would that benefit by the participation of NATO peacekeepers? And are you more optimistic that there will be a consensus on a UN role? Have you made some movements in that direction today?
With respect to the second part of the question, no, there will definitely be a UN role. But what the exact nature of that role will be remains to be seen. We are hopeful that the Secretary General will, in the very near future, appoint a coordinator who can work with the coalition and work with the interim authority when it is created, and to supervise the flow of humanitarian aid coming from UN organizations, and also serve as the eyes and ears of the UN in the area. And so I'll be talking to the Secretary General about that again. Oh, the second part of your question?
But was in that immense military task, will NATO be involved?
I would not want to answer that yet, because I think this would be a judgment that would have to be made by the coalition military leaders. At some point, the combat operation that is underway will transition into stability and security operations, and ultimately into other kinds of operations, and we will have to make an assessment at that time of what the needs are. What I am pleased about today is that all of my NATO colleagues saw that as a possibility and were willing to consider it. We placed no request before NATO today. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, when he was here in December, laid out some suggestions that NATO could consider, and they were tabled. And they go to the usual activities such as peacekeeping, things of that nature. And I'm pleased that there was at least a receptive attitude here today that NATO, as a group, is willing to consider a NATO military role if one is appropriate. And that's a judgment that will have to be made at some time in the future. So we've begun a discussion within NATO. The important thing is that nobody raised any objection to that possibility.
Okay, go to the woman with the glasses in the third row.
My name is Fabienne Lerac. My husband is missing since your forces shot on his car. I sent you a personal letter this morning asking you for information, and I would like to know if you are going to give me this information.
Yes, ma'am. I received an email from you yesterday, and when I received the information and realized there was a possibility that we might have some information about your husband, I immediately contacted our military authorities. For the last almost 18 hours now, they've been hard at work trying to find out whatever they could about your husband. So far, we have not received any information back concerning your husband's situation. But I want you to know that it is being looked at with all the intensity we can bring to the case, and we'll be back in touch with you as soon as we find out any information whatsoever.
Will you make me a personal promise that you will check and give me back the information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go down here.
I'm very sensitive to this. I know, I understand your feelings, and as soon as we heard of it yesterday, from my plane, we immediately contacted our military authorities in the region and asked them to look into it, and they have been looking for the last 18 hours. But so far, we have not received any information that it would be useful to you. But I give you my personal promise. We will do everything we can to find out what happened.
Secretary Powell.
We're on
the front row.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Robert van der Rohe of NRC Handelsblad from the Netherlands. When you came into office, you were a sort of diplomatic star in the view of many Europeans. But in the last few months, you have, in the view of many Europeans, but also Americans, you have become a sort of a symbol of failing U.S. diplomacy. Do you regret that?
Well, I don't believe I'm a symbol of failing U.S. diplomacy. So I don't accept your premise. U.S. diplomacy, no, it was a question with a premise.
Many Europeans and many Americans.
Let's go to the answer.
Well, we won't go to polls and ratings, but maybe another time. The issue is, I think U.S. diplomacy is alive and well. That's why I'm here today. That's why I'm here today to speak to all of my European Union colleagues and NATO colleagues about a way forward. The United States took a bold diplomatic step last September when President Bush went to the United Nations and presented a problem to the United Nations, that one particular dictator in one particular regime that has been brutalizing its people and have been developing weapons of mass destruction for 12 years had ignored the will of the international community. And we didn't go off unilaterally. We multilaterally brought it to the UN. 7 weeks later, as a result of, I think, a lot of effective diplomatic work on the part of the United States and the other members of the Security Council, we produced a resolution, 1441, which was voted on unanimously, 15-0, that said Saddam Hussein and his regime is guilty, remains guilty, is being given one last chance to come into compliance. And if it does not come into compliance, serious consequences would flow. And after several months and listening to the report of the inspectors, the United States and a number of other nations on the Security Council and elsewhere in the world felt it was important that we take action. There were other countries that felt strongly that no action was appropriate. And we understand that public opinion in Europe was opposed to such action as well. Nevertheless, the United States would not step back from its responsibilities and the responsibilities it felt the Security Council had as well. Some people suggested that we should get a second resolution. We didn't believe one was needed because there was sufficient authority in 1441, which was passed unanimously. Nevertheless, we made an effort to get a second resolution. We were not successful, so we pulled back because it was clear that some members of the Council were going to veto it no matter what it said. And so we decided, let's not go with the resolution. We have enough authority. And now we have a coalition of willing nations, close to 50 now, it might be 50 today, that have engaged in this operation. And in a period of 2 weeks' time, through a very successful military campaign that has been conducted with great skill and a lot of commentary, but with great skill, is close to achieving its objective. And so we used skillful diplomacy to get to the point of 1441. But diplomacy must be backed by force. And diplomacy is useless if one is not willing to use force to impose the will of the international community on a nation such as Iraq, which violated the will of the international community for 12 years.
Imposing the will of the international community, you see in the split screen there, the M1A1 Abrams tank of the 7th Cavalry. Walt Rogers is with them. Walter, your situation now, what can you tell us?
Jim, for about 90 minutes or more, going pretty close to 2 hours, the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry has been under intermittent fire as it pushed northward towards Baghdad. The fire at times was rather heavy, small arms fire, sometimes 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns leveled at the advancing column, sometimes a mortar. My cameraman Charles Miller and I were sitting in the car at one point taking refuge behind the tank, which you see in front of us, and no more than 20 to 25 feet away, I could see the sparks hitting the pavement of incoming AK-47 rounds. At that point, of course, we slid forward and sought refuge beside the tank in front of us. That being the case, what the Iraqis are doing is breaking into small groups, 10 to 20 soldiers, perhaps less. They will dig an emplacement, a big foxhole, and they will sandbag it along the side of a road, and then challenge the U.S. convoy of the 7th Cavalry's convoy to come up that road. And of course, the 7th Cavalry takes them on and pretty quickly eliminates the resistance from the Iraqis. But we are in the Mesopotamian delta between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It's very alluvial. There are palm trees off to the sides of the road, often in which the Iraqis can hide and shoot from ambush, and they have indeed been trying to ambush the 7th Cavalry the better part of 2 hours now. Again, the cavalry now seems to be taking a standing cavalry the better part of 2 hours now. Again, the cavalry now seems to be taking a standing position. Its basic function now, other than to destroy these ambushes along the road to Baghdad or along this road to Baghdad, is to protect the flank of the 3rd Infantry Division, which I believe is even closer to Baghdad than the 7th Cavalry. We're about to see a soldier getting tense there. Sadly, we cannot pan around the vehicle with a camera because the Pentagon rules are such that once we pan, yes, Jim.
Walter, we're going to go into a 5-second delay here.
Yes, Jim.
And as I talk, I see some of the soldiers that are coming out there taking a look around. And I'm going to ask you here, and just when they give me the sign that we're okay with a 5-second delay, and then I'm going to just ask you the question of what the purpose of all of this is. You say you're protecting the flanks. Are they going to be trying to take out some of those sniper positions that you've been talking about now, as you've narrated so well what is going on in this movement?
Well, of course, the principal function of the 7th Cavalry at this point is exactly as you said, Jim. It is to protect the flank of the 3rd Infantry Division, which is closer to Baghdad than we are. There are other Iraqi divisions out there, the Hammurabi Division, I believe Nebuchadnezzar, the Adnan Division, and 1 or 2 others. And the 7th Cavalry is essentially conducting a blocking motion should the Iraqis try a flanking movement. Having said that, whenever they encounter ambushes alongside the road, which has been the better part of the afternoon now, and recall it's getting to be dusk. It'll be dark probably in another 45 minutes or so, but there have been ambushes set up the entire way, not by regular Iraqi forces, but more or less by irregular resistance fighters, and they set up what are really hopeless positions, but they do fire away with everything from a mortar to a rocket-propelled grenade, to 20-millimeter ACAT guns, anti-aircraft guns, and of course they level those guns at the road ahead and fire at the oncoming U.S. convoy. Having said that, it's been some pretty stiff firefights at times, intermittent, but the bullets have been whizzing past us, and we've seen the RPGs, the rocket-propelled grenades, hitting in front of us, hitting in front of the tank, which has been in front of us. Now, Jim, what you're looking at is a group of the soldiers there. I'm not sure whether they're engineers or whether they're the mortar battalion. I'm inclined to think they're part of the engineering unit, which is assigned to the 7th Cavalry. Engineers are, of course, a very important function of the military. When there are captured weapons that have to be destroyed, they pack them with C4 explosives and, in fact, blow the weapons. They also check bridges, which an advancing convoy has to pass over to make sure that the bridges have not been wired with explosives by the retreating Iraqis. And I think what you're looking at is a detachment of the engineers traveling with the 7th Cavalry's convoy. Jim?
As we look at the pictures and you're telling us the story, an ongoing operation, the whole world is watching. The whole world is wondering what is going to come next in the Battle of Baghdad. Certainly, there's so many, what we really get from you, Walter, are these snapshots of small elements of it, but it really does tell the story of the forces here, the 7th Cavalry, and so many that are in action this day. What can you say about other forces there? Obviously, we only see one or two of the vehicles at a time. We understand your restrictions.
Jim, the vehicles about us are the 7th Cavalry's standard units. M1A1 Abrams tanks. Out in front of those patrolling are the Bradley armored fighting vehicles. But there are other units in the area. For example, I believe the 1st and 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division are somewhere off to our flank, and they have much larger numbers than the relatively small numbers which this squadron has. And that unit is, as I say, I believe, closer to Baghdad than we are. It is just one of the arrows on the map traveling in the direction of Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry is another arrow traveling in the direction of Baghdad. We understand but don't know for sure that the Marines are moving up from the southeast, from the Basra area. And of course, in the rear, below the Euphrates River defense line, the 101st Airborne was yesterday in the area of Najaf, and the 82nd Airborne was there. So when it comes to joining battle in Baghdad, there are reserve troops in the rear who could be transferred forward. And in addition to that, the 4th Infantry Division is somewhere in the rear around Kuwait. Jim?
Walter Rogers reporting there from along the front lines of what is shaping up to be major military movements around the capital city of Iraq. Walter, thank you for your reporting. We hope to talk to you in just a few minutes, but for now we're going to have to go to a break. We'll be back with more of CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq.
Fair to say that for the first time we...
And that mission was accomplished. U.S. Marines and our Royal Marine allies were sent in to take the Al-Fal Peninsula and clear a path for humanitarian aid. And that job was done. In the tough fighting at Al-Nasiriyah, Marines continue to push back the enemy and are showing the unrelenting courage worthy of the name Task Force Tarawa. And 2 nights ago, Marines and Special Operations Forces set out on a daring rescue mission. And thanks to their skill and courage, a brave young soldier is now free. These missions are difficult and they are dangerous. But no one becomes a Marine because it's easy. Now our coalition moves forward. Marines are in the thick of the battle. And what we have begun, we will finish.
U.S. President George W. Bush speaking before U.S. Marines at their base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. A lot of reasons why we have seen in recent weeks the president traveling around to different military units. Only a couple of days ago, we saw him in front of the U.S. Coast Guard at another location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. These are the kinds of appearances that the president and the administration using in order to raise the morale of the troops, also to repeat and drive home the message, the purpose of the involvement, the war in Iraq right now. It is also, of course, an opportunity where he can address the people of the United States, raise their support of the war. If you look at the opinion polls, that strategy is working. And of course, last but not least, it is also a way that he can be on a military base and avoid anti-war protesters or any dissent, so that his message comes through undiluted and unspoiled. But the president there obviously appealing and getting a lot of support, of course. He's the commander-in-chief. They are the Marines. He's their commander. Let's go now to the United Nations and to Michael Oku. Get a little bit more on the diplomatic side of the coalition efforts, some perspective there. He's joined by Australia's foreign minister. Michael.
Jim, hello. I'm joined by Australian Foreign Minister Alexander Downer. Of course, Australia is one of the countries that have been contributing troops for the coalition cause. My understanding is that you've committed some 2,000 troops?
Yes, that's right.
So
yes.
From Australia's perspective, how's the war going now?
Well, we're satisfied with the progress of the war, and from our point of view, in terms of our troops.
Some servants of the regime have chosen to fill their final days with acts of cowardice and murder. In combat, Saddam's thugs shield themselves with women and children. They have killed Iraqi citizens who welcome coalition troops. They force other Iraqis into battle by threatening to torture or kill their families. They've executed prisoners of war. They've waged attacks under the white flag of truce. They've concealed combat forces in civilian neighborhoods, in schools, and hospitals, and mosques. In this war, the Iraqi regime is terrorizing its own citizens, doing everything possible to maximize Iraqi civilian casualties.
We leave President Bush there at Camp Lejeune, not so much rallying the troops. The troops seem pretty well rallied already. It's interesting that Bush himself seems buoyed when he goes to these occasions. He got the same sort of confidence when he last addressed a group of troops. It was a pep talk. He included respect for Marine tradition. He invoked the most recent chapter in the Marines' history, that dramatic rescue of the captured Private Jessica Hunt. On a human level, he gave an appeal to give emotional support to all those during this conflict. And he very much linked, interestingly, this war against Iraq to September the 11th and to those plotting any such similar attacks. Well, I'm joined now by Andrew Garfield, who is Research Director at King's College London. Bush seemed very upbeat there. Do you think it's a day at the end of which, or as far as he's concerned, in the middle of which, he's entitled to feel pretty upbeat?
Well, certainly the US forces advance has progressed rapidly today. Overall, I think the other commanders have expressed caution. They remember the mistakes made at the beginning of the war when they were over-optimistic. But I'm sure he is very pleased with the progress that's been made so far. The Iraqi people themselves. I mean, let's face it, power hasn't really been in their hands in recent years. In the last 30 years, the country's been run by a brutal dictator. Secondly, obviously there will be a moment at the end of the war when the United States...
The citizens, the party members, Fidaiyu Saddam, are fighting. These are not military forces. These are citizens defending their country. They fought and they defeated those mercenaries. Our president is saluting and praising this courage fight. American sources are saying that some of the tribesmen are helping the invading forces, and they are showing them places where Iraqi armed forces positions. This is not true. This is not true. Our intelligence information, if you remember, in 1991, some who cooperated with the invaders, they fled, and they had them in Rafah camp in Saudi. Some of them were the sons of these tribes. They trained them, to be as a fifth column to cheat and deceit and claim that they are from a prominent position of that tribe. These are not prominent members of our tribes. These are some members of this tribe that were trained in America as a fifth column. And they transferred these people to the United States, and they trained them to be a fifth column, and they gave them a headdress, and they claim that he is a prominent member of the tribes. Iraqis know better, and they know these ways of deceit and cheat. These mercenaries pretending to control a place in Iraq, but they would not do that. Some reports suggested that the Air Force commander has been removed as a result of some missiles falling on residential areas. This is not true. I am in daily communication with our commander of the Air Forces. He communicates daily with me. What is your estimation of the number and the people who are crossing through Syria? Most of them are not from Syria. Some are just crossing from Syria. The numbers exceeds about over 6,000 to 7,000 people. 99% of them are trained, well trained, and we are continuing and finessing their training. Actions speak louder. Their actions are going to talk for themselves. When these are going to be participating in the fight? I think it's soon. In every part of Iraq. Minister of Defense said that the Americans and the British may reach Baghdad or around Baghdad within 5 to 10 days. If they surround Iraq, the cities in the outskirts, how long they would stand and resist? Minister of Defense did not say this. Their explanations suggested 5 to 10 days. He did not say that. He said that in many other occasions, they claim that they have Mosul. The Minister of Defense is his convictions or his information. He was discussing their style of fighting. They are cowards and they would not want the confrontation.
And looking there at some live pictures that were coming to us from Baghdad, that was the Minister of Information. You saw the lights go out there. It was obviously delayed a little bit. This is the scene that you're looking at of Baghdad, and the lights have gone off in Baghdad this night. We don't know what the cause of that was, but obviously Reuters news agency is saying most of the electricity over the entire city has now gone out. This after a day, you saw there from Mohammed Said al-Sahaf, the information minister, a day of conflicting claims. The coalition, U.S., British forces saying that they had pushed up to within just several miles, in some cases, of the outskirts of Baghdad. We saw live reports from our embedded correspondent, Walter Rogers, with the 7th Cavalry. It was said to be very close to Baghdad. There have been persistent reports that U.S. forces were near the airport on the southwestern outskirts of the city. Right now, though, we heard from Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf denying once again all of those claims, hurling more harsh language at the U.S., at President Bush, saying that the coalition and those within it were worse than racists, Nazis, and fascists. He accused them of bombing, intentionally bombing residential areas, saying that as they became more hysterical, in his words, they were hitting those residential areas. We're going to take a short break. We'll continue to monitor the situation in Baghdad. Stay with CNN for continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. The lights have gone out in Baghdad. This is the first major power outage or citywide power outage that has occurred since this conflict began. Of course, back 12 years ago in 1991, electricity, one of the first things that was cut to the capital city. This time around, it appeared U.S. forces wanted to signal to the Iraqi people that they were not trying to make it difficult for them, but instead making it only difficult for the leadership and President Saddam Hussein himself. Once again, the scene in Baghdad where the lights have gone out. Let's look at the military situation now. U.S. officials say troops have pushed through Iraqi defenses. They're approaching within 15 kilometers of Baghdad. Earlier, a Reuters correspondent reported the troops were even closer to the capital than that.
Know that your loved ones are not forgotten, that our forces are doing everything possible to find them and to bring them home safely. It's now 14 days since coalition forces entered Iraq, and they are closing on Baghdad. They've taken several outlying areas and are closer to the center of the Iraqi capital than many American commuters are from their downtown offices. As the coalition continues to close on Baghdad, there likely will be difficult days ahead. But the regime is under increasing pressure. Their Republican Guard forces are being defeated by coalition airstrikes and by effective ground engagements. The Baghdad and Medina divisions have suffered serious blows. Some units are laying down their arms and surrendering to coalition forces, wisely choosing not to die, fighting for a doomed regime. Coalition forces have caused such attrition to the Republican Guard units ringing the capital that the regime has been forced to backfill its Baghdad defenses with regular army units, forces that they have historically considered less reliable, which is a sign that they know they're in difficulty. Key bridges over the Tigris and Euphrates rivers have been taken by coalition forces. This, of course, eases the approach to Baghdad. Like the southern oil fields, our forces are finding some bridges wired for demolition, but not yet detonated. Perhaps those responsible for destroying the bridges heard the message in coalition leaflets and radio broadcasts and have heeded our warnings. Or perhaps coalition advance has been so rapid that they were taken by surprise. We may never know which. What we do know is that the strategy is working. The coalition has secured the majority of Iraq's oil wealth for the Iraqi people, secured key roads and bridges leading to Baghdad, and has now arrived near the regime's doorstep, all in less than 2 weeks. As the battle unfolds, it's becoming increasingly clear to Iraqis who is a friend and who is an enemy of Muslim people. In Najaf, for example, Saddam's forces seized a mosque that is one of the most important religious sites of Shia Muslims, and they used it for cover as they fired at coalition forces. Coalition forces, naturally, would tend to want to respond to firing on their positions, but they did not. They held their fire. They protected the mosque from destruction. Soon after, a prominent Iraqi cleric, the Grand Ayatollah Sistani, took the courageous step of instructing the population to remain calm and not to interfere with coalition actions. Truth be told, while coalition forces have taken extraordinary measures to protect innocent civilians in this war, Saddam Hussein has sent death squads to massacre innocent Iraqi Muslims. Indeed, Saddam Hussein has killed more Muslim people than perhaps any living person on the face of the earth. The day is fast approaching when his murderous rule will end. Let there be no doubt, the most dangerous fighting may very well be ahead of us. And by its conduct in this war, the Iraqi regime has shown that there is no depth to the brutality to which they will not sink. The regime has been weakened, to be sure, but it is still lethal, and it may prove to be more lethal in the final moments before it ends. For the senior leadership, there is no way out. Their fate has been sealed by their actions. The same is not true for the Iraqi armed forces. Iraqi officers and soldiers can still survive and help to rebuild a free Iraq if they do the right thing. They must now decide whether they want to share the fate of Saddam Hussein or whether they will save themselves, turn on that condemned dictator, and help the forces of Iraq's liberation. I must say, however, that given the conduct of the Iraqi regime, it increasingly seems that Iraq is running out of real soldiers, and soon all that will be left are war criminals. General Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Coalition ground, air, maritime, and special forces have made remarkable progress in the first 2 weeks of Operation Iraqi Freedom. And I know that General Brooks at CENTCOM headquarters over in theater gave an excellent operational laydown this morning, and things are progressing well. But I'd like to caution all that there still is much more work to be done, and there's no doubt that some of it's going to be very, very difficult. We are continuing to move toward our objectives. As you see in this chart, the Iraqi regime no longer controls about 45% of Iraq, and coalition forces are on the outskirts of Baghdad. Airstrikes continue. In the last 24 hours, coalition air forces have flown more than 1,000 sorties over Iraq. Since the war began, we have fired over 725 Tomahawks and dropped over 12,000 precision-guided munitions. We essentially control over 95% of Iraqi airspace. Now let me show you a pre- and post-strike image of some recent strikes. These images are of Special Republican Guard military barracks located on the edge of the Saddam International Airport just outside Baghdad. And that's the post-strike image. We are also conducting helicopter strikes on Republican Guard armor, and I have some recent video that captures the success of advancing forces. The video shows 3 short clips of Apache helicopters destroying Iraqi tanks and anti-aircraft missile launchers southwest of Baghdad. And with that, we'll take your questions.
What are the weapons?
I'm sorry, I guess there's one more here. Probably the Hellfire missile in most cases. They also have a chain gun, as you know, on the front of it. It looks like a little bit of both in those.
Yes.
I'd like to ask General Myers, if I may. General Myers, have U.S. forces, ground forces, begun an assault, a direct assault on the airport south of Baghdad that you referred to? And number 2...
On the what, Charlie?
On the airport south of Baghdad. And the lights went out in Baghdad tonight, abruptly. Did U.S. air power knock out electric power in Baghdad? And is this to give U.S. forces a night vision advantage in any urban conflicts?
The first part on the airport, and like any objectives in and around Baghdad for ground forces, we just can't comment on that. That'll be up to General Franks, and we'll report after the fact, not before the fact, what their objectives are. They're on the outskirts of Baghdad right now. In terms of the power, Central Command has not targeted the power grid in Baghdad.
So you don't know why the power might have gone out?
We do not, at this point, we do not. CENTCOM's looking at that themselves, but they don't know.
Secretary, you referred to some of the Republican Guard forces laying down arms. Can you tell us whether some of them have actually been withdrawn deliberately back into the city limits where, and does Saddam and his, do they have central control over the forces that are in the city as opposed to those that are out in the field?
We've had pretty good visibility, but the cloud cover has resulted in a situation we don't have perfect visibility. And if I dropped a plumb line through everything I've read on this subject, my impression is that it's all of the above, that some forces have in fact retreated into cities, others have just left and gone home, still others have surrendered, still others are still there fighting and have been reinforced both with remnants of other Republican Guard units and also regular Army forces.
Command and control part of that question? The command and control of forces inside the city is stronger than...
Inside which city?
Baghdad.
Oh, it's been degraded significantly, but it still exists, is our assumption.
Mr. Secretary, the other day you said that Iraq is running out of real soldiers and that all will be left are war criminals. Is that a warning that if these military leaders don't give up now that they'll be considered war criminals, or is that an appeal to surrender?
I guess it's a reflection of what's taking place there. There are any number of soldiers that are behaving as soldiers, and they have been either surrendering, being captured, or being killed, or they're still there fighting. There are others who have left and gone into a different mode, where they are in civilian clothes, and they are operating out of cities, and they are putting themselves in close proximity to schools, hospitals, mosques, and the like, and conducting themselves less as soldiers and more as war criminals. I don't want to get into any legal definitions, but there's no question but that the execution of Iraqi people, the execution of others, is certainly not something that soldiers do. For example, yes.
What can you tell us about what it appears the Special Republican Guard and the other security organizations around Saddam Hussein appear to be doing in Baghdad now, as it seems that the arrival of American forces is imminent? Are you seeing special kinds of preparations?
They have conducted exercises over recent months and have block captains, and they have dug trenches to put oil in, to burn things. They have done a variety of things that suggest that they anticipate that they could end up in the city of Baghdad, and they've had various perimeter defenses. We're not in there at the moment, so we don't.
Several of their outer rings already, but these special organizations have special ways of approaching things that are not necessarily conventional.
No, that's right. I mean, we do worry about them, for example, attacking the Shia population in the east side of the city. They've done that type of thing before, and then tried to blame it on other people. They've apparently been involved in various incidents where they've tried to conduct the killing of innocent men, women, and children, particularly Shia, and blame it on coalition forces and that type of thing.
Secretary,
we've heard a lot from people at the podium about securing the southern oil fields, but not very much about what's going on in the north to try to secure those fields. Could you comment on that and on the activities in the north generally?
We have a lot of special forces up there. The British have been up there as well from time to time. We have the 173rd is there. And we have excellent relationships with the two Kurdish groups, and as a matter of fact, have conducted a combined operation with them on some facilities and suspected poison sites in the country. The oil wells, as I recall, Dick, run pretty much just outside the Green Line, just south of the Green Line.
They do, and then sort of north and south around Kirkuk as well. So they're exactly in that area.
And needless to say, we have to assume that they've been wired with explosives, as some were in the South. We also would like very much to get in there and be able to assure that they're not damaged and cause a major environmental problem. And General Franks has ways of doing that at the right time.
General Myers.
Secretary. Mr. Secretary.
General Myers, factoring in the air campaign that has taken out a lot of the Republican Guard divisions to the south, there are some U.S. commanders who are expressing surprise at the lack of resistance that they're seeing as they're rolling to Baghdad. Is your perception that there is a tactic?
Expressing that?
Some commanders on the ground, from embedded reporters talking to them. Is there a tactic, do you feel, by the Iraqis to draw coalition forces into the city to try to do an urban warfare scenario?
Let me just say we talked about we've talked to. No, I think if you look at the way the combat has been conducted, coalition forces are destroying most of the equipment associated with these Republican Guard divisions. A lot of the people have been killed. A lot of the people that come out after dark to attack our tanks that might be a line in the shadows, the death squads and those sorts of folks, a lot of them have been killed as well. So it doesn't appear, we know that they're dispersing sometimes with equipment, and our forces are smart enough to figure out that you don't want to get in where you could be enveloped somehow, so they're taking all that into account.
We know they have a series of things that they're planned to do, as the first don't succeed, and then they have other things they will do. But to call it a ploy after they've been decimated and had their effectiveness reduced in terms of their equipment from 100% down to somewhere, in some cases 15% or 20% or 40% or 55 or 75% is hardly a ploy. The air power has been very effective, and the ground action has been very effective.
And just to clarify, you're not seeing Republican Guard divisions pulling back into the city right now?
Well, you see, it's a mixed sort of thing. Primarily, from what the picture I have, is that they are trying to reinforce those rings of defense and not abandon them. That's the primary push we see right now.
General Myers, do you have an update on the two reports of potential friendly fire incidents? There's a Patriot missile which possibly fired at a Navy plane, as well as an F-15 which possibly fired at ground troops.
No updates other than both those are being examined by Central Command. Nothing to update at this point. No further details.
General Myers, I wanted to take you back to the whole issue of urban conflict, urban warfare. As it seems eminent there may be a conflict there. Can you give the public a sense of how the U.S. has advanced from the days of, you may think of Battle of Wei in Vietnam, or Stalingrad on the Mesopotamia. There's these images of apocalyptic urban conflict. Can you give us a sense the model you've used to game this out in terms of the blend of lethal, non-lethal? How might it be different than those great urban conflicts people have envisioned?
Well, first of all, you never know, how it's going to go out. The tactical situation could be very different from what we suppose. And so, you're just going to have to be ready for lots of things. But you've got a city of Baghdad, you've got about 5 million residents, half of whom are Shia that have been persecuted by the regime. Probably will not be friendly to the regime. They're basically on the eastern half of the city. You would have to, you could assume that they might be helpful. When you get to the point where Baghdad is basically isolated, then what is the situation you have in the country? You have a country that Baghdad no longer controls. That whatever's happening inside Baghdad is almost irrelevant compared to what's going on in the rest of the country. What's going on in the rest of the country? Well, you have the southern oil fields. We'll see about the north. You have the face now of by this time, probably of an Iraqi administration, interim administration, some form of people standing up now, starting to work the post-conflict governance. It'll take some time, but you'll have that. So you're going to have Baghdad isolated. You're going to have half the population that probably wants nothing to do with the folks, the oppressive regime. And then you'll start working at it as you can. But one of the things you can do is be patient about that. So this notion of a siege and so forth, I think, is not the right mental picture.
Yes.
Secretary, do you have any information
that would lead you to believe that a third party, perhaps a foreign government, such as France or Russia, might be encouraging what's left of Saddam's regime to just hang on in hopes of cutting some kind of a deal? And is there any deal available to them short of their end?
The answer is yes and no. There's no question but that some governments are discussing from time to time some sort of a cutting a deal. And the inevitable effect of it, let there be no doubt, is to give hope and comfort to the Saddam Hussein regime and give them ammunition that they can then try to use to retain the loyalty of their forces, with hope that one more time maybe he'll survive. One more time maybe he'll be there for another decade or so, for another 17 or 18 UN resolutions. And as to the second question, there's not a chance that there's going to be a deal. It doesn't matter who proposes it, there will not be one.
Mr. Secretary, if I could just tag on to that, if that's done by other governments, what the one thing you know for sure, it'll potentially has the potential to prolong the conflict, and has the potential for both Iraqi civilian casualties and coalition casualties to increase.
Which is notably unhelpful.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Secretary, CENTCOM put out a warning last night that the regime might be planting bombs in hopes of blaming the coalition for a propaganda victory. I'm just wondering, how are you warning the people of Baghdad about this danger? Or are you warning them?
The people of Baghdad know this regime well. They've been living with it. They know that there probably isn't a more vicious regime on the face of the earth today. And they don't need any coaching or guidance from us. They've seen what they've done. They see every day. They're being threatened by these death squads at the present time. And they know what the nature of the Special Republican Guard is. They know what the nature of the SSO is. They know what the nature of the so-called Fedahim Saddam are, and this clique around Saddam Hussein and his family. They don't need my help.
Mr. Secretary, back to the rescue of Private Jessica Lynch for a moment. A several-part question with the understanding you may not know the answers to any of these. Do you have any information?
That's true of any question. Single part, multiple part, doesn't matter.
Well, I just asked for a one-time exemption to the multiple-part question. Do you have any information that substantiates some of the accounts we're hearing of her heroic effort to hold out and expending all of her ammunition before she was captured? Is there any evidence that she was tortured or mistreated? And is she a witness to any war crimes, specifically the execution of any American prisoners?
General Myers and I get briefed on these types of things, and there's an orderly process for debriefing and discussing them, and I have no intention of discussing it piecemeal.
Mr. Secretary.
Could you just, it has been mentioned about the friendly fire incidents, but without getting into the details of that, does the increase in the potential friendly fire incidents cause you any sort of concern, or what are your thoughts about that?
Well, I think your question assumes there's been an increase, and I don't know that there has been. There have been friendly fire incidents in every war in the history of mankind. There are portions of this battle space that are enormously complex, and human beings are human beings, and things are going to happen, and it's always been so, and it will be so this time. It's always sad and tragic, and your heart breaks when people are killed or wounded by blue-on-blue fire. But I think it would be inaccurate to say there's been an increase, or that the level of this unfortunate incident is higher in this conflict than any other. That's not the case. Yes.
General Myers, let's take it back to a couple of points. When you talked about the strategy of approaching Baghdad a couple of minutes ago, you talked about moving forward, isolating the regime, I think is what you said, and then, an interim government authority would begin to emerge. But what you didn't mention in that was removal of the current regime in that scenario. So what I'm wondering is, if you're looking at a solution here of sort of terrific simplicity, you just go to Baghdad, isolate the regime, and establish this interim authority, and you're de facto in charge and then work on removing the regime after that?
You may have a regime, you may not. I use the term irrelevant because at this point they're not going to be able to communicate with the people of Iraq. That will all be shut down. They won't be able to communicate within certain parts of Baghdad, and you'll continue to ensure that happens. You know, there's we would control the water, the electricity, things like that. I'm not suggesting any of that would be turned off, turned on. It just would depend on the tactical situation. So they become an entity, perhaps, if there's anybody left, if they haven't all run. Of course, there's lots of reports of people already leaving Baghdad. But whatever remnants are left would not be in charge of anything except their own defense, and it would be fairly small compared to the rest of the country and what's happening.
I could just ask you to follow up. You both mentioned your concerns, I believe, about the Shia population on the east side of Baghdad. Now that you've put that on the table, is there any plan or possibility for the U.S. military to provide protection to those people, now that you've put the risk on the table here?
That gets into future operational planning, which I think we probably shouldn't talk about.
Mr. Secretary, put the risk on the table as the Iraqi regime has put it on previously and currently.
In fact, they've shelled, you know, they have artillery positions in the city that wave for several years, for many years, where those artillery positions are positions used to control the Shia population in Baghdad. I mean, that's what the positions are in Baghdad to shoot on the Shia. So just to back up the Secretary's comments on that.
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, when was the last time you received a reliable report saying that Saddam and his sons were still alive?
Goodness. You know, the question reliable, I see so much intel, and so much of it's anecdotal, so much of it's one source, much of it is an untested source, and therefore the word reliable, I haven't seen anything that was multiple source from known reliable sources or methods that suggest that he is or isn't alive. So I just can't answer it any better. Yes?
Sir, is the escape scenario for Saddam Hussein now off the table with the unconditional surrender language you're using? And General Myers is...
The ultimatum was 48 hours. It expired a week and a half ago.
But after that, there was still some talk from the administration about you'd still welcome a scenario where he went off to Algeria or wherever. And
Who said that?
I was under the understanding that the administration would still have accepted his departure to shorten the war, to end the war, even after the ultimatum expired, even if it wouldn't facilitate it.
There's not much we can do about it. If he's able to get out of the country, he's out of the country. But if you're asking, are we still encouraging him to leave, the answer is no. And I don't know who in the administration would have said that.
Mr. Secretary. General Myers, Mr. Secretary. Is the Battle of Baghdad the last big battle of this war, or do you see Tikrit as that last stand site, or do you have an idea?
To be determined. That is, you know, you saw the map of where the Iraqi regime does not have control, and you know where they still have a modicum of control, and we're trying to influence that as time goes on, so it's just going to have to be determined.
Mr. Secretary, a couple of days ago you said at that podium that the only terms you would accept are unconditional surrender. In order to get that, you have to negotiate with somebody. Would you feel...
Not necessarily.
Okay, then the follow-up, would you believe or have you instructed our troops to hold without entering the city to allow you to try and negotiate and to stop any kind of bloody urban fighting?
We're not there yet. Tom Franks is the man on the ground, and if he gets to a point where he wants to talk about something, he'll call. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, I presume you're pleased, but are you also puzzled by the fact that the Iraqis haven't used any chemical or biological weapons? And do U.S. forces have any special way to respond militarily if such an attack should be launched? Or is the threat of war crimes trials the strongest deterrent?
Well, needless to say, the last thing anyone would want to see is chemical weapons used in this conflict. We've always believed that the chances of their being used increased the closer that coalition forces got to Baghdad. I suspect that the regime has a dilemma. If on the one hand, they are holding out hope with their people that there might be a deal cut, the use of chemical weapons would certainly end that prospect. Just a minute. And that being the case, they have to be balancing that. Do they want to not use all their weapons and hope that they can get a deal when it's not even a remote possibility? Or will they go ahead and use them and totally eliminate the perception in their people that he might survive? Because once he uses those, it's pretty clear there can't be a deal. So that's the dilemma I suspect he faces.
And is there a special military response to a chemical weapons attack?
We've allowed as how we thought that they'd best not use those weapons, and I don't want to go beyond that. Yes.
It's been 7 or 10 days since there's been much discussion about contact with Iraqi commanders in the hopes that they might turn. Is that no longer a productive enterprise, or do you still have some hope that once you get to Baghdad, you may be able to persuade?
There's still contacts, and you never know until people decide that for sure he's going to go, and they are not at risk from the Special Republican Guard or the SSO or the Fedahim Saddam of shooting them. If they do try to make a deal, it won't happen. At that moment where they're convinced he is going to go, and they do want to be helpful, then they're going to have to figure out a way to live and not get shot by some of the folks that have been infiltrated into their operations. And as I say, discussions still continue. Pam?
Have you seen any indications from Iran or Syria that they've heeded your warning or are ignoring your warning? And please be as specific as possible. And General Myers, your sense on progress on the friendly fire front, is it better or worse this time around, or is it about what you expected to see?
I have no way of knowing if what Iran's reaction was, but I've not seen anything recently on the part of Iran that was I don't know if you have either, but that is terribly disturbing. We have seen that Syria is continuing to conduct itself the way it was prior to the time I said what I said. Oh, that's for others to decide.
And friendly fire, General Myers?
I'll stick with the Secretary's comments on that. They're terrible tragedies. You never like to see it happen. We shouldn't accept it as inevitable. It seems to be in every conflict that it is, but we shouldn't accept that. We still got to work the technical pieces, the tactics and techniques and procedures. But in the middle of some of these conflicts, it happens. It's happened to the UK forces. It's happened to our forces. We'll have to investigate each one of them, see if it was a breakdown in our techniques, our procedures, or if there was a technical breakdown that we have to shore up, and we can do that. So we'll just keep working at it.
Last question in the back.
Jerry, you and General Myers have said that the most dangerous fighting may lie ahead. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say the most unpredictable phase lies ahead? Because we don't know what we'll find in Baghdad, whether the regime has lost control, whether there'll be a coup, chemical weapons, attacking our people. And how doesn't that present the most challenging phase yet in terms of our planning?
It's interesting how people tend to always start where we are. Predictability. What was not predictable when we started? It was not predictable that we would be able to save the southern oil wells. It was not predictable whether we'd be able to prevent Scuds from going into Jordan or Saudi Arabia or Israel. It was not predictable whether or not there'd be a massive humanitarian crisis as there was in 1991. It was not predictable whether there would be massive refugee flows into neighboring countries and causing great difficulties for them. It was not predictable whether our forces gathering in Kuwait conceivably could have been hit with chemical weapons in that location. There have been a whole series of things, unpredictables, unknowables, that had to be addressed by General Franks, that he addressed very thoughtfully, that he fashioned a plan to deal with, and because of the success of his plan, he has in fact avoided any number of risks and dangers that he had to take into account and that concerned all of us. So no, I would not say that the future is necessarily less predictable than the past. I think the past was not predictable when it started.
How in nature, is this a highly unpredictable phase we're entering, and how does that complicate the planning now?
In this business, everyone goes to school on everyone else from the first day. They react to what we do. We react to what they do. The plan is adjusted, and the plans are made, and the excursions are developed, and the good Lord willing, serious problems are averted and avoided. I guess I'll stand what I said. I believe that what I said is correct, that we have faced a whole series of risks, very serious risks and dangers from the beginning. And a good many of them have thus far been avoided. We still have the risk of the northern oil fields, to be sure. We still have, nothing's ever over till it's over, but sure, there are difficult days ahead. Is it more or less unpredictable than it was 12, 14 days ago? I think not.
Can I just have one brief follow-up to Jamie's question on the private who was...
The brief makes it
yes, sir,
okay.
on the private who was
the size
free.
of it.
The 11 bodies found in the hospital where she was being held. Has there been any determination of whether or not they were Americans?
We're not going to get into that. We'll discuss it. When we know something definitive, we'll tell you. You can be certain of that.
Secretary, how are you and Colin Powell get along these days?
Good.
All right, we've been listening there as the U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, alongside the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, talking with reporters there, laying out, I think we could say, they covered a lot of old ground. There was a lot of ground covered in the first place, but some of the key questions there of interest to journalists about the current situation were largely deflected. Let's turn to retired General Dan Chrisman. Maybe you saw it differently, General.
Jim, there were two or three military pieces that I thought were quite intriguing. First of all, we had talked a lot over the last 2 or 3 hours about what happened to the Republican Guard. And I thought the insights there provided by Dick Myers and the Secretary of Defense in particular were quite revealing. They suggested, first of all, a far higher casualty total than perhaps we have been led to believe to this point. Second, they talked about reinforcements. There was one discussion about whether all of this withdrawal, perhaps, by the Guard was a ploy to suck the coalition into the city. The Secretary of Defense said, no, it's not a ploy at all. What we're seeing here are reinforcements from those adjacent Guard divisions, from the regular Army units, perhaps. So I think at least some clarification on that point. Indeed, Jim, we talked several days ago about one of the coalition objectives here, and that was to make certain, if they could, to seal off the withdrawal routes to the extent possible of those Guard units into the city of Baghdad itself. So this clarification, I thought, was quite insightful in terms of at least getting some assessment as to how the coalition feels they might have attrited those Guard units and what's happening as a result of that.
Now, interesting as well, and I don't know whether it's misinformation, disinformation, or fact, we have denials coming out of Qatar at U.S. Central Command. A denial there. The U.S. did not turn off the lights in Baghdad this night. If you were a defending force, and we have now reports that there are strikes going on at the airport as we speak. We don't know whether the ground forces are fully engaged, but there is an embedded reporter who is saying that some engineering units are in that area hard at work. What does it mean for the defenders to turn off the lights in a city? Does it help them?
No. It helps the attacker. This may well be a ploy, to use that term from the previous question. I think there's no question that in an assault at the early stages, when you're going into a critical objective, especially like an airfield, if that's in fact what's happening here, Jim, darkness helps. The engineer units are there. I am totally confident to make sure that whatever Saddam may have put on that field, bulldozers, old equipment, obstacles are being cleared, and the best and most efficient way to clear that is to go in under the cover of darkness. That is the comparative advantage for the coalition, and especially the special ops, the ranger personnel. The rangers in particular are trained precisely for airfield takedown, and they do that at night. And so it would certainly make sense to me that if the coalition is trying to seize an objective like an airfield or other elements of that city, they'd want to do it under the cover of darkness.
Just very briefly, General Chrisman, why does the military always take the airfield first? wherever they go. And in this case, when Iraq has no Air Force.
Well, in this case, Jim, they've stressed over these last 13, 14 days that as they've attacked the airfield, first of all, they want to make sure that they eliminate those things that can fly, but to keep untouched the fields themselves. And I think we've seen all the way up this long supply line as they've seized fields by Talil, by...
As news breaks, CNN is there, bringing you the headlines from the front lines.
The city of Baghdad loses its electricity. Reports say Iraqi officials switched off the power. French Foreign Minister Dominique de Villepin speaks.
The UN should have a central role in the reconstruction of Iraq, whether political, whether economical.
South African voices rise up against the war in Iraq.
Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
U.S. tanks roll up to Saddam International Airport in Baghdad. Fighting is reported there as coalition forces work to secure the facility. Hello and welcome to you. This is CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City. Dumi Makhabo will be along a little later from the CNN Center. Well, it is morning in Iraq and U.S. forces are battling for control of Saddam International Airport, just 20 kilometers from Baghdad's center. U.S. forces estimate as many as 400 Iraqis were killed in the fighting. No coalition casualties have been reported thus far. The Iraqis met the U.S. forces with an array of vehicles ranging from armed pickup trucks to battle tanks. The U.S. forces in tanks moved through, sometimes calling in Air Force support to bombard targets on the ground, and we will have a live report in just a few minutes. Well, a senior Pentagon official tells CNN that the U.S. may attempt to install a new government in Baghdad even before the war is over. The unnamed official said it could happen as soon as next week. Pentagon officials also raising the possibility that coalition forces might try to isolate Baghdad rather than engage in urban warfare. Well, for details on the battle for Baghdad's airport, we go straight to the scene of the fighting. CNN's Walter Rogers is embedded with the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. He has the latest details.
The much vaunted Republican Guard units, unless this tank company last night was from the Republican Guard. The Republican Guard units have disappeared off the scope. There is speculation they've withdrawn into the city of Baghdad. We're on the suburbs. We are less than a few miles from the airport. We're a few kilometers from the airport. We're really close to the airport. And as I say, about 2 hours ago, actually less than 3 hours ago, the Iraqis did send out a company of tanks, a few armored vehicles as well, 10 or so. They started charging in the direction of the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry, the Apache Troop. The Apache Troop made optical sighting with its night vision goggles and began blasting away. Apache Troop itself took out 6 of the Iraqi tanks, as well as at least 1 armored vehicle. Additionally, the Air Force was called in. 3 more Iraqi tanks were taken out, and the Air Force said it made visual contact with 3 other Iraqi tanks. At this point, however, the contact seems to have declined. It is getting to be daylight. There is a tank very close to us, 100 meters, and it has been blasting away intermittently with a 50 caliber machine gun. The tactics we're also seeing the Iraqis use are basically the same as military irregulars anywhere. They take up positions in civilian housing, and they began shooting at tanks moving along a road.
CNN's Walt Rogers there just outside Saddam International Airport. Now let's take a more in-depth look at the significance of Saddam International Airport. Military analyst General George Harrison spoke with our Anand Naidu just a little time ago.
The airport provides a way to bring in supplies, troops, resupply, change out troops, bring in fresh troops without going over that torturous 300 miles of desert that we've been traversing. When we look at the picture of the airport, of course, it's west of the city. And an important factor to remember is that before we can use this airport, we have to secure the approaches to the airport for heavy fixed-wing aircraft. Of course, rotary-wing aircraft can move in and out of there right now, but to get most of the advantage from that airport, the tactical significance, we'll need to be securing outside the area in roughly what I've shown here on the map. This can be done because, of course, most airports are relatively isolated and far out from the population centers, so I think this is a tactically easy thing to do. And the airport will remain operational day or night. We noted that the power outage that came about 9 o'clock Baghdad time may have been intended to make it more difficult to seize that airport. Fortunately for all of our tactical operations, or all of the coalition tactical operations, we can operate at night without illumination. We can operate self-sufficiently without the ground-based navigational aids.
So indeed, if it is such an important strategic target for the Allied forces, are you surprised that it was not more strongly defended by the Iraqis?
Well, airports are difficult to defend. They're large land masses. They're huge areas, usually in the neighborhood of about 10 or 12 square miles at the minimum. So defending that would have been extremely difficult. I am a little surprised that there weren't short-range air defenses, things that would have made it more difficult to get in there and move in with helicopters, but I suspect the Iraqis correctly surmised that the assault would not be an airborne assault or an assault from the air, but would be a land-based assault.
I want to look at something else now. As this assault on Baghdad intensifies, there is one theory, it was alluded to by the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Richard Myers earlier on today, that the Allied forces might not actually bear down on Baghdad and storm the city, but would instead isolate the city. They would surround it and isolate it while taking over, presumably, the rest of Iraq and imposing or activating some kind of government in that part of Iraq. Is that a viable option in your view?
Well, of course it is. I think the chairman was outlining pretty clearly what he wants folks to understand of the campaign, that they should not expect this climactic battle for Baghdad. He said it would be neither an all-out fight nor a prolonged siege. So we can expect that rather than going into this very difficult, very costly, both for the coalition and for the Iraqis, this very costly city fighting operation, he prefers to consolidate the gains outside, and then when it's appropriate, when he finds seams and gaps and those kinds of things, or probably when General Franks finds those things, then the coalition forces will move forward and exploit advantage without destroying this city of Baghdad.
Well, the battle for Saddam International Airport has been accompanied by heavy air bombardment of the Iraqi capital. Nick Robertson, of course, spent months in Baghdad before being expelled by the Iraqi government a matter of days ago. He joins us now live from neighbouring Jordan with the very latest. Hi, Nick. What do you have?
Michael, with daylight, a little more clarity on what is happening around the airport in Baghdad. Now, I'm being told by sources in Baghdad that the roads in and out of the city are still closed. The checkpoints are still in place. There are a lot of vehicle checks going on in Baghdad at this time. I'm also told that the civilian neighborhoods close to Saddam International Airport are now mostly empty. The civilians, and we've been told last night, those civilians were being moved out of their homes, moved towards the airport. We're now told that those civilians have been moved out of their homes and told to move further into the city of Baghdad. There are now checkpoints on the main highway from the center of Baghdad out to the airport, about 3 or 4 miles from the airport. We understand those checkpoints being manned by police and by Republican Guard. We also understand that militia forces have been mobilized towards the area of the airport. That is, the Fedayeen forces have been mobilized in that direction, and that the area around the airport is now a closed military area. So that giving now some clarity to what we were hearing overnight, that Iraqi civilians were being moved out of the residential areas that are close to the airport. We were being told overnight that they were being told to go towards the airport. We now understand this morning that they are being told to move out of their neighborhoods, that they can't be in those neighborhoods, and they are being told to head into the center of Baghdad. Michael?
Now, Nick, nobody knows Baghdad better than you, perhaps, when it comes to the media. I'm curious what your impression has been about the defense of Baghdad, or, in many ways, the lack of it.
When we drove out of Baghdad south to Kabul about a week before the war began, we could see some defenses, but they didn't look like they were particularly strong defenses, small bunkers. Closer to Kabul, there were indications that larger military formations may be dug in the fields around the city. Now, those positions would have been perhaps 40, 50 kilometers from Baghdad. They appeared to form one ring of these many rings of defenses we'd heard that had been positioned around the capital. We're listening to Walter Rogers, who's traveled with the 7th Cavalry, who's positioned now very close to Saddam International Airport. He talked about traveling through that outer ring. He talked about those small bunker positions on the roads. From what I now understand from the positions he's been through, from what we'd seen before, that outer circle, there really was only that one strong outer circle in that particular area to the south of the city. That now seems to be breached. It now seems that the coalition forces, the units Walter Rogers are with, very close to Saddam International Airport, units already at Saddam International Airport. What this is going to do to the Iraqi people is send a very clear signal that the coalition forces are much closer than the government had been telling them. For the government of Iraq puts huge psychological pressure on them. They've been telling the people of Iraq that the coalition forces have been driven back to the desert, that the Iraqi army was doing its job, that they were in control of many of the towns in the south of Iraq, and that it was an illusion being created by the Pentagon, the fact that coalition forces were so close. Now, with the coalition already at Saddam International Airport, this will be very, very difficult for the Iraqi authorities to convince the Iraqi people, and particularly the residents of Baghdad, to convince them that all is well on the military front. This will be a huge psychological challenge for the government of Iraq at this time, Michael.
As always, Nick, thanks very much. Nick Robertson there on the Jordanian-Iraq border. Now, as Nick was speaking, you were probably noticing the live pictures that we were getting from just outside Saddam International Airport. Also there, standing behind the camera with the cameraman, is Walt Rogers, who has been witnessing some of what's been going on there. As we continue to look at those pictures, Walt, bring us up to date, if you will. Is there still resistance there, or is the battle primarily over?
About 20 seconds before you came to us, Michael, the 50 caliber machine gun and the 7.62 millimeter machine gun, respectively, on Bradley fighting vehicles and main battle tanks were chattering away. The picture we're showing you, however, is one of an Iraqi T-72 tank, a Soviet vintage tank. That tank was the vanguard of a convoy, actually a company of Iraqi tanks, which tried a counterattack a little over 3 hours ago. They moved down the road in the direction of the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. The U.S. Army has night vision goggles. They saw the Iraqis coming and began blasting away. The tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles took out about 6 or 7 of the Iraqi tanks, and then the Air Force was called in to take out another 3 of those tanks. It's estimated that this particular encounter, just a few kilometers from the airport, probably cost the Iraqis 400 soldiers. Most of the Iraqi attacks are virtually suicidal. You can hear the banging going on around us, so you know the Iraqis are still lying low in pockets of resistance, again, several kilometers from the airport, the international airport in Baghdad. We've heard this kind of shooting all morning, but again, when the Iraqis try to punch through the 7th Cavalry, they meet with no success at all. We should say there was a very heavy bombing attack on Baghdad last night. That bombing attack has cast a thick cloud of smoke over the entire area. You can hear more firing in the distance there. Again, more shooting. The Iraqis are putting up some resistance, but it's basically a nuisance factor because of the firepower of the U.S. Army units in the field. Having said that, there was heavy bombing in Baghdad last night. We witnessed flashes throughout the night in the suburbs around Baghdad. Those flashes were such that it has set much burning and much destruction about us. Off to my left, the banging you hear is 7th Cavalry, 7th Cavalry Bradley tanks. They're shooting out at the Iraqis, who constantly try to filter back in using houses and farm buildings to try to get close to fire off a shot at the 7th Cavalry. They've had very little success, at least until this point. Michael?
Walt, I'm curious what the military people that you're with have told you about the level of resistance. Was it less or more than they expected? And if you could explain a little more about what you described as fairly suicidal approaches from Iraqi troops.
Yes, it's difficult to say what the Army expected. I suppose they expected the worst, which is a force-on-force encounter with the Iraqis. That force-on-force would have been large numbers of Iraqi tanks. That's not occurred. The most the 7th Cavalry has seen has been the tank company which came at 7th Cavalry a few hours ago. The kind of resistance that we've seen, and now, and you can hear the Bradley fighting vehicle just about 40 yards over my shoulder firing in the direction of a farm field. The Iraqis come out and they take up small ambush-type positions, shooting away at the U.S. Army, again, as it tries to move forward or as it takes a standing position as it is now. Earlier, we reported suicide attacks on the Army, that is to say, earlier, what we saw was pickup trucks and dump trucks traveling with people. Pickup trucks and dump trucks loaded with Iraqi soldiers, essentially on suicide missions, and they were trying to hit the U.S. Army convoy with no success. They just couldn't get close enough. Although we're told now the banging you hear in the distance, actually not in the distance, very close to us, is an Iraqi tank trying to come up the road at us. And the firing you hear in the distance, if you can see that firing in the distance, those are U.S. Army main battle tanks, M1A1 Abrams, shooting at an Iraqi tank trying to come up the road. We hear the 25-millimeter guns of the Bradley fighting vehicles. Again, each of them banging away at an Iraqi tank. We know of at least one trying to punch its way through the U.S. 7th Cavalry's lines. Again, the tanks are rushing forward again to engage the Iraqi tanks. The U.S. tanks generally have longer range on their guns, so before the Iraqis get within threatening distance, what we're seeing, of course, is them being taken out like the hulk of the burned-out tank and the armored personnel carrier we have been showing you. Michael?
Walt, obviously you go if you need to, but we'll keep you on the line as long as you're comfortable with that. Obviously a very dramatic report we're getting from you. We were talking earlier to Nick Robertson. I don't know if you were able to hear. He spoke of civilians being virtually non-existent in the area. He also spoke of roadblocks having already been set up and the presence of Fedayeen fighters in the area. Wondering if you have been able, and I know that it may not be possible, if you have been able to confirm any of what Nick had said.
Well, I hate to contradict my dear colleague Nick Robertson, but we have seen civilians as we've traveled north of the Euphrates, and throughout much of the day and evening last night, the Iraqis are staying fairly close to their homes, even though the Iraqi soldiers are using those homes as screens. Women hanging their washout lines, and we can see last night at dusk, just after a very heavy firefight, we could see an Iraqi shepherd herding his sheep back into a sheepcote or a small corral of some sort. So while some of the Iraqis may have left their homes, I suspect many others haven't had a place that they can go. And despite the fighting around them, many of them are staying very, even though the Iraqi irregulars, the Iraqi military irregulars, are trying to use their homes as cover, if you will, screens to protect them. Michael?
Walt Rogers, we're looking at your live picture there coming to us now and broadcasting it around the world. This tank that apparently an Abrams tank, I think, has moved forward. Is it engaging with that tank you described earlier?
I'm not exactly sure what you're looking at now. If you're seeing a smoldering vehicle, that is an armored personnel carrier, which was taken out about 3 hours ago. It was part of the company of vehicles which came in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The shooting you hear over my left shoulder, about 40 meters away, is the 25 millimeter gun on a Bradley fighting vehicle. We can see it shooting back to our left. Back to our left are some farm buildings. Those are the kinds of buildings that the Iraqi irregulars have been taking cover in, trying to sneak close to the road where the 7th Cavalry's convoy is. Again, because of the firepower and the generally superior optics that the U.S. Army has, they haven't had much success in getting close. And when there have been attacks, about 3 or more hours ago, you can tell that the Iraqis were put out of action fairly soon. We were told, by the way, that when the company counterattacked, it had more than a few dismounts, that is, infantry soldiers with it, and at least 400 Iraqi soldiers were killed in that engagement, according to one 7th Cavalry officer with whom I spoke. But again, we are still in hostile area. We're a few miles from the Baghdad International Airport. And we are having shooting all around us, as we have intermittently for most of the last 12 hours or so. Michael?
Walt, before we let you go, there have been reports, as one would expect, various reports coming from various media at the airport. One report was that the airport was largely under control. From your perspective, that would certainly not be the case?
Is the line down, Charlie? Is the line frozen?
Walt, if you can hear me, we're hearing
Somebody
you,
talk
Walt.
to me, please.
We'll let Walt go. It's obviously a very hectic situation there where Walt Rogers is, just outside Saddam International Airport. Clearly, there are still exchanges going on there, as you could hear for yourself. Walt Rogers describing as that Bradley fighting vehicle moved forward. He thought to engage an Iraqi tank. There have been clashes there just outside the airport for many, many hours now. And Walter reporting fairly dramatically that scene there, as you could hear. And also he reported earlier some 400 Iraqi troops thought to have perished, according to U.S. military sources and Walter's own.
Metal bars for more than a few hours now. We think about 5 hours. We say that because that was when the armored convoy of 10 vehicles tried to overrun the U.S. Army positions. They were unsuccessful at it. Most of the soldiers' colleagues were killed. As a matter of fact, all of them were. They are littered about us elsewhere. But this soldier apparently was able to climb out of a burning Iraqi vehicle, and in the process,
Okay, that was Walter Rogers, our correspondent on the scene of this incident just a few minutes ago. Let's listen in now as he continues to describe live what is occurring there.
No good,
No good? I'll stay down until y'all get ready to cover it. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. Yes, I've got Sergeant Birdsong, 7th Cavalry, with me now. Sergeant, what's the firing been like here today?
It's been very hectic, but somewhat to be expected. We're around the outskirts of Baghdad.
Okay, it's Michael Holmes here in Kuwait City. I just want to bring viewers up to date on what you're seeing now. These are military medics, U.S. military medics, who are tending to that wounded Iraqi soldier now. They were delayed from getting to the scene by gunfire, essentially pinned down by Iraqi gunfire. They've now arrived, taken over from CNN's own crew member, and are tending to the Iraqi soldier. Let's continue to listen in as this drama unfolds live.
Off and on for most of the last 12 hours. The pictures we're showing you are of an Iraqi soldier badly wounded, at least in the leg. He was wounded in an engagement about 6 or so hours ago. On numerous occasions, the Army has driven up and down the road past him and a number of other bodies. Everyone assumed this soldier was dead as well until a short while ago. The CNN crew walked by and saw this fellow moving and determined that someone who we thought was a fatality of war is now a casualty. He's having trouble with his legs, but there is a U.S. Army captain, a Captain Davis, ministering to him now. A private waterman also from the 7th Cavalry. First Sergeant Todd Woodhall is holding the IV bag. This, as each of these U.S. soldiers is under fire at this point. Anderson?
All right, just want to explain to our viewers again on CNN International that we're listening to Walter Rogers, our correspondent there, live describing this scene as it unfolds. But he's talking to one of our anchors in Atlanta on our sister network, CNN USA. So just that as a explanation for viewers who might be confused.
Severe leg wounds, but again, none of these wounds appears fatal, even though the soldier's been lying in the sun for perhaps 5 or 6 hours at this point. He was shot last night when an Iraqi armored column of some 10 tanks tried to override and overrun the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry position on the outskirts of Baghdad. Now, the procedure for the soldier is that the U.S. Army medics, including a doctor, a Captain Davis, is trying to ease this man's pain at this point. In a short while, he will be loaded aboard an armored personnel carrier, a medic's wagon, and that medic's wagon will, in fact, take him to a rear position where the Army has portable operating tables set up. They're virtually cots in these portable operating tables. They come about chest high, and then in the rear, his wounds will be more professionally attended other than lying here in this ditch where he's been wounded for, as I say, 5 or 6 hours. It was just a few hours before dawn, Baghdad time, that the soldier was hit. He was in a firefight with a Bradley fighting vehicle or perhaps an M1A1 Abrams tank, but there was an enormous firefight in this area. What we're not showing you is there are other bodies in the vicinity, and those bodies are hanging out of burned out tanks. But this appears to be the only Iraqi soldier to have survived that attempt to overrun the U.S. position. It was an unsuccessful attempt, but this Iraqi soldier looks as though he may somehow survive despite some rather serious wounds to his buttocks and leg. Anderson?
All right, just for viewers who may be joining us, an extraordinary and dramatic illustration of how the embedding process works with journalists being on the front line with troops as this war unfolds and the battles continue. Our Walter Rogers is with the 7th Cavalry, and what has happened here, just for those of you who are joining us, is this is an Iraqi soldier wounded some hours ago. Everyone thought he was dead, and it was a CNN crew, Walter Rogers and his crew, who discovered that the man was in fact alive but badly wounded. A CNN crew member with military and medical experience tended to the man while they waited for Army medics, Marine medics, to come back and help. Those medics were pinned down by fire from Iraqi forces and could not reach the man for some time. And he was tended by CNN's own man with medical experience on the scene. Now, Walter's talking again to our sister network in the USA and our anchor in Atlanta, Anderson Cooper. Let's continue to listen in.
Is that soldier alive? We said, yes, we think so. So the 7th Cavalry then called up its medics immediately. It took them a few minutes to get here because they were under rather serious fire in the rear several miles back. The medics don't travel at the tip of the spear like most of the tanks and fighting vehicles. That being the case, this soldier received fairly quick medical aid once the Army established that there was a live Iraqi soldier here. My guess is that it was probably no more than 10 minutes before the Iraqi medics, before the U.S. Army medics came up and began ministering to this Iraqi soldier. You can see him lying on his side now. The medics and Paul Jordan, the CNN security guard who travels with us, are wrapping a bandage around this fellow. You can see his head rolling. He appears to at least have recovered far enough to know that he's in good hands. They're trying to staunch what appear to be bullet wounds in the fleshy part of his hip and in the fleshy part of his thigh. That being the case, he's well enough to brace his right arm up against the road berm, and he's holding himself in that sideways position to assist the medics who are now working on him. Anderson?
Okay, as Walt tosses back to CNN USA there, just want to explain the Paul Jordan, our crew member who involved in treating this man. He's a man of much experience, both military and medical. He's trained, in fact, in things like this, precisely this, and he has been in these situations many times before. He's no amateur when it comes to treating battle wounds. He's known to us here at CNN who've worked with him that he's known to us as simply Smudge. But Paul Jordan getting involved in something he probably hadn't planned on, and by all accounts doing a fine job until U.S. medics arrived on the scene. Let's listen to Walter again.
The 7th Cavalry moved up a few more tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles to try to locate the hostile position off in the field to our right. What the Iraqis have out there is what I would have guessed is a 20-millimeter anti-aircraft gun. We're seeing shells that are bursting in air, small artillery shells, that is to say, not much over 20 meters, the kind that the Iraqis fire at U.S. Army helicopters, the Kiowas and the Apaches. It's a very old weapon, but it's very effective at forcing troops to keep their heads down, because there are aerial bursts, and then the shrapnel bursting, maybe 70 or 100 feet above our heads here, comes down and clips you on the top of the head. You can see a dressing going on. This is one of the medics from the 7th Cavalry tying bandages on this Iraqi soldier. We would expect him to move very quickly. You're looking at Paul Jordan again trying to tie bandages on that fellow. Army medics now appear to be preparing to move this Iraqi soldier who was injured in a firefight sometime. Yes, it would appear as if the Army medics are getting ready to move this Iraqi soldier. A short distance away from us is the Army medic M113 wagon. There are, of course, stretchers on there. When the bandages are finished on this soldier's wounds, his buttocks and his leg, which received what appears to be direct fire, it appears then this soldier will be transferred to the rear. As we say, we're watching the medical treatment of an Iraqi soldier who had been thought dead for 5 or 6 hours. Now we're seeing the stretcher coming over at this point. It would appear the soldier is soon to be loaded on this stretcher and then taken to the rear for more serious medical treatment. You can see that he's now sitting up and appears more than coherent, which is kind of remarkable given what happened. He's actually smiling at Paul Jordan, the medical officer who helped him and first discovered he was alive. This Iraqi soldier, by the way, has a gold star on his epaulet. And I'm not sure what rank that indicates, but he may be a senior officer. As I say, he appears quite happy now. Again, we're not allowed to show his face, but he is smiling. We can see Captain Davis, Paul Jordan, and one of the Army medics lifting this fellow up. He's in great pain, going over a berm. But now he's on the stretcher, and in the not-too-distant future, perhaps less than 20 or 30 minutes, he'll be in a rear echelon unit where his wounds will receive immediate attention, and he'll be treated like any other combat soldier here. Again, his wounds appear all on his buttocks and hip. He was fired upon last night when his unit tried to overrun the 7th Cavalry. I can't tell you of the nature of what Iraqi unit he's from, but we can see that he appears more than a little happy to have that IV bottle going in him and to have been given water, and now he's being covered more or less from the sun. The soldiers you're seeing now in the Army medics First Sergeant Todd Woodhull is holding the IV bag. Captain Davis, Army Medical Corps, is the one who took over after Paul Jordan took over. Paul is holding, they count 1, 2, 3, and they're moving the Iraqi soldier to the back of an M113, which is the Army medical wagon. That medical wagon was called up from the rear. It came up a brave Iraqi fire. The Iraqi soldier, again, with a single gold star on his shoulder, that suggests he was an officer, is now being loaded safely aboard this Army medical wagon, and he's going to be taken to a rear echelon unit. Anderson?
All right, as we listen into this extraordinary thing evolving and unfolding before you live from the battlefield, again, this is an extraordinary example of what can come from the embedding of reporters on the front line. It's really just a vignette of incidents that have happened all over Iraq in recent weeks, except this time you're watching it live on television. Our Walter Rogers on the scene there with a CNN crew, and you could see Paul Jordan, who is a security advisor that we have with us at various times, and we do go out with some sort of security when we go into areas like this, which makes perfect sense. Let's run some tape earlier so you can get a sense of what was happening. Paul Jordan, by the way, that's him in the black there, helping to tend to the Iraqi soldier with the aid of US medics, including a doctor. Paul is a former SAS, that's Australian SAS, Special Air Services Regiment, elite troops in Australia, Special Forces. He's retired from that and working for CNN in this capacity as a security advisor, helping to protect our crew, including Walter Rogers, in this sort of situation. As Walt was reporting, this soldier had been lying in a ditch for some 6 hours. Everyone thought he was dead, and it was the CNN crew that walked past and noticed that that was indeed not the case. And Paul Jordan began working on the man, and what we have seen unfold is nothing short of extraordinary. US medics, including a doctor, were on their way to help Paul Jordan as he helped this soldier, this Iraqi soldier. They were pinned down by Iraqi fire and took some time to get there. Back live now, live pictures there. You can see the soldier's helmet lying there. There are many bodies in this area, result of the firefights that went on earlier between US troops and Iraqi fighters in the area. Walt was reporting earlier that US commanders in the region were estimating 300 to 400 Iraqis died in this battle, which is about a mile or so from Saddam International Airport. And as I say, this what makes this that you have been witnessing and are continuing to witness extraordinary is that it's coming to you live. In fact, what has occurred is in itself hardly extraordinary in a time of conflict, far from it. But this vignette, if you like, of war unfolding live on television around the world is indeed extraordinary. Walt Rogers has been reporting with enormous distinction for us over the last 2 weeks, and perhaps none better than recent hours, as he has reported on the pockets of Iraqi resistance just outside Saddam International Airport. The US claiming, of course, the airport itself is under US control. We'll continue our coverage. Do stay with us. You're watching CNN.
Block by block, but it need not necessarily be a dominant feature. And I think equally it's very problematic whether or not the use of chemical warfare by Saddam is at all advantageous to him. It could lose him the diplomatic war and the psychological war. It could actually be more disadvantageous to his own troops and his own people than it would be to the coalition troops. So I think there are a number of factors that are building up to a climax now in the next few days.
And so you don't believe that chemical weapons is going to be something that may be used? It's always the threat there, but you think it's diminished?
I think it's certainly chemical weapons may be used, and the coalition forces will have to be absolutely prepared to go into chemical defense role very, very quickly. What I'm saying is that I don't think it's necessarily to Saddam's advantage to use chemical weapons. It could be gravely to his disadvantage.
And of course, this is assuming that he's still alive.
It is indeed, and I think that Foreign Minister Sabri's recent statement was extremely uncertain, where I think at this stage of a campaign, a very forthright declaration by the leadership is necessary to rally the troops. That is not coming, and I think that must put a big question mark over Saddam's personal survival and health, and also that of his regime.
Richard Cobold, thank you very much for joining us. Now, CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. We'll show you these live pictures from Baghdad, Saddam Hussein International Airport, which has been captured by the Americans. There you're looking at the time, 1:10 in the afternoon there, the scene from just outside the International Airport. We'll continue to update you on the war in Iraq after this short break. Stay with us.
Print me. Hey, look, my first fish. Hey, over here, print me.
Hey, pick me. I'm smiling. Pick me, please.